This new Golden Boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hassan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hassan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hassan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hassan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hassan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hassan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hassan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hassan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan I'm broadcast coming to you live from somewhat sunny Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, folks. We are live from the city of brotherly love. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, April 30th, 2026, 10:34 a.m. in Los Angeles, California. We're coming to you live from Stolen Land in Philadelphia. That's right. We're live. We're alive. It is 1:34 p.m. here, local time, EST. And there's a lot to go through. There's a lot to cover. But before I do all of that, of course, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. They call me Hassan from Pennsylvania now. That's right. I've taken over the throne. I've taken over the mantle. The real Pennsylvania boy is me. None of this Michael from Pennsylvania shit. He's from Taiwan. Going for the clergy look? Yes. I don't know why you're cosplaying a Catholic priest. I just am, dude. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, can we get a go Flyers and fuck the Pens? Sure. Go Flyers, fuck the Pens, go Birds as well. Okay. Did you declare your love for Jalen Hurst this morning? Sure. I love Jalen Hurst. Your drip been different? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. For those of you who don't know, obviously, we're live. This is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you, and we're live early. Paid comment, yeah. But I got your bangers, Druku. Don't you worry. The problem, of course, is that I'm no longer in New York, so I'm actually in Philadelphia. So your bangers don't even work. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive from Philadelphia. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. You look like Trotsky on the Ebro show. Oh, God. Does it mean I'm balding? Did it look like I was balding? Is that what you're trying to say? Thank God you're not a priest. I'm having sinful thoughts. I will bless you. Don't worry. You sore yet from last night? No, it usually, I have a delayed soreness that comes later. Remember what happened last time you wore this fit? I was at the Vanity Fair party. How was the Amtrak? Oh, let's get to some fun stuff. Okay? Let me tell you. Okay? So I ended the broadcast last night after lifting with Chi Ose. Some of you remained and watched. Many of you left because you were like, oh, he's outside. He's doing IRL, and it's not a college speech at a college campus. So I'm not interested, right? It's really funny. A lot of you just instantly will be like, yeah, not into that. Sorry. Oh, you're working out? Fuck yourself. How about kill yourself? How about not interested in watching that, not interested in thinking about that, not interested in being being a part of that at all. The gym is not a part of my lifestyle. The gym is where reactionary behavior grows. The gym is where we foment counter-revolutionary sentiment. We don't like the gym. So, but it was a lot of fun regardless. Hung out with the man, the myth, the legend, Chiose, and came back, passed out, ordered like a bowl of chicken and passed the frick out after having a little bit of prote, and woke up early to do what? Some of you know this already. I got on a train. That's right. It was an incredible experience. We were on the verge of not making it, for the record. We almost didn't make it, ironically enough. We were late as always because I had to poop. I had to shit and shower. And, whenever I do stuff like that, obviously it's, I'm always coming by an ass hair. However, luckily, Zohran, Kwame Mamdani's Mamdanistan trains are not running on time. Okay. That's not a, trains running on time is not a socialist thing. It's a fascist thing. Anyway, I'd be a little bit sus if the trains were running on time in Zohran Mamdani's Mamdanistan. So luckily it was delayed. But let me tell you, okay, first of all, turns out train station, Hasanabi Central. A lot of you unironically actually travel by rail because boy, oh boy, so many of you were there. Fix your hair. What do you mean? What's wrong with my hair? So many of you came up looking for pics. Okay? It's not fake. The autism is real in this community, okay? The autism is really real in this community, straight up. Yeah, Autism Central Big Dog. Also, it's pretty sick to be an Amtrak guy. You know, you just kind of sit around and get to enjoy trains all day, I will say. You know, that's pretty cool. It's pretty dope. But yeah, I took an Amtrak train from New York City to Philadelphia. It was very cozy. It was a wonderful experience. And I'm not just saying that because of what you guys say is autism, right? Like, it truly is an exciting experience. It is such a better mode of travel. It is unbelievable. We took business class, okay? And it's just great. I mean, when it's on time. Obviously, it wasn't on time, but that worked out in our favor. Regardless, it was like 10 minutes late or 20 minutes late. But it's just a fun experience, man. It's it's an infinitely better, more cozy mode of travel than planes. I feel like, you know, I travel around the country by plane all the time, as you guys know, and it's always so chaotic. Like, there's this feeling of being treated like cattle, right? Where they're moving you from place to place. Nobody's having a good time. Everybody is, in a last-minute rush, even if they're not there last minute, right? Whereas you get on a train, it's like such a faster process of getting on board, sitting down. I don't know. I really love trains, man. I really, really love trains. It's not a joke. And you can see the excitement in my eyes, of course. I was, doing a little bit of light reading on the train, right? But also, March snapped my ass. Not sure why people are not like... It's just it makes sense. It makes sense to be excited. Luxury communist taking business class? Brother, it's the fucking Amtrak train between New York City. What do you think the distinction between business class and coach is? It's just one seat. Like, this is like when Laura Loomer snapped me sleeping on the flight from Detroit back to Los Angeles, and like I barely fit in the seat. And she was like, this is, highfalutin socialist flying first class. It's like, well, bitch, you can see my situation. It's not like I'm, living in the lap of luxury. It's like a fucking $20 extra, seat difference. Kira is a shocking moment. Where is Kira? Dog shocker, pansy, hello? Kira is a shocking moment. Hassan, react to the Pegasus new vid. Oh, that's awesome. Anything short of third class New Delhi train station experiences excess that should go to the people. My man said free Kira. My dog's name is not Kira, chatter. It's Carla. But sometimes in first class, they give you a hot towel. Anyway, Amtrak is awesome. I was very fortunate because I know it can be really bad. I know it's a roll of the dice, right? Like sometimes you do it and it's not good, right? Sometimes you do it and you have to sit there for 2.5 hours and delays waiting for your train to come, right? I roll of the dice, I got lucky. I had a great experience, right? I will say, it's an amazing experience overall. I really, really enjoyed it, and I can't recommend it enough. So we got into the hotel, we set up, and now I'm here. There's not really much else going on in my world, right? And of course, while we were on our way, we got some news about Pills Mafia, the pill mill. Obviously, we'll be talking about that. But yeah, did you like the 30th Street Station? Yeah, it was nice. In any case, folks, what is this big clavicle news? Clavicular sued for allegedly injecting underage influencer with unapproved drug. Yeah, what do you mean allegedly? We saw that happen. What? We saw that happen on camera. Like this is I know you got to say allegedly to cover your ass in a potential legal situation, but like it's pretty funny. Okay, this is like slowly getting fuck. God damn it. Okay. All right, whatever. Hasanabi hug. Yeah. When's the funeral you're going to today? Okay, man. The one time I wear a suit, y'all go crazy mode. The Maoist Catholic priest fit going hard today, I see. Yeah, the one time I should wear a black suit, everyone's got issues with it. Everyone's got something to say. God damn. Fucking annoying. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Damn, March just fucking tightened the shit out of this, but clearly not enough. Ironically. Okay. My autism is gonna not let me live this down. Fuck, I hate that it's not level. Oh, it's making me so annoyed. All right, whatever. I'm gonna try to not pay attention to the fact that it's not leveled, and hope it doesn't kill me. There we go. Okay, come on. Hold it up. You're the reason I stubbed my toe on the coffee table this morning. I blame you for everything. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Anyway, get a voice changer. It would complement your soundboard and increase the valuetainment. No thanks, but thank you for the suggestion. In this fit, you are safe at all times. Worst case scenario, use a domain expansion. Yeah. 17 articles in 24 hours. Jesus Christ. Corporate media on Hassan Piker. Oh my God. 17 articles? Unbelievable. But also very believable. You look great, Unc, but we love cracking jokes. I thought comedy was legal. Was that overturned? Is comedy illegal again? Shaking my head. Yes. Comedy is very much illegal. Okay? Comedy is illegal now. It is totally illegal. But in any case, although comedy is illegal, it's still legal in this community, obviously. And we'll get into all of that and more. Get Kyrie on the show. Brother, I have tried so hard. Okay? He does not fuck with me at all. I think he knows I have crazy handles. And he's worried that, if we play basketball, I'm going to cross him up. You know what I mean? And it's going to be embarrassing for him. And I think that's probably the reason why he doesn't want to do it. Yeah. What did you think of the Amtrak station in New York City? It was beautiful. Has it been recently renovated or something? Because it was nice as hell. Philly, Janet Series. It's It's over. Hold on. Condemn Hasanabi bill. Fallout. Centrism is losing. Redistricting battles. Hormuz closed. Chris Rob later. Get in now. Renovated in 2022. That makes sense. It was beautiful. It was very nice. It was shockingly nice. My expectation is not that it's going to be nice usually. All right, we're blasting off. Pills Mafia never dies. Well, we took a big hit today for the Pills Mills. For the Janet Mills Mafia, we took a big hit today, and we're going to be obviously talking about that. It is going to be a little bit of a flex mode. It's going to be for all of the people in here that obviously wanted to take the battle to corporate Democrats, to centrist Democrats. This is a pretty solid W in the primaries. As I've said before, I think the real problem always is getting these guys out of the primaries and not necessarily the general, but the battle still continues. Mods, please ban Hasanabi one-man spam. It's so funny. It's funny every time someone says that. On God, it's funny. Okay? Yes, you are on the broadcast with a man of the cloth. Okay? Choose your words wisely. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Let me tell you, okay? You're going to do 10 Hail Marys and 10 Am Israel Chais, and you'll be fine. And I need you to also, obviously, like and retweet the Blast Off meme. You feel me? That's how we do it around these parts. If you want Father Jihad, also known as Dr. Jihad, but also known as Father Jihad to bless you, then you're gonna need to interact with the Blast Off tweet. Are we doing confessionals for the next Fear End? Ripping straight from the girly pops? Yeah. Pay indulgences to heaven by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Hold on. But this is the fit. Look. POV, Hasanabi's your sleep paralysis demon. Catholic maxing. Yeah. Hey, Hassan, I've been listening to Rosenberg for years, and to see you and him talk was awesome. Hope you get on their show more often. Such a great combo. Also, hilarious how they got so nervous about January 6th. Yeah. Get a black hat so you can match Erica Kirk. Oh, yeah. Can you read this? Loyola Press. Traditional Catholic prayers in Latin. Pater Noster, qui es in caelis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum. Is that how you say it? Ameno, ameno, ameno. Fiat voluntas tua, sicut in caelo et in terra. I have 4 years of Latin in school. Sounds pretty good. Now Congress can't condemn you without answering the Holy Z. Yeah, true. I'm Father Jihad now. I went from Dr. Jihad to Father Jihad. Awful pronunciation. Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, I tried, okay? I tried. You sound like my imam. Oh, man, oh. Okay, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot going on. A lot happening in the world. So let's get right into it. We blasted off already. Welcoming people into the show. Tell us to kneel like in the scene in Fleabag season 2, please. Sorry, chat. Horny bonk. Will walk myself out, lol. Your pronunciation of pronunciation is wrong. Pronunciation. Whatever. Anyway, we're going to keep... No one expects the Jihad Inquisition. Yeah. I said, how about both sides on the Holy Crusades? You know what I mean? Rate the room's Patel chair. It's very cozy. Very, very cozy. All right, well, let's get into it. Right in. There's a lot going on in the world, so obviously we must cover it all, and we must get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, our first story of today, breaking news, is taking us to Maine. Many people are asking, are you sore from last night's workout? No. My soreness comes delayed. It'll probably kick in tonight or perhaps tomorrow. In any case, breaking news, Mills Mafia is down. Janet Mills, Pills Mafia, the Pill Mill, Janet Series. Unfortunately, we have lost the candidate that we put all of our effort into, the candidate that we knew had not been a four-tour machine gunner, Marine Corps grunt, Janet Mills, who, of course, was the ethical choice in this race for all the blue sky liberals and for all the ultra-left Maoist third worldists who actually don't even live in the United States of America in many instances, or certainly think voting is the most reactionary, counter-revolutionary thing you can do. The candidate for all of those people in the Democratic primary for the Senate seat that is currently occupied by Susan Collins was Janet Mills. But unfortunately, Janet Mills is down. Let's take a look.
Good morning. We thank you for joining us. We are interrupting your regularly scheduled programming for some major breaking news in Commitment 2026. We're just learning moments ago, Governor Mills announcing that she is suspending her campaign for U.S. Senate after campaigning for the last 6 months.
Yeah, and she's citing financial resources here. She says she had the drive and the compassion and the commitment and the experience, she says, to continue on, but she doesn't have what political campaigns require, the financial resources. That's why she's saying she made the difficult decision to suspend her campaign. This is new to our newsroom, too. We have not yet heard anything from any other campaign regarding her dropout, but just getting into this into our newsroom in the last 2 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, we're just learning about this. We are reaching out in real time right now to the Graham Plattner campaign, as well as the Susan Collins campaign, for comment on this. This was not an announcement, at least that most political observers were anticipating would come today. These two had not met on a debate stage. The governor, of course, was actively campaigning. She was holding a series of events at different locations and speaking.
Yeah, it wasn't a lack of funds. Let's be real. I mean, that would be an even more devastating story, ironically enough, because that would imply that the DSCC has no motion whatsoever, and they don't have the coffers to go against a disruptor that is an outsider in every way, shape, and form. That was initially backed by the independent senator from Vermont, Bernard Sanders. So the idea that, like, the Democratic Party can't even cast aside or can't even secure funds to oppose a primary challenger coming from their left flank with totally independent funding is an even worse story, if we're being real, than the fact that Janet Mills, as the governor of the state, did not have enough genuine enthusiasm backing her campaign. And that's precisely what took place here. Now, the Janet Mills Graham Plattner race is an unbelievably important primary, as you guys know. I've covered it extensively. I've talked about it extensively. The reason why it's an unbelievably important primary is because it's one of the few instances where the centrist, corporate-backed Democratic Party power center totally underestimated the opposition and thought, oh, we'll just front-load a lot of AIPAC dollars to this decrepit, old governor of the state, and it'll be an easy lock. There's no way that an outsider could potentially coast to an easy victory, let alone 10, if not 10 plus points over Janet Mills in the primary, right? There's no shot. They were wrong. They were wrong. They were unbelievably wrong, as a matter of fact. Graham Plattner is now secured the primary victory for the Democratic Party, so now he can focus on unseating Susan Collins. So here's the thing. This is a very important story for multiple reasons, right? As I said, this shows that a lot of the white power center, I shouldn't say power center, white power like that, the white voting bloc in this party, even in purple states like Maine, or even in states that will be inevitably voting for a Republican seat, to unseat and flip a Republican seat with Susan Collins, are no longer abiding by the old standard of electability favoring moderates arguments. They no longer believe that you have to pivot to the center. They no longer have the power centers of the party no longer have the stranglehold, the vice grip that they have had over some of the most active voters in the party. This is a huge deal because the primaries are what dictate the future of the Democratic Party, and the general is what dictates the future of the country. But in many respects, for far too long, we on the left flank have not been active in these primaries, right? With some exceptions, some notable exceptions like Bernard Sanders. But we have not been active in the Democratic Party's primary systems all around the country. And on top of that, it's been a very hard hill to climb for many outsider candidates, left flank candidates, because the establishment has been able to control the electability arguments over and over again in perpetuity, constantly claiming the left flank candidates are not electable. You mustn't vote for them. You must vote for who we tell you to vote for. And that's what the centrists have been able to accomplish over and over again all around the country, lying to the base of support, claiming that the best possible candidate to vote for is the one that we tell you is most likely to defeat the Republicans. The centrist establishment Democrats have been able to basically educate their voter base into a pliant base of support for centrist Democrats, constantly telling them you have to vote like a DNC consultant and not vote for who you think is the best possible candidate. Vote for who you associate with closely. Okay? They've been able to successfully put the fear of God in many Democratic Party primary voters and have been able to successfully teach them to vote for not who you think is the best, but vote for who you think others consider to be the most electable. But of course, after defeat after defeat after defeat, specifically with Kamala Harris, against the same incompetent fascist once again, Donald Trump, many in the Democratic Party realized perhaps that this method was bullshit. They realized it. So many people said, perhaps Bernie was right. Perhaps we were wrong. That in 2016, Bernie could have defeated Donald Trump. In 2020, Bernie would have been a better candidate than Joe Biden. And here we are. Many former Clinton heads that have been lifelong Democratic Party boosters, donors, supporters, have realized that Graham Plattner is a far more viable option. Okay? A far better choice to vote for. So we're doing away with the old method of operating with what some people like to call pundit brain. We're doing away with the old method of not voting for who we want, but voting for who we think others would likely vote for. And that's what Graham Plattner has demonstrated. Now, of course, the job is not done, right? Don't be so callous as to assume that Graham Plattner will coast off into an easy victory. The Republican Party will probably do everything in its power to make sure Susan Collins remains in that seat. Okay? Having said that, however, this is a day of victory.
Speaking with voters, it comes after as well recent polls. There were at least a few of them which showed that Graham Plattner, the political newcomer here in Maine, that he was generating more support, at least according to those polls, than the governor was.
Yeah, and the statement that came into our newsroom, too, the governor basically just expressing a lot of gratitude for Maine. She said in her campaign she recently traveled all the way to the north of the state, met to Madawaska, down to York, across the state, saying that she is extremely grateful to the people of Maine, saying, I love you. I will continue to fight for you relentlessly as governor. And for the next 8 months, she'll work hard to stand up for what's right and defend the Constitution and preserve our democracy. So again, if you are just joining us, we are bringing you breaking news that Governor Janet Mills has dropped out of the race for U.S. Senate seat. She was scheduled to have a debate here with us next week with Graham Plattner and the other candidates for Senate, too. So obviously she will not face him on a debate stage.
Graham Plattner has been holding events in many corners of the state, and through his reporting and our coverage of events like these, he has been drawing significant crowds to events like that. Governor Mills has had more controlled environments, more intimate settings with her supporters in the process of this campaign. She was viewed by many as the more establishment candidate. She was recruited to run and had the support of Senate leaders like Chuck Schumer, as Graham Plattner has not received.
This is a huge deal. This is a huge deal. Don't let anybody act as though this is not a huge deal. Even in my most skeptical moments with Graham Plattner, looking at his background, looking at what he's done, what did I keep telling you? That the silver lining here is the fact that regardless of the red flags that he has, from my estimation, it's very clear that the main base it does not care about those things. As a matter of fact, they might even see it as a benefit, the fact that he was a machine gunner and things like that. Give him an opportunity, give him a lot more legitimacy, a lot more credibility to speak on issues such as war. Many of you said his sentiments, his anti-war sentiments are not to your liking because many of you refuse to grade politicians on a curve. And that's obviously always going to lead you into disappointment. But the reality of the matter is, as I said over and over and over again, that these sorts of things that in the past, the things that he was advocating for, the things that he's still advocating for, like Medicare for all, saying that he is anti-Israel from the start, being promoted by Bernie Sanders off the rip, like these were all early green flags for the Bernie-crat wing, for the left flank candidacies that are propping up in primaries all around the country. So every single victory of this sort is going to be good. Okay?
That same establishment Washington, D.C. support, that at least that's the way that a lot of political insiders perceive it.
And as Sari said, we have reached out to Graham Plattner's campaign. We are currently reaching out to Senator Susan Collins' campaign as well for reaction to this news. We will be sure to join you on air and online as we get updates. And we'll be sure to continue to update you with that information as well, too.
Your reaction to the Mills news?
Here's Susan Collins, who Graham Plattner is obviously running against in the general. Susan Collins is Madam I'm Concerned. Many of you know her by her name, I'm Concerned, or Mrs. Concerning. Susan Collins is a moderate Republican, which means nothing, really. It just means that she just keeps saying, oh, I'm very concerned. Whenever Trump is like, I'm going to set up I'm going to set off all of our nuclear arsenal and, I don't know, wipe out Estonia off the map. People will go to Susan Collins and be like, ma'am, what do you feel? How do you feel about this? And she'll say, I'm concerned. Okay. No matter how insane Donald Trump gets, she will always say, look, I'm very concerned, but I'm going to have to vote for whatever Trump is doing. Oh, is he wiping off Estonia? Is he wiping Estonia off the map with nuclear arms? I'm concerned, but I will probably vote for it. Okay? Yeah, she's like the EU of senators. She's just concerned, but stands in line with the party. Yes. Madam, I'm sure he's learned his lesson. That's another one. And Susan Collins has obviously drawn enough ire from the president as well, and the MAGA base as well, for even demonstrating concern whenever Donald Trump says or does something unbelievably stupid, even if she's a loyal servant of the party when push comes to shove. So she's in this unique predicament and most likely will lose her seat. This is a Republican seat, so this will be a flip. And the reason why that's very important is because Maine, I guess you could consider it maybe a purplish state, but it's a red seat, right? It's a Republican seat that will be luckily flipped blue. And what's really interesting about that is that this goes against all of the previous established commentariat talking points. Zohran Mamdani is only popular in a place like New York, where everyone is a woke libtard homosexual with a septum ring and a degree in queer biology. No one with Zohran's politics could ever win in a red state. No one with Zohran's politics could ever win in a purple state. Talk to me when someone with Zohran Mamdani's politics ends up winning a red seat. This is what the reasoning has always been from centrist Democrats, claiming that people like AOC, people like Zohran Mamdani, people like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib can only win in deep blue areas. Okay? Deep blue areas where the electorate resembles a gender queer English major that is getting an education in a liberal arts college with 150 other people. Okay? That's not the case. It turns out 65-year-old white ladies and 75-year-old white guys fucking love what Graham Plattner has been serving. Let's take a look at one of these rooms that he's filled. And these are rooms that he has filled all around the state, mind you. Graham Plattner famously has traveled up and down the state of Maine, going into towns with like 100 people and selling out 1,000-person arenas. He has this incredible capability, walking like a chud and thinking like a woke, where he's capable of filling up rooms and arenas in towns where there's just more people attending his speeches than there are people in the fucking town. Turns out people love a progressive mind and a MAGA body. Okay? Turns out people are demanding a progressive mind and a MAGA body, demanding a person who walks like a chud but thinks like a woke, walks like a chud but talks like a woke, whatever you want to call it. Okay? Vinny DeBozo says, does no one else find it a bit nuts that Plattner is able to command waves of 65-plus-year-old whites to the rallies where he talks about putting Alito and Thomas in jail and passing Medicare for all by getting rid of the filibuster? Yeah. Like, this is not a college campus in an urban area. This is Maine 2. Now, people will still do their very best to confirm their priors. Okay? You're going to see a big race by the Matt Iglesias constituency, the commentariat that is getting paid by billionaires, millionaires, and the corporate lobbyists to constantly fucking feed that slop over and over again. The idea that, you see, this victory actually doesn't do anything. If anything, it confirms my priors. That's what they're going to say. I'm sure they've already started to say this, and we'll take a look at what they have to say in a moment. But let's get back to Susan Collins. Madam Concerning.
I'm sure this was a very difficult decision for Governor Mills, and I wish her well. She has devoted her life to public service in the state of Maine in many different capacities. She has served the people of our state, and I'm sure this was a hard decision for her.
Will Plattner be easier to beat in your view?
I'm not going to get into the November election at this point. This is the governor's day, and I think the focus should be on her and her wanting to give her message to the people of Maine.
A lot of Democrats believe that he has the energy on the left. Does he bring a lot more energy than she would have as a general election candidate?
I'm not going to get into playing pundit in this race. This is the governor's decision. I'm sure it was very difficult. She spent decades in public service. She served as a district attorney, as the attorney general, and as a two-term governor of the state of Maine. We have worked well together in the past, and I'm sure we'll continue to work together for the remainder of her time in office.
What's your strategy going forward? Thank you.
Do you think Schumer misled the electorate in Maine?
Governor Mills has dedicated her career to this beautiful state. We're all eternally grateful for her service to the state of Maine as governor and her lifelong career serving Mainers as attorney general, as district attorney, and in the legislature. We both got into this race because we knew how critical it is to defeat Susan Collins. And her decision today reflects a commitment to that project. I look forward to working closely with her between now and November to do just that, to defeat Susan Collins and turn this seat blue again. The race has never been about me or really about one person. It's about a movement of working Mainers who are fed up with being robbed by billionaires and the politicians who own them.
So Graham Cooks talk like a chud, think like a woke, but of course Graham Plattner does the graceful thing, the gracious thing. Okay, what is this? Plattner looks different in this picture. Graham Plattner, Zohran Mamdani, and Hasan Piker are officially the future of the Democratic Party. These are written in a way where I can't even tell if this is like a pro piece or an anti piece. But given the overwhelming majority of the unbelievable, like an unbelievable barrage of hit pieces, I suspect that this is just, probably another one of those things that's like cautioning the Democrats for making a big mistake. There's a joke in there. I just don't get it.
We are now taking back our power. That is what this campaign is. We will defeat Susan Collins. We will go to Washington and we will start tearing down the system that for too long has forgotten and written off the people who make Maine and this country what it is. People have said this campaign came out of nowhere, but those people don't know Maine. this movement came out of a lot of somewheres, from working waterfronts that have worked far too long only to be pushed to the brink.
Still following, by the way, Lamau, W Chat. Oh my God. This is the streamer from yesterday. The one that has the... I'm sorry that you have insane parasocial stalkers that you have to deal with that are telling you to unfollow me. That's no love lost if you were to lean into this. But you have it 1,000 times worse than I do. I'm all good. I mean, yeah, I eat it from every end, you know? If unfollowing gets you harassed less, definitely do it, but appreciate you being here. Yeah. All right, let's continue with the Grand Platinum speech.
The closest hospital is now hours away. For workers who pay more.
You were going to interview him after the Kirk debate? Yeah, we were supposed to do a main main thing together after the Charlie Kirk debate. Obviously that fell apart. I'm happy that he's cooking right now.
Taxes than billionaires. For loggers who are just one mill closure away from bankruptcy. And for young people who want a home to call their own. And for seniors who are ready to demand the dignity that they deserve.
Yeah, what happened? Well, I had to cancel my public appearances for at least a couple weeks, if you recall, because the guy who I was supposed to debate publicly in a public setting got publicly killed after being shot in the fucking neck,
For decades, this system has taken, piece by piece, store by store, hospital by hospital, shore by shore, town by town. They have taken from us. And they took so much that they began to think that we didn't exist at all. But they don't know Maine. They don't know the power that we have here. And we are taking back what is ours. Everyone who's come here today to endorse me, it is an absolute honor to have you here. I very much recognize that the project that we are engaged in, this is just a continuation of work that has happened for a very, very long time. And so to everyone who's here, I really want to say thank you very much. And thank you for all your work, all of these years, building the foundation that we all get to build on now, to build a state and to build a country that represents the people who build it. Thank you.
Are you going to interview Talrico? Maybe. I like to do baits, by the way. So I want to cover one of the little baits that I did earlier on my way on the train to Philadelphia. Okay, this has predictably alarmed a lot of people. What is to be done by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin? Clearly, when you take a photo of yourself staring out the window while holding a fucking book, like, it's on purpose, okay? It's so funny that people are pointing to this to be like, whoa, he's not actually reading. You're pretending to read. It's like, yeah, dude, that's the fucking joke. You're an idiot, okay? Not only that, but also incredible bait post that alarmed everyone from Michael Rappaport. Dickhead is fake reading, you poser clown, bro. Take a pic of me while I fake read, bro, dickhead. To pretending to read again so you can keep up with the socialist larp while you actively sheepdog actual well-intentioned socialists into supporting the Gaza genocide party. I forget. Please remind me. What chapter does Lenin talk about the need to tail the establishment party? Okay? And it's really funny because, like, he then highlights this. Who could have seen this coming? Everyone. We kept yelling about this. I think it's time for the liberals who scream at the left to bury the hatchet and actively reconstruct the Democratic Party to be a real opposition party with a bold vision of change. And then notice the part he did not highlight, which says, or build a real alternative. Like, buddy, it's right there. It's right there. The parts that you didn't highlight also straight up explain that if the alternative is not there within the ranks of the Democratic Party, which is currently the only viable electoral option, right, and should be utilized to at least spread class consciousness, broad awareness, political education, and also lean into or create some kind of revolutionary momentum in a country that is lacking of class consciousness, it's right there, okay? First time the Dems are playing with the new rules Republicans abuse all the time, and corporate media stooges scream about the rules. This is a great move, and I hope it inspires Democrats to fight back even harder. Yeah. And then it's a compilation of all of the DSA candidates that I work with. Like virtually all of these guys are DSA. Virtually all of them, with some exceptions. But the overwhelming majority are DSA. Go outside. Oh, you're talking about yeah. I assume you're responding to this guy. I love these people, okay? I love my mentally ill communist LARPers. You are my favorite type of poster on Twitter. Keep posting that shit, okay? That's what I say to you. To all the communist LARPers in my fucking replies, keep posting that shit, big dog. I love it. I personally love it. On the one hand, for the revolutionary communists of America, for the ACP guys, I obviously am a sheepdog of the bourgeois, neoliberal, corporate-backed Democratic Party, and I'm actually a social fascist. And for all of the actual social fascists, I am an authoritarian Marxist-Leninist, okay, who is not pragmatic at all, who doesn't understand how to fight Republicans, who doesn't care about fighting fascism at all, and wants to rebuild America in his own vision. Shannon Watts, of course, author of New York Times bestseller Fired Up, an organizer who started off as, one of those Moms for America, not Moms for America, but like a anti-gun violence activist who then now has become the number one supporter of Israel for some weird reason. She went from being anti-gun control and anti-school shooting to being pro-school shooting as long as it's in Gaza or if it's in Lebanon. Or if it's in Iran. She's totally on board with those kinds of school shootings, just not on board with school shootings happening in the United States of America. Shannon Watts says, Democrats trying to normalize Piker are making a mistake. He's not just a cool, edgy guy who wants universal health care, nor is he disliked simply because he speaks up for Palestinians, as his supporters would claim. The core problem with Hassan Piker is that he is, at most, basic level, an ideological authoritarian. He promotes violence and repression whenever that violence and repression have a socialist lean. Okay? Now, of course, the reality of the matter is, if I was pro-Israel, she wouldn't be actively highlighting hit pieces, and these hit pieces would not even be written at all. But, keep it up. Keep up the hit pieces. I'm sure one day it'll work. Laura, hardline Dem Party centrists are pivoting from Hassan as Hamas to Piker as Putin. Just an entrenched, corrupt network protecting their racket from an outsider threat using whatever rhetorical weaponry they think will preserve their power. Yeah. Jeremiah Johns has written the best critique of Hassan Piker I've ever read. This is really about democracy versus authoritarianism. And if someone has the consistency to oppose any boot on your neck, whether it was made in a socialist or capitalist factory, Piker doesn't. Hassan Piker is an authoritarian, says Jonathan Chait. So is Netanyahu. If liberal Zionists want to survive, we must fight both. It's very funny. I love it personally. I know a lot of people are like, how do you deal with this? How do you keep up with this? To them, I say, there's not really much you can do. You just got to keep pushing. Okay? It is what it is. Joe Biden both accused China of genocide, then kept boasting about his relationship with Xi. Trump let China have some of our most advanced chips. I don't get why Hassan Piker is the issue with China. Our own government practices appeasement. I said, I'm doing it foreigner style. In some ways, that's the case. But the reality of the matter is, it's because they are your dumbass ops trying to call you pro-autocracy because every seat of power is definitionally authoritarian? Yes. Yeah, judge me by my enemies. Your boos mean nothing. When I've seen what makes you cheer, that's how it goes, okay? The people who eat Netanyahu's dick and have consistently done so for the past 2.5 years, for people who have consistently defended Israel, for them to turn around and be like, Hassan is the real danger, he's the real authoritarian, okay, well, sucks to suck. Would love to see the Venn diagram of pro-genocide, anti-Piker camps. Here's Representative Josh Gottheimer. Hatred is hatred, period. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the far right or the far left. Very influential voices like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens spread hate, promote terrorism, all this good stuff, right? Yeah, authoritarianism is when you demand that mega corporations don't slaughter people with its routine pollution campaigns at the behest of profit. That's authoritarianism. Unbelievable levels of authoritarianism. You're an authoritarian if you think we should put people ahead of the interest of profit. That is what the authoritarianism is. That is what their fear is. Authoritarianism is when you say, hey, maybe we should actually punish and hold accountable countries that have been murdering school children in their schools. That's probably something that we should do if we are we're honest, if we're actually humanitarian in the way that we promote ourselves and the way that we see ourselves, right? Unbelievable levels of authoritarianism. Yeah, not gaming is authoritarianism. I am a fascist in that regard. You're right. For the gaming frogs. My MAGA dad will actively say he doesn't want to live in a democracy anymore to random people he meets, and they usually agree in rural Western PA. He says he wants the government to run like a business. Oh my God. It's classic Republican. Classic Republican tropes here. We got to run this government like a business. So, but yeah, corporate media has been going crazy mode. 17 articles written. The New York Sun, House Bill calls out Hassan Piker, Candace Owens for fueling hatred of Jews. National Review, micro-looting, still talking about that. National Review is still... Elite leftist influencers think political violence is cool now from the Wall Street Journal. Sky News Australia. Hassan Piker tells Sky News Rita Wala...
It's time for Lefties.
Oh my God, wait, what the fuck? Hassan Piker tells Sky News Rita Panahi to focus on dingoes and wallabies. Millionaire Marxist clashes with Sky News host. Wait, why is she posting that? It's just a self-own. That makes no damn sense. And then is she going to have Josh Hammer on again? Usually that's what they do. Or no. Let's go. Clearly you're a theocrat, not authoritarian. Okay. Jerusalem Post. House to consider bipartisan resolution condemning the spread of anti-Semitism. Daily Wire, New York Post, Fox News. Okay. Jewish Insider wrote one, but it didn't pick up. There's a lot. It's all over. The New York Times didn't write one, which is crazy. Alan Dershowitz from the Christian Broadcasting Network. I got banned completely from the New York Times. Now they're platforming Hassan Piker. I didn't see this one. That's funny. The Free Press, culture that bred Cole Allen, all this shit. JTA, Times of Israel. Holy fuck, Times of Israel's written a lot. Forward, Newsweek, Vox, Manhattan Institute, Jewish Chronicles, Politico, all this good stuff. All right, anyway. Someone buy your domain is redirected to a smear site. You can fight this with lawyers. Okay, dude, it's fine. It is what it is. All right. So, you know, that's where we're at in the smear, on the smear side. But I did find it very funny, you know, because the GOP is sending him via sealed train to Maine to undermine the Democrats. And then this guy goes, should have been photographed performatively reading this. Would have been both funnier and confused a lot of people. Why would it confuse people? Why would this confuse people? Like, it's seemingly confusing to you what I'm doing there, which is, you know, deliberate. It's by design. This would be also in line with my beliefs. I like that Tyler Austin Harper, who acts as though he understands like fundamental Leninist critique, and then acts as though I would be one of the people being called out in left-wing communism and infantile disorder. It's very, very stupid. He doesn't have nearly the sense of humor, self-awareness, or willingness to make fun of himself to ever do something actually funny like this. Case in point. No, you fucking idiot. It doesn't make sense because it would be in line with this. It would be the exact same thing. Oh, God, whatever, dude. It's just people throwing Marxist terminology around without understanding what it means, without understanding the nuances and the different the different ideological tendencies as well. A little chuggy Lamau. I mean, it is. It's the whole point. Anyway, the post was expert bait. The LeBron memes had me dying. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sleeping in the bed I made. DSA endorses Chris Rabb. Yeah, Democratic Socialists of America has endorsed Chris Rabb. DSA has only made 2 national endorsements in 2026. Obviously, we'll be hanging out with Chris Rabb later today. Read Theory on stream. You want to know what's fun? Jordan Theory. Jordan_Theory says, read Theory on stream. Ironic because I have done that. And specifically, left communism and infantile disorder. That's literally a thing that I have read on stream. Given that I have been live, given that I have more than 21,000 hours, okay? Given that I have more than 21,000 hours on this fucking broadcast, everything that people always say, why don't you do this? I most likely have done, okay? Just Google it first. Search for it, and you will find it, okay? I promise you. I missed the weather report at the top of the broadcast. Is it sunny in Philadelphia? Yes, that's why my transition lenses are lighting up, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, it's like saying, Hassan, I bet you would never talk about 9/11 on stream, you know? Anyway, let's see. Graham Plattner. Mehdi Hassan challenges Graham Plattner on his tattoo and more. Let's take a look. Now that Graham Plattner is the it boy of the day, let's take a look at what Graham Plattner is saying, what Graham Plattner has done so far, how he has defended himself. This surely will not spark some unbelievably unproductive discourse in this community. Of all communities, let's take a look.
With Israel.
Shameful. What has happened in Gaza, it's the moral question of our time, and we failed it miserably. We need to get money out of politics. The cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die.
How do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes?
That man is the bane of my existence. It is something that's been fascinating for me in this entire experience is realizing just how many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs.
When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
I had it for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances. Never came up.
Is there other stuff out there that's going to come out?
Of course. Of course it never came up. They were like, oh, you're going to get promoted for having that tattoo.
Graham Plattner came out of nowhere. An oyster farmer from Maine running to unseat veteran Republican Senator Susan Collins in the midterm elections this fall. Plattner, who formerly served with the Marines and the Army with deployment in Iraq and Afghanistan, is running a very progressive anti-war campaign opposing Trump's war in Iran and speaking out about Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's leading in the polls against his big-name Democratic opponent in the June 9th primary, Governor Janet Mills. But Plattner's campaign is not without controversy. He joins me now to unpack it all. Welcome to Mehdi Unfiltered, Graham Plattner.
Thank you very much, Mehdi. It's a pleasure to be here.
Graham, one of the central debates around your candidacy is the word, and you've heard it a lot, especially from the media, electability. The establishment view is that you are not electable. You are someone who is unorthodox, you have no experience, you have a lot of baggage, and that Janet Mills, the governor, who people know, she's the safe bet. What's your take on electability?
Well, I think that is a take that comes from people who are really trying to protect their interests and protect the system that they're working within. In their version of politics, sure, but their version of politics has been losing for quite some time. I mean, the zeitgeist here in Maine is pretty clear. People do not want establishment politicians. People do not want to continue doing the exact same thing we've done for years, and people don't want to run the exact same kind of playbook that is lost to Susan Collins over and over and over again. We are doing something entirely different. And it is ironic to me that the people who are crowing about electability are the same folks who tend to take polls seriously. But we are at now something like 12 or 13 consecutive polls that have me winning the primary by substantial margins and winning the general by significantly higher margins than the sitting governor would against Susan Collins. And so I think there has just been a shift in what politics is in this country, and a lot of the people in places of political power, the people who think that they have experience, the ground has shifted beneath them, and they don't really know how to react.
Daddy, come back? No, this is good. Having a little bit of unfiltered, uninterrupted Graham Plattner in this community will be good.
There's a very fair point about the polls. Your critics, though, would say, well...
March sent you a pic, by the way. What is this? Oh my fucking wait, what the hell? This is not a normal Philadelphia cheesesteak, okay? This is above and beyond, it seems. Oh my God, dude, what the fuck? That shit looks unbelievable. Whoo, God damn, that shit looks mint.
We have a Republican president who was elected in 2016 with zero executive or legislative experience. He didn't know anything about government. He had never been in public life. He was a guy from reality TV and Home Alone 2. Why should Democrats follow that path? You are an oyster fisherman, a Marine vet, which is great. But what do you know about legislating? What do you know about foreign policy, they might say?
Well, I would say, one, it's not the same path because I have an immense amount of experience dealing with American foreign policy firsthand.
Yes.
I have an amount of experience with the challenges of returning home from the failures of that foreign policy. But I also have a lot of experience in re-engaging with my community and building a small business and being successful materially down here in the real world. I think that one of our problems is we have a lot of people who think that experience comes from being part of the political system that has brought us to this moment. But that politics that brought us here, that's the problem. Having experience in building the system that allows billionaires to consolidate the wealth that they've consolidated, that's allowed for a system that has created essentially unlivable conditions for a lot of working people in this country, where things like housing and healthcare and the general affordability of goods and services goes through the roof. I have experience with that, with the exact, or I don't have experience with that. I have experience with the outcomes of that kind of politics. And I think what we really need are people from the normal world who understand that policy begets real material things for people. And that is an experience that we have lost in many places in the halls of power. And I think it's one of the reasons why this campaign is so successful, is many Americans, certainly many Mainers, believe that that's exactly the kind of experience that's going to get us into a better future.
That's undeniably true that politics and Congress does not reflect the real world or real people and working people. And clearly you've been popular because of that. I'm not going to pretend I don't share your politics. I do. Everyone knows that. When I watch your race, though, forgive me, I cannot forget the John Fetterman race. John Fetterman was someone I supported in his primary. I supported him in the general. When he was being attacked by Republicans after his health issues, after his stroke, I defended him. And now you look at John Fetterman, and he's a genocidal, warmongering, Trump-loving Senate Democrat, refuses to go against the filibuster and all sorts of other things he promised to be a vote on. And of course, he wasn't just popular because he was a progressive. He was seen...
Yeah, everyone's got that John Fetterman. John Fetterman got a stroke, and it caused him to become the most pro-Israel senator. It caused him to become the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing senators in Congress. But it also basically stroked out half of the fucking left, where no one can look at a guy who codes as a chud and ever take them seriously ever again. Everyone is constantly terrified. There's this like genuine trauma. It wasn't just a head trauma that John Fetterman got. It was a head trauma that he delivered to like damn near the entirety of the electoralist left, where they're all like, no, every single guy is John Fetterman. Everyone is John Fetterman. I say it's a trauma response because you're not thinking clearly when you make these assessments, okay? John Fetterman is a unique once-in-a-lifetime ordeal, okay? He got hit with the CIA stroke gun that makes you pro-Israel. More pro-Israel than he already was. He got hit with the CIA stroke gun that makes you the most right-wing senator in the country. It's a very different situation. It's a totally a stroke of luck or misfortune, whichever way you put it.
As an ordinary person too, he was, he wore a hoodie. I notice you're wearing a hoodie right now. He wears a hoodie. Yeah, so you must get this, Graham Plattner. Like, how do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes? People say, I like Graham Plattner, but I hope he doesn't turn into John Fetterman once he's liking this video. And don't just watch, hit like, share, and
I think this is really on the Senate.
Independent journalism. Elected.
I will just say that man is the bane of my existence. I get asked about this and everything. I will say this, I'm going to wear a suit on the Senate floor.
Okay.
One, that's how you can be on the Senate floor. And if you want to be effective in the Senate,
well said.
You have to be on the floor. Otherwise, I don't know, what's the point? The other thing is, and I think this is really important, much of the story around John Fetterman was a bit of a story. He had been trying to get into politics for quite some time.
Yes.
When you look at his background, for many, it was clear he had political ambitions. I really was just an oyster farmer, and the extent of my political ambitions was being the harbor master in my town of 1,000 people. The reason I'm doing this is I do have a theory of power in which the U.S. Senate has a extremely important function. I think because it's a unique.
Was he asked about Blackwater? I don't know if Mehdi asked him about Blackwater, but let's be real. Plenty of people have already. And the reality of the matter is this is not a part of the calculus at all for Mainers, okay? It's just not. Like, I know you guys desperately want to know. You're like, oh, what the fuck was the deal? And I certainly do, too. And I've listened to some of his responses. To give it the fairest of all shakes, the idea, I mean, I find it totally ridiculous to join Blackwater in 2016 of all, of all times, right? Like, it's like long after we know that this is a war crimes factory. And at best, I think, like, if I'm being as charitable as possible, he joins Blackwater, as many people have, after they've done their tours, when they feel like there's no other option for them to make money. For the record, I'm not giving this is not a moral assessment. I'm just telling you what the calculation is, okay? I know that everyone is going to look at what I just said and go, oh, yeah, dude, I'm going to go and join the baby murder factory. I'm not saying it's a good thing, okay? I need you to understand. He joins, he does embassy security, and after like a couple months doing embassy security, he's like, this shit sucks, and he leaves, okay? Somewhere along the line, I think he either got one-shotted by shrooms and Michael Brooks and Majority Report, but somewhere along the line, his mentality changes, and he turns into a somewhat of a radical person with politics that closely resemble ours. Okay, I think that's probably what happened with Graham Plattner. The reason why I say that is because if you look closely at his social media activity, specifically his Reddit, you see that transition. He goes from, in 2014, when he's like looking at the Hamas raid on an Israeli occupying forces compound, and he's like offering analysis on that. He's not doing that from a place where he's like, no, anti-colonial resistance forces have a right to militarily resist against other militaries. Like, it's totally ridiculous. He's looking at it like a chud. In 2014, when he's like covering that on Reddit, when he's like being critical, when he's like talking about what Hamas did on that IDF base, he's looking at it like a chud. Okay, yeah, he was just like completely cold, calculated, and analytical in his approach to the effective military campaign effective military operation that Hamas conducted on a IDF base. Right? Where did you find that Reddit stuff? It's all over. What do you mean? It's been like the number one oppo. This guy came out of the gates swinging. This guy came out of the gates swinging against Israel, saying that he's pro-Medicare for all with a Bernie Sanders endorsement. Okay? Of course there was going to be opposition research. Of course they were going to come after him. He's not like a professional he's not a professional politician. He doesn't have that same pedigree. He's not like normally when you come from a military background, you go through the officers program and then go to Yale, okay, and get a law degree from Yale or an MBA from Harvard, and then you go into Congress. You do a brief stint through the officers program or potentially with the State Department, right? Like a CIA affiliated role. Or in the case of J.D. Vance, I think he did, was he a JAG lawyer or was he, no, that was Ron DeSantis. J.D. Vance was like a Marine Corps press, I think, right? That's the normal professional career to become a politician. You don't actually go through the process of grunt, multiple tours served, actually in front of the line of fire, actually holding a machine gun and maybe even doing some heinous things. That's not the normal route, okay? J.D. Vance did, yeah. No, J.D. was combat camera. Exactly. He was press, right? He was Marine Corps press. So that's a poor person. That is I mean, his background is not necessarily poor from what I understand. I think he's like upper middle class, but basically, yeah, Fango, this is my fascist DA cousin did reserves and JAG. Exactly. You either do reserves or you go through the officers program. You don't do this route. This route is actually very unique, even for, politicians that are sympathetic. Oftentimes, like I said, when you are going through this process, you don't do fucking infantry. You're not holding a machine gun and actually firing it or being fired at. Okay? There's a reason they call them ROTC Nazis. Yeah. So just understand that. Okay? But there was an unbelievable oppo dump from the start, and it didn't do anything. So we know his background. We know his like ideological his ideological changes, his rehabilitation in some respects, right? We know the journey that he went through because it was well documented, and it was also spread around like wildfire, right? He was a grunt. He was a machine gunner for the fucking Marine Corps. He's a crayon eater, okay? And somewhere along the line, he had a real change of attitude. It's very clear. Unless you personally think this is the most elaborate ruse from the CIA to deeply embed in leftist communities, with the notion that like there would be a broad leftist movement somewhere along the line, right? And that the CIA would have to infiltrate it, and we're thinking like decades ahead, and this guy is the perfect guy to do that with. But then in an effort to like boost his profile as like a real one, they also tarnished his reputation as aggressively as possible, and he withstood one of the most cynical oppo dumps of all time for a fucking primary, as Bronco from Jacobin writes. Reminder that Graham Plattner weathered one of the most cynical smear/cancel culture campaigns, which painted him as holding virtually the exact opposite of every view he ever expressed, and by a Dem establishment that 5 minutes earlier was decrying cancel culture, no less. In a manner not dissimilar to what I've also withstood in these past couple of months. Sometimes identical lines of attack, hitting every avenue possible. It didn't work for his goals, for what he was trying to accomplish, which was win the primary in the Senate race in the Democratic Party. It didn't work. Fetterman 2.0 confirmed. I'm gonna fucking, I want to get fucking hit with the Fetterman Ray, dude. Holy shit. Sometimes I'm like, maybe it's not so bad. And let's not pretend that a massive amount of the community ate this shit up. Oh, no, they did. But they ate it up leftistly. That's why I'm saying it was a very sophisticated smear campaign. Because if you recall at the time, the Jewish Insider was the first outlet to release the story that Graham Plattner was actually affiliated with the IDF. That his brother-in-law was literally like a security analyst that had written about Gaza, that was actually serving and embedded in the IDF. This is real. This is a real thing. Jewish Insider was the one that leaked that story. Jewish Insider was the one that put that story out there, and then every fucking ultra ate that shit up, where they were like, "Oh, dude, sins of the father. This guy is fucking totally a pro-Israel stooge. He's a secret agent." It was crazy. And what did I tell you at the time? I was like, look at where this information is coming from. Look who leaked this story. Look who put this story out there. It was the motherfucking Jewish Insider that wrote it, knowing full well that this would go to the right circles. It would circulate in all the right communities, and it did. A lot of people ate that shit up. It's like if the Financial Times or New York Times uncovered you having a supposedly billionaire parent, yeah, neither of which would write a story like that, because it's not true. It is true that he has an IDF relative, like a brother-in-law who's in the IDF. Yeah, his brother-in-law is in the Israeli security establishment, and it wasn't Jewish Insider. It was a random Twitter account highlighted by the Australian. Like, don't lie. Even if I don't care about his brother-in-law, oh my fucking God. No, it was the Jewish Insider that wrote about it first. It was the first major media outlet that wrote about that. They are the ones who broke that story. It's literally true. I remember because I saw it unfold in real time. What is this? Oh shit. The fuck? Anyway, cock leaked? Yeah. Address this. Oh, this is the Fear and Ampersand collection. Yeah, it's coming out. Mauricio Miranda serving cunt. In any case, getting back to the story at hand, okay? He ate it from every end possible. He ate it from centrist Democrats. He ate it from the pro-Israel newspapers. He was receiving a barrage of attacks. And I'll admit, as far as getting ahead of the controversy with the Totenkopf tattoo, the Podjans actually helped out big time, where he, instead of waiting for the news to break, he controlled the media cycle on the Totenkopf tattoo. He went on Podjans and was like, this is the thing that is on my chest. I didn't know it was a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo. I'm covering it immediately. That was actually somewhat brilliant. It's ironic because the Podjans were also responsible at the time for Elizabeth Warren doing that blood quantum test on whether or not she was actually, indigenous or not, which, was, in my opinion, not their best moment. But this was actually, this was unironically a very solid approach that he had.
Uniquely, it was built to be a place of power for elites to hold back working class power, but that actually makes it a unique target to build working class power, because the bang for your buck with Senate seats is pretty spectacular when it comes to power versus the funds and the kind of apparatus necessary to win.
I did not believe him at first, but then he said he was something on the wall in Croatia and bought it. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting a tattoo on shore leave in Croatia, the likelihood that that is going to be a Nazi tattoo is unbelievably high. It's fucking Croatia. Of course you went to a tattoo parlor and they were like, hey, this is, we're going to give you this tattoo. Most places in the United States of America, most tattoo shops in the United States of America would not have that tattoo. As a matter of fact, they would never tattoo that. As a matter of fact, they would literally offer free coverage of tattoos like that because it's a Nazi tattoo. Tattoo parlors know exactly what the common Nazi tattoos are. Okay? Croatia is the one place where you have an unbelievably high likelihood that the tattoo that you're getting is probably a fucking Nazi tattoo. Anyway, I've covered this stuff extensively. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. I don't know why we're going over it over and over again, but yeah.
I think, standing up against the Trump administration, building a better future, we need loud voices in the Senate who are willing to build power and wield it. Fetterman, really doesn't come from that kind of, I think, one, structural critique, and certainly didn't have, when you look closer, a long track record of being very specific or very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent on his policies. For instance, on Israel, long before that happened, he's been outspoken in supporting the Israeli government.
Yes.
And you can find op-eds I wrote in my local paper long before I ever thought about running for U.S. Senate, condemning the genocide in Gaza. So there are elements of me that I think are much more legitimate when it comes to some from the normal world. Yeah.
I want to delve into Israel in just a moment. Just one other name that's associated with you when people talk about your candidacy. Some people call you the...
Plattner lied about his time during Blackwater. He said he never worked for Blackwater. No, he said Blackwater had been disbanded by that point and it was operating under a different name, which is true technically. He's just trying to get off on a technicality. But it's bullshit regardless. Yes, it's a Blackwater. It's what Blackwater became. It's one of the many different security contractors that most veterans go to work for. I think it was, Constellus at that point. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's still totally worthy of suspicion and scrutiny. Blackwater was disbanded and then recreated under different names over and over again. Academy was another name for it as well. And the reason for why was because they kept doing fucking war crimes. Okay? That's it. Because that's what security contractors do. They do war crimes.
White Mamdani. I don't know if you've heard that phrase, which made me chuckle. What do you make of the comparison with Zoran Mamdani? Here is a proud democratic socialist who ran a very populist, leftist, anti-establishment primary campaign and then general election campaign and won. What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
Here's the thing that people don't understand, or at least like the anti-electoralist left doesn't understand for some reason. If you're anti-electoralist and you have a principled stance on this, then fine, it's your choice, right? I'm not like that. I'm not going to argue against you all the goddamn time. I feel like it's unproductive. There's like 12 total people on the planet who have a consistent perspective on this shit, and it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. However, if you're an anti-electoralist leftist anyway, like this is not a conversation for you regardless, because whether it's Susan Collins or whether it's Janet Mills or whether it's Graham Plattner that's winning this race, winning this seat, it doesn't matter. They're all fucking bourgeois social fascists, two sides of the same coin. So it's not, from your perspective, it doesn't change anything, right? So this is why I never understand why like anti-electoralist leftists or ultras will fucking lose their minds as though they're making a sincere calculation here that like Graham Plattner is going to be worse than fucking Susan Collins or Janet Mills. He's not. If you're making an electoralist calculation, then yeah, of course Graham Plattner is far better. Reluctantly or not, you would most likely, if you cared about voting for an election at all, if you didn't think that it was a totally ridiculous thing for a real leftist to do, then yeah, you're gonna fucking vote for Graham Plattner. And for many people, actually, they're gonna be excitedly voting for Graham Plattner because he demonstrates a lot of the values that many people want. They just don't care about holding power in the U.S. Senate, which seems to be a very short-sighted idea. I know. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, though. Like, given the options that are readily available, I don't think it's inherently anti-electoralist to want him to properly address his history, honestly, in my opinion. I mean, no disagreements there, but I'm pretty sure he has already done so over and over again. There's just never going to be an answer that a lot of people are comfortable with. After all, he has a fucking Nazi tattoo. He had a Nazi tattoo on his chest. How do you explain that beyond, I'm a fucking idiot, I didn't know, okay? You can't explain it. It's impossible to explain. He literally says, I didn't know that it was a fucking Nazi tattoo when I got it. It's not going to be a satisfying answer because the social crime committed in that situation is the maximum social crime. There is literally nothing more egregious that you could do than get a fucking Nazi tattoo. Okay? There is no satisfactory answer for that when you have done the worst social crime possible. It's not a real crime. That's why I'm saying it's a social crime, right? That's it. There's no satisfying answer for that. There's no answer that will satisfy the goals here. Like what? He slipped and fell into a fucking totem cough? No, of course not. Did you just hear yourself? Wait, what? I am. I'm saying what I think. I'm saying what I believe. He's definitely a Nazi. Don't mean to change the subject. Well, when is the merch shipping? My girlfriend's birthday is May 14th. I don't fucking know the answer to your question. There's no social crime worse than a tattoo. No, I said there's no social crime worse than having a Nazi tattoo. Social crimes like saying slurs, okay? Social crimes like being misogynistic to varying degrees. You know, if we're talking about social crimes, not real crimes, right? Things that people would consider to be missteps or things that show who you are as a person. Yes, it's the worst fucking taboo, I guess, if you want to call it that. Yeah, you left out a key part of this. There's no worse social crime than a tattoo. Come on, law. Notice how you left out a key word there that changes it. It's not just like a silly thing, right? It's a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, I got a Nazi tattoo. That's a pretty fucking high bar. It's like the worst thing you could do as far as, being a chud. Now, having said all of that, do I think he knew it was a Nazi tattoo and got it and then changed his belief system but didn't choose to change the tattoo? I don't think so. You sound way more Nazi than most of those you call a Nazi. Stop being so fake. Dude, you have to take Israel's penis out of your ass when you type, okay? Anyone that calls me a fucking Nazi is just an unbelievable dick rider of the Zionist entity, okay? That's it. There's no other human being on the planet that considers someone like myself to be a fucking Nazi other than people who are unironically 100% on board with the current iteration of the Fourth Reich, the Israeli government, okay? Sounds so much like Hitler. Yeah, totally. Yeah, everyone that opposes the current Adolf Hitler version of what's going on in the world, everyone that actually opposes the current Adolf Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, is actually Adolf Hitler. Thank you. Yeah, between him and I haven't actually engaged in Holocaust revisionism. He has, okay? Famously, Benjamin Netanyahu engaged in Holocaust revisionism. Not that it matters. You don't give a shit, right? Yeah. Why am I a Nazi? Explain to the class why I'm a Nazi. Go ahead. I already know. I already clocked your fucking dumbass bullshit. But go ahead. Explain it. Why do I sound so much like Hitler? Because I think Palestinians are human beings whose lives are worthy of dignity. Palestinians are understandably seeking emancipation. Is that what it is? Because I want an end to the occupation. That's why I'm Adolf Hitler. I have a consistent perspective on this. Okay? Just as I support the historical anti-Nazi movements, the Jewish partisans, for example, that sabotaged and ended up killing Nazis and maybe even civilians along the way because they were fighting a just war against the scourge of Nazism that would end up slaughtering 6 million Jews. Of course, I support and understand why Palestinians would want to resist militarily against the Israeli occupation that has gone on for 80 fucking years. He left the chat, of course. Just a little bit of scrutiny, a little bit of light, and these fucking little pieces of shit skedaddle I like this place. It's okay to be mean to stupid people. It's not okay to be mean to stupid people. It's okay to be mean to stupid people who are mean, who have repulsive visions of a worse future, right? The last living leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada was pro-Palestinian resistance, of course. I think more than terrorist, the word authoritarian has become the central load-bearing cliche of our time. In this worldview, genocide is not authoritarian, but qualified praise of China is. I think most morally healthy people see this cheesy Atlanticism, or most morally healthy people, this cheesy Atlanticism increasingly rings false. If, after the past 3 years, you still believe authoritarianism versus democracy is a useful way to divide the world, then you are a child who has no interest in engaging the world as it actually is. Either then, or you're a cynic attempting to ingratiate yourself to power. You going to go back to trying to sell Blackwater Totenkopf now? Buddy, I don't have to sell him. He's already been sold to the Mainers. He's already been sold to the relevant parties here, okay? You can chirp about how unprincipled and how ideologically unsound these candidates are, but it doesn't fucking matter. I know this is the most frustrating element of people to my left flank who think that participating in the democratic process is an idiotic endeavor regardless. But from your perspective, once again, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. Your opinion in this regard is not only fucking annoying, but it's irrelevant. It's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Okay? And I know people get very mad and they want to have a conversation about the morality of it all. But from your framework, it doesn't fucking matter if it's Graham Plattner or Susan Collins anyway, right? It doesn't matter. They're both social fascists, right? That's what you think. They're both social fascists participating in bourgeois democracy. So why the fuck do you care? You're chirping from outside of the club. You don't want to be in the club, right? So you want Susan Collins? I don't fucking understand. You're not advancing this question to me, right? Sincerely. I assume you're talking to the other chatters. Does it not even remotely confuse you that you are doing a handshake with Israel First Democrats and centrist corporate Democrats here? Does it not shock you at all? Does it not confuse you at all when you look to your left and you look to your right and the people that you see fighting this battle, this failing battle, are people that you supposedly oppose, that you despise. And now in this stage of the battle, you're now also joined by another unlikely ally, Republicans, the reactionary wing of the social fascist bourgeois democracy that we exist under. Okay? When you read a Jewish Insider article and you agree with it, doesn't that like weird you out a little bit? Only time will show if Graham Plattner's attitude shift has been sincere. That's what I've said since day one, okay? I'm willing to believe that he has had a real change of heart. He has had a real change of attitude, especially because I hear the way he talks about wars. I hear the way he talks about imperialism. He might not say that he's an anti-imperialist, right? But his version of communicating against the American war machine is not only sound, but it also comes from a place of legitimacy, okay? Him looking like a fucking chud and having that background as a machine gunner for the Marine Corps gives him unbelievable credibility to speak out against war in a way that no one else can, in a way that even the likes of John Kerry never could, not that he would, right? In a way that Pete Buttigieg never could, not that he would. It's hard for me today that when he lies personally, he will say he hasn't worked for Blackwater, and I think that's dishonest. I want to believe that he's changed. It's too hard when he lies about it. Yeah, I think the reason why he's doing that is because he's running a fucking campaign. And this kind of stuff doesn't actually impact anyone's opinion, but he's trying to hopefully get the squishy anti-war liberals to not look in that direction. But then again, I can't. Please ignore these anti-Plattner ultras and move on, Chief. No, I think for a lot of people, there's varying degrees of anti-Plattner thought, okay, in this community and in all communities. You have the blue sky liberals, okay, who oppose him because he's an outsider and they can't stand a candidate that has had any kind of, has demonstrated any kind of like social behavior that they consider to be reactionary at any point in time. They saw one Reddit post where he's talking about like, where he's victim blaming, right? And it's not, the way it's presented is also unbelievably negative, but like it's you know, he is engaged in thought crimes in the past, okay? Even if he has taken accountability for it, right? So you have the anti-Plattnerites on the blue sky that were like, oh my God, this guy is actually a secret Republican. How can nobody see it? For many of them, I think the aesthetics is what is their major hang up here. They see someone that looks like a fucking chud and they can't get over it. Many of those blue sky liberals also despise me for similar things. Maybe they saw a clip here or there that caused them to think I'm a reactionary, or maybe they saw the way that I look, the way that I carry myself, and it reminded them of people that shoved them into fucking lockers and they can't get over it. Okay? That's one wing of the anti-Plattnerites. Okay? The other wing of the anti-Plattnerites that I think are the most valid in terms of their critique are people who look to his background of being, you know, working for Blackwater or whatever subsidiary of Blackwater that now exists, Academy, XE, Constellis, or whatever the fuck, and think to themselves, well, this guy joined Blackwater, a Blackwater subsidiary in 2016. That's unbelievable after doing 4 fucking tours. Okay? You don't see as many look like a woke, think like a chud, except for on the Jube. Yes. Okay. And they say, I don't know if he's actually sincerely changed or not. Okay? Wait, you got a point? I had 2 people on Blue Sky asking me about you and Plattner. There are people who see the tattoo, they see all of this stuff, and they think, okay, well, the presentation here is red flags galore. Okay? There's a little bit more validity in that argument, in the skepticism. But once again, you have to match that up with what he's saying right now. And what he's saying right now is the closest. If you were to listen to what he has to say, you would realize that his comments on this issue, especially when judged with the rest of the fucking candidates that are out there, especially when judged with the rest of the Senate, is radical, okay? It is genuinely the closest to our school of thought, an anti-imperialist school of thought. It's not entirely there, but it's very close. It's closer than I have ever encountered an American politician communicating with clarity on the issues of endless war. Okay? Like, further to the left than Zohran Mamdani in many respects, coming from a guy who shot in the direction of people who look like Zohran Mamdani. Okay? So I understand that. It's funny that people try to explain to me anti-imperialist thought in this fucking community when half of you guys were, 10 years ago thinking, hoorah, thank God people are fucking joining the military so they can protect my fucking free speech and First Amendment rights. Okay? What was I doing 10 years ago? I was still talking in the same exact way that I was talking. Okay? I get it. You've had your own personal evolution in the way that you see the world, but you can't factor in that other people might have also had a similar journey. Okay? He got his tattoo covered. He's only shown growth, no regression in his policies, and he carefully explains the reasoning behind his choice and policies, unlike all those other people who were flip-floppers. Yeah. If anything, he most likely doesn't say what his actual beliefs are because he's worried that he's going to come across as a radical. I also shy away from saying my full position because I know there's a lot of people watching right now that would love to say Graham Plattner is a very radical, dangerous person, similar to Hassan. Hassan Piker loves him, so I just also shy away from, communicating on this issue with the utmost clarity, even though I can't fucking help myself, especially when we end up arguing over this shit over and over again. One of the things that they're using now, the RNC is using now, is me saying, "What the fuck more do you want?" He was defending Hamas in 2014. That's literally going to appear on Fox News at some point. So just understand that, unfortunately, even though I have a policy of always saying the fucking truth, no matter what it is, and no matter how I feel, no matter how other people might get mad about it or how other people might use it, there are people who are going to consistently bastardize and consistently chop up things that I'm saying to attack candidates. Okay?
I think the comparisons are at this point primarily just because anybody who's doing something outside of the normal realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. I mean, I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
Yes.
Assume that my gun safe looks a little bit different than his. And there are elements, I think, of where we come from in our worlds and our politics that are different. One thing that I think you can absolutely make a comparison about is our focus on organizing as a political tool, focusing on building power in communities to have that be part of your electoral strategy. We're very much doing that here in Maine. It's why we are succeeding at the rate that we are.
Yes.
And if you look at where the mayor won, it was because he had a lot of people who turned out and organized the old-fashioned way. I think that's a fair comparison.
Do you consider yourself to be a socialist? I know in the past online you've written that you were a communist at one point.
No, I don't. And if you read those comments, it's very clear that I'm being very sarcastic.
Fair.
We have a political world in which any kind of populism that's good for working people gets framed as either socialism or communism.
Yes.
I do think we need to tax the rich. I think we need to invest in social programs. I think we need to do all of that. The joke is that I'm certainly not that at all, but we have this kind of vapid political narrative that always has us using these words, that frankly, the words are not being ever used in like a real context.
I think Harry Truman famously said, you can call me socialist all you want, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military veteran. You spent the better part of a decade in the military. You served in Iraq, Afghanistan. Is that what made you anti-war?
It's part of it. I mean, even when I enlisted, I was skeptical of American foreign policy. I will say once I got in it and it became my profession, and it became very much part of who I was and what I was doing, I then kind of threw myself into the work. When I left after my fourth deployment, that was when I really began to look back and recognize that everything, and it was on my fourth deployment to Afghanistan, there was a moment where I was like, we are not doing what we say we're doing. We're not going to win this war. I don't even know what winning this war looks like. I don't think anybody knows that's running this war knows what winning it looks like. And at that point, I began to wonder if we're not doing the thing that we claim we're doing, if we're not bringing democracy.
People obsessing over the Four Tours don't understand it is literally just some banality of evil shit if you don't see it until you step away from it. Blackwater becomes literally just job when you're trying to hold on to a positive income with 30 years of propaganda on top. Yeah, what's inconsistent in his background is the fact that he was like pro-Palestine when he was like 14, and then he joined the American military, the Marine Corps, became a machine gunner, did 4 tours, and then joined back to go on Blackwater. At times he has been, he has demonstrated a negative opinion about American warfare, and then has also been a willing participant of it. I personally, and I've said this many times over, I can't repeat this enough, I don't give a shit. Okay, a lot of people get super, super mad when I say this, but it's the reality that we live in. Okay, the reality that we live in has absolutely normalized this death and destruction campaign. Okay, the reality that we live in has normalized this death and destruction campaign. The average American 100% does not have the same hangups that you do about joining the fucking military. Okay, they don't. They literally do not see it. They don't understand it. They have not comprehended it. If at any point they do understand it, then that's fucking fantastic. And many veterans, left flank vets in general, have comprehended their actions and work against American imperialism now. Okay? You can poo-poo that away all day, every day. Oh, we little infantry vet with an upper R middle-class family that offered to pay for his college, who refused the GI Bill to go to Georgetown and got gifted an oyster business. Like, again, and again. Yes, this background is unbelievably normal. It's a lot more normal. What is abnormal here is who he is now, okay? Who he is now is what is unique, not what he used to do. Look, Logs, if you want to see real arguments, I'm having fun. Sorry. His gun safe, what? His gun safe, what the fuck is he saying? Dude, I'm sorry. And I this is going to come across as harsh, okay? But your antisocial personality disordered commentary about a fucking oyster business owning Mainer is not, like, he is a lot closer to the fucking average Mainer than you are, okay? Oh my God. It's the United States of America. I am not a fan of guns. Although I do like shooting guns, I believe in gun control. Significant regulations around the ownership of guns. But if you're fucking getting mad at a chud who served 4 tours and has a fucking gun safe in Maine, Who do you think is closer to the average person? Who do you think is closer to the average Mainer? You or a guy who is unbelievably terrified at the prospect of someone having a fucking gun safe? It's difficult for you to comprehend that you might be the one who's out of touch. You understand that, right? I don't know. There's a couple reasons why when I hear what he's saying, I'm reminded of one of my best friends in college who was also in the Marine Corps and was unbelievably disillusioned by his experience. And that definitely changed my perspective quite a bit about people who served in the military, specifically in the Marines as well. I mean, coming from a family of his brother was a fentanyl addict. He himself struggled with addiction as well. He thought the only way for him to get out of that process, get out of his fucking bumfuck hometown, was to join the goddamn Marine Corps. Okay? Someone who had reached the bottom rungs of society, and he thought, this will be disciplined, this will be organized, this will force my ass into living a normal life. Now, from your perspective, you're like, what the fuck? Oh, so you got to murder brown children to get into to have some discipline in your life? What the fuck are you talking about? You're not understanding how common this experience is, and you're not understanding what people's starting points are, what people's social conditioning is that led them down this path. Okay? That's the problem. That is a major difference between someone like myself and many other people in this community that see that and go, it doesn't matter. He became a servant of an unbelievably violent force, and therefore he might not ever be accountable for that. I've said over and over and over again that I do not care about who you were in the past. I care about who you are now. Okay? I care about your experiences as long as they have actually guided you in the right direction. If I didn't believe that people had the capacity to change, I wouldn't be doing this. Okay? Given that I've seen the same exact lines of attack against Graham Plattner that I've received over and over again, I'm certainly a little bit biased in his favor. That's number one. And number two, like I've explained already, like I have, I know someone who was very close to me that had a very similar experience to Graham Plattner, who went through his own personal transformation. And there are many people like him in this community. A lot of you guys fucking yell all the time about how like every veteran is a baby killer, baby murderer. You don't realize that you're fucking surrounded by many of them. Okay? Many veterans that joined, went into active duty. I mean, I literally fucking interviewed a combat medic. Hamawi is a combat medic. He saw combat. He was patching up the baby killers, right? That's your perspective, right? Like your attitude is like, oh, these guys are every veteran is a baby killer. Like, you don't understand. This is the United States of America. Okay? Cleric, don't say oof. I'm defending you right now. Okay? I'm trying to explain that, you can't have this kind of attitude if you want to fucking build a movement, if you want to organize. You have to do away with this mentality that like people are beholden to the crimes that they've committed, or people are beholden to and permanently stuck as who they used to be. This all goes back to your message and saying what I hear you say all the time, which is meeting people where they're at. Yes. Stop behaving like personality disordered weirdos when you make these assessments. People could easily say the same about the IDF. Not all of them kill children. Buddy, this is a consistent position that I have. I have literally interviewed people who served in the fucking IDF. Hello. This is a newfound phenomena for everybody. People who didn't even know what the fuck the IDF was before October 7 will come in here and start, posturing in this way. That's why people to my left flank say I'm a Zionist. In any case, you can be poor and choose not to go kill children. I and many others have done so. I know you're more moral than Graham Plattner is, okay? You did it. It doesn't matter though, right? What does this do other than just say you're just a better person, okay? Then you go and run an outsider candidacy, okay? And deliver a convincing anti-war message as well while doing so, and I'll back you to the fucking hilt. But that's not the reality that we're existing in right now, okay? We're in the current reality. We got to get back to reality. What does that have to do with this conversation? Yeah, Ofer Kasif was in the IDF as a paratrooper, and then he became a conscientious objector. People are shaped by their circumstances, but can change. That is a profoundly important value. It's one of the fundamentals in this community. In any case, A lot of people are fortunate enough to have not made this unbelievably bad decision. And that's it. So all you're doing in that situation is no different than when people chirp about like being born with a copy of fucking Das Kapital in one hand and being a principled Marxist-Leninist since birth. You know what I mean? In comparison to these fucking radlibs who don't fully understand, who don't grasp the nuances of the theoretical framework of dialectical materialism and how it's actually supposed to be the guiding North Star, the guiding principle of all revolutionaries. No, that just means that you had a very different upbringing than the overwhelming majority of people around you. But that doesn't make you a better person overall, or who you are now is what matters. Americans, unfortunately, have this belief that reform is impossible, that rehabilitation will never happen, that people are insincerely claiming these new positions. They're cynically presenting themselves in a certain way. I choose to believe that rehabilitation is possible. If I didn't believe that rehabilitation was possible, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, and I wouldn't be effective at what I'm doing anyway. Think about how many positions you have changed since you started watching this broadcast. Think about how different of a person you are now. So many of you come up to me every single day, including even today at the train station, and say, look, man, you've changed my life in such a meaningful way. You made me see the world in a very different way, and I really appreciate that. That is a universal message that I hear from many of you in this community, okay? Now imagine if I was like, tell me what kind of radlib tendencies you had beforehand. What did you do beforehand? I bet you were a reactionary. I bet you were, were you a Nazi? I bet you're faking, changing now. Every single time someone came into this community and was like, I experienced a lot of growth as a consequence of being a part of this community. Imagine if I just held you to who you were, the shameful experiences that you went through in the past, that would be fucking ridiculous and unbelievably unproductive. Many of you have the privilege of being anonymous on the internet when you talk like this, okay? I personally believe in rehabilitation, and that means rehabilitation for social crimes as well as even literal crimes, even fucking war crimes, as a matter of fact, because I find it to be unbelievably unproductive to just like consistently chirp about where people used to be and not who they are now. People like to be super judgmental when they're anonymous. Seems odd. It's not odd at all. People don't even realize. People don't even realize what they're like. What people would look. How people would judge them if they could see their past experiences, their past mistakes, their past opinions, their past actions. Right? You're being really gay about this. Oh, dude, I am the #1 dick eater when it comes to the concept of rehabilitation and being as kind and as charitable to people as possible, as long, until they show you that they are not actually reformed at all in any way, shape, or form and are simply lying. Because there are plenty of people who will abuse that charitability. Okay? Plenty of people do it in here all the time. They say, just curious. Can I give you constructive criticism? And then it's not constructive criticism at all. They'll be like, just curious. Why are you Adolf Hitler reincarnate? Okay, well, you're not just curious, right? You're just abusing the charity that we have here. We have to be committed in our belief that people have the capacity to change, learn from their mistakes, become better people, and actually become comrades, okay?
If we're not trying to make the world safer, what are we doing? And when I began to look closer, I really began to fully buy into the fact that these wars just make people wealthy. And these wars are good for people in political power. They use them as electoral tools. They use them in ways to display like their quote unquote strength as leaders. And none of them take into account the human cost. And for me, the human cost is not a theory, and it's not something to be thought about in this sort of non-material way. The cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die. I have seen what happens when high explosives interact with children. It's an awful thing. And I fundamentally believe that it should not be the core of how we use our foreign policy.
Do you believe that Donald Trump and the Trump family and Jared Kushner, that part of this Iran war is about them making money?
Yes, of course. I mean, essentially, everything the Trump administration does at some point, you boil it down to them, their family members, or their inner circle making money off of it. That is certainly part of it.
How would you describe the U.S. relationship with Israel?
I mean, at this point, I would just say shameful. This is what has happened in Gaza it's the moral question of our time. And we failed it miserably. We continue to fail. You know, there's a genocide that has been committed in Gaza, and we continue to not only not stand up against it, but allow it to happen, run political cover for it, run diplomatic cover for it. You know, down the road, history is not going to remember the leaders of this nation who, of both parties, by the way, who allowed this to happen. It's not going to remember them well. And it brings me an immense amount of shame, and I think it brings a lot of shame to a lot of Americans that even now we're continuing to have this relationship and to support the mass killing of innocent civilians.
So on that note, what would a Senator Graham Plattner of Maine do in the United States Congress to prevent us from carrying on our complicit relationship with a genocidal nation?
Well, I certainly would have voted with the 40 Democrats who yesterday voted to stop sending money and arms to the Israeli government. I would support that wholeheartedly. And down the road, if it is a relationship that is going to be repaired, we need to be looking at an entirely different government and an entirely different structure than what exists now. You know, it's not as simple for me as like the genocide just stops and then we turn the bombs and the money back on, right? Like we need to see a hell of a lot more than that to justify American support for an ally who is willing.
Are you saying you would want to see Israel make actual changes to the way it runs itself, controls the Palestinians, for example?
Yeah, sorry, it's going to be really tough for me to fucking poo-poo this guy, okay? I mean, come on, dude. It blows my mind because I was wrong. Because as I was growing in this community, there were chirpers that would argue with you that have similar opinions to what I used to have. I understand the hesitancy of some of us here, but people can change. We need to help them change. Exactly. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough, man. Perhaps that's the reason why so many of you make the wrong comparisons when you say, oh, he could be like another John Fetterman. Or you're like, oh, what if he was an IDF veteran or whatever the fuck? You don't listen to what he's saying right now. You're like, oh, well, this is a lesser evil vote. How is it any different than Kamala Harris? It's not a lesser evil vote. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not a lesser evil vote at all.
It's apartheid policies. That would be an issue for you.
Yes, absolutely. And illegal settlements need to end. In fact, they need to be rolled back. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to repair this relationship.
Would you follow in the footsteps of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez?
The same ultras that now think, do you condemn Hamas to be a silly question because they understand the conditions of Palestinians will now, for some reason, refuse to understand why the poverty draft works or why someone would join the military when the major prevailing position in America in the military is good and honorable and you're serving your people. No, but they're going to cook you for that comparison. They're going to say, what do you mean joining Hamas is an emancipatory goal as opposed to like joining an offensive, unnecessary and unbelievably violent imperialist war. The reality is it's the social conditions that absolutely motivate people into making these terrible decisions. Okay, you can't make a comparison between someone who's living in the imperial core versus someone who is a victim of imperialist wars.
Who has said she opposes
there is definitely a different morality there.
U.S. military aid to Israel, including for the quote-unquote defensive Iron Dome.
Yes. I mean, look, we have laws on the books in this country that say that regimes, governments committing war crimes do not get American aid. But all we are asking is that we follow our own laws here. It's not that complicated.
Your opponent, Janet Mills, was recently asked if she denies that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. She kind of threw up her hands and just started talking about genocides in Sudan and weirdly in Somalia. She also mentioned the Rwandan genocide from over 30 years ago. She wouldn't say Israel is committing a genocide. She just dodged that point. What do you think is driving that kind of answer and behavior from her?
You know, I very much think she just comes from an era of establishment politicians that are just fundamentally wrong on this issue and who think that these sort of mealy-mouthed, politically incoherent responses are going to be acceptable to the American people, and they're not. People don't want to hear like a 10-minute rambling, winding explanation invoking genocides from 30 years ago and about how concerning it all is. People don't want concern. People want it to stop. And they want politicians and leaders who are going to call it for what it is, for what the entire world sees it for being. And I just think that there are a lot of establishment politicians who just cannot come to grips with this shift.
Just on that note, just grabbing something you just said a moment ago, do you think the reason for your success so far in the polls is that you do speak like a normal person? Like, is that a problem that has plagued the Democratic Party, that everyone talks like a consultant, speaks in talking points? And actually, Donald Trump showed us that...
That's absolutely 100% a big part of the reason why a lot of people also can't come to terms with who this guy is. Okay? That's what it is. A lot of people have been so conditioned into hearing perfectly crafted, focus group tested messaging that when they hear someone just go, yeah, it's a fucking genocide. Yeah, I was in Blackwater, whatever, all this shit. When they hear that, it's just like the Blackwater stuff, they don't even give a fuck about. The people I'm talking about are just like, yeah, I said some really fucked up things on Reddit. It's not who I am now. They go, whoa, what the fuck? Those people, for the most part, don't care that he was a fucking machine gunner or even joined Blackwater. I'm talking about rad libs in general. They care about like the way he talks and the way he presents himself, the way he carries himself, the way he the way he communicates on issues, right?
The American public not only don't care if you don't talk like a politician, they actually prefer it if you don't.
Oh, by 100%. It was something that's been fascinating for me in this entire experience is realizing just how many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs. Like, for me, being able to explain my positions is relatively easy. I feel like I've got a very strong political foundation. I know what I believe. I know why I believe it. And it's easy for me to talk about it because this is stuff that I believe. I don't have these like pre-memorized focus group tested talking points that I have to Rolodex through in my brain. I'm running on my politics. And what I have found is that when you run on your politics, people just find that accessible and understandable. And when you go out into communities like we've been doing, we hold town halls almost daily. When you do that and you talk about what you believe, why you believe it, and what policies you want to enact to make those beliefs a reality, people they understand it and they connect with it. And I think that very much has to do with why we've succeeded in the polls thus far.
So on that note, a perfect segue into what I want to talk about next, which I'm sure you're fed up about talking about, but is all the controversies associated with you and especially your online comments from the past. And since you said you're comfortable explaining yourself, let's talk very plainly about some of this stuff, because I know you've spoken about this before, but it's the first time you and I are speaking about any of this. The biggest single controversy of your campaign, which is not going to go away if Susan Collins has her way, is a tattoo you got in 2007 that you've since had covered up of a skull and crossbones that resembles a very infamous Nazi symbol.
Oh, before we get into this, look. The chirpers are already out, okay? Look at that, look. Something you're seeing today is one of the signature characteristics of the left insurgents is that they're very graceless about winning. They got what they wanted in Maine, but instead of pivoting to bring people in and beat Susan Collins, they're doing ongoing factionalism. Hey, Matt, what happened when Zoran won the fucking primary? Oh, that's right. The centrist right-wing candidate launched another candidacy against the fucking Democrat, and virtually all of the top-level Democratic Party bosses did not fucking endorse him. Even after Zoran Mamdani won the election resoundingly in the general, what did the Democratic Party do? Oh, that's right. Kirsten Gillibrand went on a radio show in New York City and called him a fucking jihadist. Okay? Unbelievably racist shit he had to withstand in that primary process and then certainly in the general. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What the hell are you talking about? It was it was disgusting to see and hear from Kirsten Gillibrand the shit that she said about Zoran after he won the general. Okay? Graceless. Talk about graceless. Chuck Schumer to this day has not endorsed Zohran Kwame Mamdani, by the way. The entire establishment wing of the party either chose not to endorse him or tacitly supported the right-wing candidacy, the right-wing spoiler candidacy of Andrew Cuomo. Kirsten Gillibrand called him a jihadist after he became mayor, the Democratic mayor. What is this totally new history? Ahistorical. That is not true. What do you mean? What's not true? The entirety of the Democratic Party was in support after Zohran Mamdani won the primary. Really? Was Gillibrand after the primary or after the general? I think Gillibrand was after the general. Was it not? Am I misremembering? Oh, he wasn't mayor when Gillibrand said that? It was after the primary? It was June. Okay. Hakeem Jeffries gave the quietest possible endorsement at the last minute. You don't even need to bring up Zoran to refute this. Just quote Plattner's statement. Yeah, it's also, yeah. What's really funny, by the way, is that Graham Plattner celebrated Janet Mills's accomplishments as governor and said that, you know, he basically was like, thank you for doing this. You've done incredible work in this state. I appreciate it. I look forward to, you know, working with you. Janet Mills did not endorse him. Yeah. Janet Mills is not yet endorsing Graham Plattner for Senate and says he'll have to earn the support of Maine voters. Governor Mills has never voted for Susan Collins, so she will not do so in this election either. As Maine's governor, she will continue to support Democratic candidates across Maine, and she will continue to hear and watch how Graham Plattner works to earn the support of Maine voters, just as she will keep a close eye on Maine's congressional and gubernatorial primaries as well. Like, what are you talking about? He earned it so fucking hard you had to drop out of the race. What are you saying? Anyway, do you think the Dem establishment right now might throw another candidate on the board, or is it too late? I think it's too late. But remember what I told you about how there would absolutely be people that will engage in myth-making, rewriting of history, and talking about how this victory against the centrist candidacy of Janet Mills is actually confirming their priors. That's precisely what Matt Iglesias is doing. Look, I've been very bullish on Plattner from day one. The same people that would say Zoran's politics cannot work elsewhere. It only works in a fucking, you know, D plus 35 district. New York City is too woke. Try that shit in a fucking purple state. Are now going to turn around and be like, well, Maine is actually, you know, historically a Democratic safe, a Democratic safe seat, you know, even though he's literally running to unseat a Republican. Okay, yeah, here's the retcon coming in. I've been pretty bullish on Plattner from day one and would really like to see Democrats win the Senate seat to maximize their odds of halting the magnification of the judiciary, even though I don't really agree with Plattner about factional issues. Do people on the left want me to continue wanting Plattner to win because that will advance shared cross-factional goals? Or if he wins a D+4 state in a very favorable national political climate, will they insist that he has completely discredited everything I believe in? Again, he has discredited everything you fucking believe in. Shut the fuck up, egg boy. Shut the fuck up. You don't know how to lose with grace. Your ideology is dying. Your methods have been proven to be wrong. And he does this over and over again. He does this with Palestine as well. He was like, oh, here we go. The pro-Palestinian crowd doing their thing again. They're electoral poison. It turns out the electoral poison was Matt Iglesias' style of politics, which he fucking cheered on. He was like, oh, I'm agreeing with everything Kamala Harris is saying and doing. It's fantastic. She's going to win the election. Turns out that was a fucking disqualifying moment for Matt Iglesias, but it doesn't matter because as long as you brown nose the super wealthy in this fucking country, you will always have a Substack that they keep pumping money into. Have a little bit of decency, man. Have a little bit of decency. Have some fucking shut the fuck up juice. Yeah, Matt Iglesias went from never talk about Palestine, it's electoral poison. Of course we're going to support Israel to, yeah, everyone should shut the fuck up about Hassan's opinions on Israel and go on his stream and argue about, I don't know, rezoning or whatever the fuck he cares about, right? Like removing building codes or whatever. I already lived through the message that got 51% of the vote in New York City points the way for the National Democratic Party news cycle without killing myself. So I suppose I can take a Maine cycle too. But at some point, we need to win red states. See, he's moving on. He went from this won't work in a purple state for a red seat to this won't work in a deep red state. This dumb fuck is not going to stop until you're like, hey, if you don't win Mississippi with Marxist-Leninist principles, then your method doesn't fucking work. Goalpost moved again. Okay? Now, for the record, I do believe that you can win Mississippi and Alabama with a similar style of left populism because those places where people are unbelievably poor could also benefit tremendously from leftist economic thought, from leftist legislation, That's what it is. There are different versions. Don't say, I don't know. Okay? We're done with this. We're done with this mentality. It will take time, but we absolutely can rebuild confidence in good governance in these places. We're talking about places where the government is left behind. People are basically lumpenproles. They're unbelievably reactionary because they have no hope. They've never seen good governance. They've never experienced it. And that's precisely the reason why they lean into culture war reactionary frameworks and think, well, you know, neither side is really doing it for me, but at least this side is more entertaining and it's telling me who to fear. Historically, these were the places where communist movements thrived, okay? It's not going to happen overnight. But notice how this man shifted the goalpost from, oh, it only works in New York City to, okay, it works in Maine too, but talk to me when it works in Alabama. Talk to me when it works in Arkansas. Talk to me when it works in Nebraska. Talk to me when it works. If it worked in Iowa, he would say, well, Iowa's no Mississippi, you know? Oh, Ohio. Well, Ohio doesn't count. It's purplish. Try Kentucky. Oh, it worked in Kentucky? Well, you know, maybe it'll work in Oklahoma then. Talk to me when it works in Oklahoma. It is seeing some success in places like Nebraska too, but, you know, it is what it is. They're all the same. Working class union spaces run down by out-of-touch politicians sitting in their ivory tower in D.C. Absolutely. Do we think that people in Alabama live in this magical universe where they couldn't benefit from free health care? Do we think that they don't need a roof over their heads? Do we think that they don't need their infrastructure to be fixed? They do. Do we think that they're like unbelievably invested in the American war machine for some reason? They're like, no, I actually don't want schools in my neighborhood. I would much rather give that money to Lockheed Martin so they can invent new ways of murdering children overseas. Please, that's what I want. I live in Alabama, and that's what I want. I'm a mythical being. I want moderates. That's what I want. I live in Alabama, and I'm always looking for a more moderate Democrat to vote for, potentially. It's ridiculous. That's why the Plattner race was important, and I said it from day one, that it breaks away. That's why these guys are chirping so hard, by the way, because it destroys their argument that, like, Zoran can't be too radical because Zoran's policies won't work in Maine, right? Or even if the rest of the party is associated with Zoran Mamdani, then people in red areas or people in red states or people in purple states will never vote for the Democrats because they'll go, oh, but Zoran's a scary Islamist communist, an Islamo-communist. Well, it turns out people aren't as fucking racist as you are, dumbass. This is the death knell of centrism, okay? True, his views alienated a lot of non-trivial faction of Democrats and led to a fairly weak performance, but New York City's very progressive, so he won anyway. Oh my God. You were just talking about factionalism, you fucking dingus. You were just talking about factionalism. So it's okay when the centrists engage in factionalism. You're complaining that an outsider left flank candidate's supporters can't celebrate that your theory on Zoran-style populism failing in purple states is falling apart. Shouldn't celebrate that your theory on Zoran-style populism failing in purple states is falling apart. Here in Arkansas's 3rd Congressional District, we have a really good AIPAC tracker, endorse Free Palestine, Medicare for All, abolish ICE candidate running. I have no idea what his odds are, but I bet it'll do way better than the last damn who ran. Southern organizer here, most politically conscious people tend to leave the South to be the dumping ground and graveyard of the United States and don't realize that part of the reason is like this. / they're allowed to not care is because we have the highest density of black folks. Yeah, 100%. That is a huge part of this. Huey P. Newton was born here. We had some of the first multiracial solidarity strikes, etc. And no one questions why they leave us in the South to die. There's also a finite amount of resources. So because black folk have been so effectively shut out from the political process through redistricting, and that still continues obviously to this day, as we saw in the case of the Louisiana Supreme Court decision, that it's impossible hurdle for the Democratic Party to climb, and therefore they don't give a shit. That's what it is. That's 100% what it is. I believe that not everyone is going to go with Zoran's policies, right? But adjusted to the localities, you can have Zoran-style left-flank candidates that are born and raised in these communities that could absolutely defeat incumbent Republicans even. The hardest part for them is to gain prominence within the Democratic Party's machine. And the hardest part usually is for them to even go through the primary system, because the primaries are so effective in shutting out, especially in the Deep South, so effective in shutting out disruptive candidates that are coming from the left flank, Bernie-crats. Yeah. There's also incredibly corrupt campaigning hurdles to overcome in red states like Louisiana. Dems will not invest in candidates here while the GOP dumps money into theirs. No, the Dems do invest in candidates there. They just invest in their kind of candidates. Because you see in places like Kentucky, you know, you got Amy McGrath, right? Think about how much money she was able to raise. What happened? It was an abject failure. But Amy McGrath was exactly the type of candidate that Democrats do like. You know? Air Force pilot, centrist, reasonable centrist Democrat. Anyway, what the fuck? Any thoughts on this? Kegsbeth is saying that the 60-day limit on war powers doesn't apply tomorrow because the ceasefire paused the war. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, I don't think there's a winning message in the South that doesn't have an R next to it. In the current political environment, it will take time. It's beyond the imagination how racially polarized the South is. Dude, I don't believe that. You can have, you can literally put think like a woke, act like a chud on the board in the South, and it would surprise many people how successful, how effective that could be. Use optics to your advantage, okay? You're not going to have a 34-year-old Muslim communist run in every fucking seat. That's not what I'm saying, you know? Doesn't have to be brown boys galore. It's just we haven't had a good string of candidacies, so we don't know. Funny that you're complaining that an outsider left flank candidate supporters are celebrating that your theory on Zoran-style populism failing in purple states is falling apart. Disagreements. Anyway, I'm not even going to dignify Matt Iglesias with a response, actually. Fuck it. Anyway, when are you heading to your event in Philly today? I don't know. Sam Foster, a black 26-year-old, almost won on a Zoran-style platform in the mayoralship in Marietta, Georgia, 3 times the turnout, and he lost by 80 votes. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at another one. Some thoughts as Mill drops out. I've been poorly inclined towards Plattner for the obvious reasons. No use relitigating them. It seems pretty clear Plattner just has the juice with Maine voters and Mills did not. He has a better chance in the general. Despite my reservations, I would vote for Plattner over Collins if I lived in Maine and encourage others to do the same. Controlling the Senate is too important to risk. It's good that Mills is dropping out of a losing race rather than fighting a nasty battle to the end. Deserves some credit. Oh, yeah, how brave of her. Lots of people will want to universalize this race to be about their particular thing. Populism versus establishment, left versus center, white, working class aesthetics, etc. But Maine is an odd state, and I think it's too difficult to universalize it. Of course. There's no lessons to be learned here, obviously. Please remember Abigail Spanberger. That's the only lesson you should learn. We should run Abigail Spanberger everywhere, okay? That is the universal lesson to learn, is when a centrist wins an election. When a left flank candidate wins a primary, there's no lesson to be learned there. The attempt here is to claim that it is personalities rather than policy. Of course, this fraud says that. Law, yeah, obviously. Stop learning. Yeah, Maine is too woke and too gay. That's what it is. Remember when the centrists had $50 million and underperformed Biden by 10 points? Don't even fucking it's just so annoying. Yeah, it turns out in Maine, they had tested this theory, putting a centrist with good in-state name recognition against Susan Collins, and they kept fucking losing, okay? I think that's what Michael from, not Pennsylvania, but Taiwan, is referencing here. Now there's a real shot to flip this seat, and all of a sudden, all of the usual suspects, the Praetorian Guard of centrism, are chirping about how there's no unique lesson to be learned here. Look away. Interesting.
You said you had no idea about the connection, saying, quote, I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that. When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
Oh, about 3 or 4 days before I had it covered up. I mean, I got that tattoo with some other Marines when we were on shore leave in Croatia in 2007. And then I had it for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and then I went to work for the State Department on the ambassador security team in Kabul, where I got a top secret clearance and also got screened. Never came up. I took my shirt off in front of my extended Jewish family the entire time. I would not have done that if I thought I had some obviously recognizable white supremacist or Nazis.
Yeah, that's his biggest fucking defense, by the way. Like his relatives, his extended family is Jewish, bro. Like that photo that they released of him dancing with his shirt off, he's in front of his Jewish extended family there, and they're dancing with him. To me, this is unbelievable because I'm very tapped in on, racist and Nazi tattoos. But it was shocking to hear both Bernie Sanders and Sam Seder say, yeah, I didn't know that was a Nazi tattoo. Who cares? But we're not going to sit here and goy-splain, okay? We're not going to do that. If the Council of Jewish Leftist Elders have spoken, then we sit and we learn, okay? We sit our Gentile asses down and we listen, okay? They don't have a PhD in racism like you. That's true. Wouldn't this say more about how the tattoo passed government screenings? Yeah, the government screening thing I don't care about because obviously there's plenty of Marines with Nazi tattoos, like straight up visible Nazi tattoos. It was shocking to me that even in this community, 60% of chat didn't even know at the time, which was genuinely confusing because I've talked about Nazi tattoos extensively, right?
So Graham, why then, and that all sounds perfectly reasonable, especially the security checks. So why then did a former top official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, your former political director, tell The Guardian last year, while he may not have known what his tattoo meant when he selected the image, it's not plausible he remained ignorant of its meaning all these years?
I don't know why she said that. She was only on the campaign for a little over a month and would not have known anything about things I would have known. She quit in rather spectacular fashion and then spent some time. Yeah, it's saying.
This happened with Abdul too. Very interesting. Abdul had a similar situation. Former person who worked on the campaign quits and then takes opposition research that he basically fucking stole to right-wing outlets. Very interesting. Now, the commonalities here between Abdul El-Sayed and Graham Plattner are what? Both Bernie endorsed and both anti-Zionists. Very strange. Very strange stuff, folks.
Deprecating things about the campaign and about myself.
Okay, then why did CNN report that they spoke to an acquaintance of yours from more than a decade ago who said you talked to him about your tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol?
Well, I believe they actually reported on a Jewish Insider investigation, which had spoken to one anonymous person who, when they claimed they knew me, it was years. They said they knew me from when I worked at a bar from years I didn't even work at that bar.
Okay.
And
so you're denying that allegation, just to be clear?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It also came out after the story broke. So, you know, it's...
just on the bigger picture, I can understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about your extended Jewish family. It makes sense. And you're a progressive, so people are giving you a lot of leeway because they like your policy platform.
I disagree, by the way. I don't think you get leeway as a progressive. I think you get a way higher standard as a progressive that no other person is ever fucking forced to abide by. A standard that you might not have even placed upon yourself. Now, not in the case of the Totenkopf tattoo, but just in general. The idea, for example, that like, you know, I'm traveling by train, but I took business class rather than coach, which was only fucking, what, $30 to $50 more expensive for a ticket. Like, these are the types of things, that people would never think twice about, okay? They would never think twice about. But if you get unlimited leeway if you are not a self-identified progressive, socialist, leftist in general, because people will openly say it. Like, they'll be like, dude, you're even in the realm of content, right? In the realm of content, people will turn around and will straight up be like, Trainwrecks, Asmongold, you're like openly saying you're a piece of shit. But then you turn around and you have like a totally different standard of morality for this guy, Hassan. And they will just say, well, yeah, that's because I'm not a fucking socialist. Like, they openly say it. They openly admit it. They're like, yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm saying I'm a bad guy. He's saying he's a good guy, but he's not. I think you and for someone like Grant, this is true of your immediate audience. I think what Mehdi is gesturing is that a more white disaffected voters who are maybe looking for something different and realizing they won't be serviced by Republicans and Dems who are supposed to
But
do that
surely
aren't.
you would admit, if you were a Republican who had been found with that tattoo on your chest, people, progressives, Democrats, would be losing their minds, wouldn't they not?
Well, I think if I had that.
Dude, Mehdi is such a fucking debate pervert. I swear to God. He literally can't stop himself. Like, that's a classic. He can't stop himself. He has to hit him. I know he loves Grant Plattner. He really likes him. Okay? But you know he's got that dog in him where he's like, it's just chipping away. He has to fucking chomp at it a little bit. He loves debating so much. I mean, look, I respect it. You know, it is what it is. He's the only debate lord I respect.
And had displayed at any point in my life any affinity for fascism or bigotry or, racism, then that would absolutely be something to connect. Thing is, in all of my Reddit posts, if you read through them, they've been out there since October, every single one of them. It's fairly clear that I have been long an opponent of fascism, bigotry, and racism. Sometimes with language that people say is too extreme, even though, I don't know, fighting fascism seems like something we should all be dedicated to.
On the language front, though, this has caught up with you now. We talked a moment ago about how popular you've become because you speak like a normal person. But that comes with its own challenges in the political world, which is you've used the word retarded, which I saw you apologize for this week.
Oh!
You've made comments about...
Oh! Mehdi said the R word. He dropped it, bro. Chill. What you wearing? Not gonna lie, you looking fresh. Thank you, King.
Women that both Janet Mills and Susan Collins have attacked you.
Yeah, he should be like, I'm a Redditor, bro. That's the real R word, okay? The real R word, which is the same as a substitute for the other R word, is that I'm a Redditor.
There's the tattoo. Do you at least accept that going into the general election, this is going to be an issue for you because the Republican Party are not going to let this slide. They're going to use this against you.
Yeah, what are they going to do? That he says slurs? That's so funny. Like, Republicans doing the fake woke shit I expect them to do it. They're doing it to me right now, right? Where they're like, oh, Hassan is being mean to black people. It seems like he's anti-black. Bitch, if I was anti-black, you'd love me. The fuck do you mean? Like, oh, Hassan is anti-Asian. Again, if I was actually anti-Asian, if I was being hateful, you would love me. What are you talking about?
Know the word baggage. Do you at least accept?
Trump has literally called Biden the R word. Yeah, exactly.
That from a perceptual point of view, regardless of your individual justifications for all of it, do you accept politically it is a big challenge for you going into a general election with all of this quote-unquote baggage?
I will say I don't really think so, because in my experience thus far going around Maine, a lot of people look at that and say, like, okay, so he's a guy that never wanted to run for office. He's not of the system at all, and he very clearly just comes from the normal world and has existed in the normal world, coming with all of the things that come with that. I mean, I was in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I have worked on a boat on the ocean for the past decade. Salty language, that kind of stuff is a thing that I am constantly working to improve.
Dude, come on, dude. That's why it's so funny that like Hassan Abiheads especially are. It shocks me that there are people in this community that look at this dude and will literally repeat the same fucking lines of attack that I receive on a daily basis. You should be more in tune with this kind of like cynical outrage manufacturing than anybody else, even down to what he's saying here. That's what I say all the time in all of my media appearances. What do I always say? I'm like, look, man, I'm vulgar and I'm working on it. And sometimes I say things that people don't like to hear. But what matters is what's inside. What matters is who you are. What matters is what your advocacy is. Hassan Abihead says the R word just outside stream. No, I don't. And I try not to in general. Okay? And I haven't in a very long time. But it's just like your empathy was never in question, though. No, for the outsiders, it is. What are you talking about? The community should not be saying the same things as the GOP. Yeah, exactly. If he was a fucking Nazi, the Republicans would love him. What are we talking about? You mentioned it on the Ebro show. I don't know where I brought it up, but you got to give me a timestamp. First time in the primaries, I was like, bro, come on. Like, I'm helping you out here, but, you know.
My guy.
Tit for tat, quid pro quo. Like, we gotta do something for the Turks. Forgive my ignorance, but why is saying the R word such a big deal? It's ableist language that's hurtful to hear for many people. I've I was a slinger, a regular slinger of the R word. I've gotten a lot. I mean, I don't say it at all any longer, but it's just not a battle I'm willing to fight. You know what I mean? It's like such a stupid hill to stand on, to fight. Like, what? You're fucking fighting your right to say slurs? Like, what's wrong with you? You know? Like, I'm just not going to do that. Like, there are obviously people who take it way too far, where they'll be like, you say psychotic, you say crazy. Like, these are also to varying degrees of like ableist terminology. And it's like, okay, dude, well, you know, we have to make use of pejoratives, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
But it also very much is because of the place that I come from and the world that I come from. And I'm working very hard to always be improving and to always be being a better version of myself. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're working on too. And it is a way that we can sort of demonstrate that you can change. You can improve yourself.
R word was used institutionally. Yeah, guess what? So was fucking idiot, okay? Idiot was also used institutionally. It's the euphemism treadmill. I'm not going to relitigate it. It's dumb as fuck, okay? You just pick and choose. Yes, it's hypocritical. We all do it. Who cares? Just it's a normal part of existing in a social setting, okay? Just be kind to people.
You can take accountability for things that you have said or done in the past. And while, of course, the Republican Party is going to try to hammer me into the ground on this stuff, but truthfully, as I go around Maine, people in Maine don't care about that. People in Maine care about the fact that the hospitals are closing.
Yes. You do have a 27-point lead over Janet Mills, so clearly you're right about that. I think in the general it's slightly different, right? Because the Republican Party, as you know, and Susan Collins is no fool, she's held that seat for a while. They're doing their Oppo research on you. I got to ask the question, Graham, is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now, between now and November? Is there another chat forum we don't know about, another tattoo we haven't seen?
No. Everybody's seen all my tattoos now, and everybody's read all my internet comments. And we released everything. Okay. We put it all back in October.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And look, the Republican Party is absolutely going to lie. You know, at some point that's coming. They, said they swift voted John Kerry. They said Barack Obama wasn't an American. So like, when it comes to the Republican Party, God only knows what they're going to come up with that isn't true. They just ran an AI-generated thing.
They did, yes. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So, like, the dirty tricks, that's all going to happen.
But one last question on this before we move on. What do you say to supporters of Janet Mills' establishment? They're going to say, look, it's just not worth the risk. Why put up someone with all of this stuff who has to explain away Nazi-looking tattoos? Why not just put up the governor of the state who's already won statewide as a Democrat and doesn't have a tattoo of a skull and bones on her?
Because the governor consistently loses in the polls to Susan Collins. And the governor is very much close to the political establishment. The governor was the DS candidate chosen by Washington, D.C. I'll tell you, that's far more risky right now. People don't want establishment politics.
That's true.
People want real people in politics who are going to fight for the material needs of real people.
On that note, let's do a quick rapid fire to see where you stand on some real issues. Would you vote in favor of a $20 minimum wage?
Yes.
Would you vote to get rid of the Senate filibuster?
Yes.
Would you vote to convict Donald Trump in an impeachment trial?
Yes.
Do you support statehood for D.C. and Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Do you support Chuck Schumer for Senate majority?
Okay, bro, chill. Now he's just copying my shit, okay? I'm just, I'm done. Loomer, Lamau. Oh, I saw this. Hassan, you are political wet toilet paper. I love that, like, we are currently covering a candidate that closely resembles my values, okay? At least in his campaign strategy. A candidate that is doing the method. And you're like, oh, dude, I know that there's a ginormous victory that this candidate just secured in the Democratic Party primaries, which is perhaps part of the reason why the Democrats in the controlling the levers of power in the party have been actively fucking slamming people like yourself as a stand-in for what they will do, what kind of disciplining operation they're engaging with their left flank candidates that are insurgent and winning and taking away control from the Democratic Party, but also it's wet toilet paper. Okay? It's just wet toilet paper. Well, I guess, this is the wet toilet paper that is still wiping the asshole. Okay? You're the fucking asshole. And you're getting wiped, bitch.
Majority Leader.
No.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support a ban on assault weapons?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapon.
You'd be 100% correct if you admitted Plattner might be fake, might stab the left in the back. Because you don't, you're only 50% correct. Yeah, there's no reason for me to engage in this kind of. There's no reason for me to make these sorts of assumptions, and be disillusioned and be pessimistic right now.
Weapons ban questioned, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that helps prevent mass shootings. What would you say to them?
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. Restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And I support universal background checks, and I support red flag laws, like the one that Maine passed by ballot measure overwhelmingly last November. I think that those, combined with expanding mental health services across the board as part of a much more substantial healthcare system, and using the power of the federal government to elevate people out of.
I'm from Puerto Rico. What's your take on statehood or independence? Much respect. Whatever the Puerto Ricans want, I'm happy to abide by that. Whatever Puerto Ricans want, they should get. Obviously, independence is much less viable as a pathway because it, I think, requires tremendous amounts of reparations. And even independence alone is very difficult to push for. But then also reparations, virtually impossible, even though I think that's the just and moral thing to do. Because there's no fucking... Honestly, by my estimation, there's no independence without reparations. Like, Puerto Rico deserves reparations... beyond independence. Puerto Rico deserves reparations even if it doesn't get independence. Okay? But if that's not the case, or if the people want statehood, then statehood is also perfectly fine. But again, I think more so than statehood or independence, what Puerto Rico deserves, what Puerto Rico should get, is reparations. I'm going to keep saying that. Saying he might be fake is not an assumption. Brother, everyone can be fake. What do you mean? What are you saying? Yes, the reality of the matter is Graham Plattner could just as well be a fake, a phony, okay? And totally stab the left in the back. You know who else could do that? Zohran Mamdani, AOC, every other fucking candidate. There's just, that's a likelihood for every candidate. And if you ask some in this chat, they'll say, they are fake. They're phony. I could be fucking fake.
Poverty, I think.
Chatter. You could be fake. One day you could stare at the mirror and realize that someone else is looking back at you, okay? Someone else that you never foresaw you would become.
I think holistically, when we think about gun violence, that's where we're going to get the most reduction.
You said earlier this week that you think Chuck Schumer will back your candidacy if you're the general election official Democratic candidate going into...
By the way, as far as like regretting... As far as being regretful over a service, I can't speak to what's in someone's heart, but I can tell you what's not going to be a good message to fucking put out there, because he's not going to get swift boated right now. But if he were to run around and say he's regretful for a service, he 100% would get fucking swift boated. For those of you who don't know, that's John Kerry. Okay? A guy who is a grunt machine gunner for the Marine Corps, coming out and being like, I'm so sad about all of the heinous things that I did when I was in war, it would be over for him. Okay? It would be fucking over for him. Just so you guys understand. He's running a fucking election, okay? Not even in a place like Maine. That is that would be a generational mistake. Okay? There are plenty of veterans who feel that way. Many of them are in this community. And it doesn't fucking matter. The moment that you say, oh, we fucked up, the moment that you say, we fucked up, we shouldn't have done this, even if you're 100% right, that is an unbelievable controversy that the Republicans would pounce on. Okay? You guys have to wake up to the reality that that there is a deification of the American military and U.S. empire in this fucking country. And any candidate, regardless if they had Purple Hearts or not, if they were to come out and say, what we did was wrong, okay, what I feel is a personal distaste for the actions that I took participating in the fucking war machine, sure, that makes you feel good, and it's the right thing to say, and it's the right thing to do, okay? But the idea that, like, Americans would look at that and go, oh, yeah, this guy's actually being bold and brave. Does that worship of the military exist among moderates or mainly Republicans? Brother, that worship of the military exists among liberals, too. Hello? How do you think we justify all of this, the death and destruction campaigns? It's baby steps, okay? You got to start off by trying to put a dent in the military-industrial complex by talking about how there's an opportunity cost to all the wars that we're waging. How, you know, you got to appeal to the selfish sensibilities of Americans by saying every dollar is being wasted overseas, blowing up schools rather than fucking building schools here. Americans do not give a fuck, for the most part, about the morality of the equation. You did not make me angry. It's crazy to me how so much of the convo around Grant Plattner is based on what some online leftist thinks and not his concrete plans for restoring the medical system in Maine. We've had a crisis in healthcare up here for well over a decade. It's gotten so much worse recently. He's the only one with a real plan. Thank you. You're 100% correct, Ben Fish. Yes, and that's precisely the reason why he's winning. Okay?
Final Supreme Court ruling that could affect the upcoming midterm elections and beyond. The court ruled Louisiana's congressional map with 2 majority black districts is illegal because it relied too much on race to draw those district lines. A lower court had ordered redistricting, arguing the state's 1/3 black population was not properly represented. The Supreme Court decision weakened Section 2 of the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act and could have a lot of effects on elections this term and in the future. Ed O'Keefe is in Washington to bring us all the details. Ed, good morning.
Major, good to see you. Let's remind folks that the current balance of power shows Republicans with a real thin majority there. Ultimately, 218 seats is what you need to control the House of Representatives. And they're both, the two parties, fighting over where exactly they can.
It wasn't just a Marine, though, man. He was a mercenary. He showed up, killed people for money. At least in the military, you can spend your career in IT. He was in infantry. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay? It literally, I can't explain this to you enough. It's very difficult for you to comprehend. What matters to you is inconsequential to the voters. Okay? That's it. What matters to you is inconsequential to the voters. As a matter of fact, it's probably positive for many voters. They're like, oh my God, he's a fucking war hero. He actually fought in wars like the ones I watch in the movies, like Black Hawk Down. Okay? That's it. The overwhelming majority of Americans do not have the same assessment of American imperialism as you do. We have to remind ourselves of this reality over and over again, especially when we're talking about electoral performance. Oh my fucking God, I'm losing my mind. It's not about the math of whether or not it's a good campaign. He's running a good campaign. I'm talking about specifically your response to us being suspicious. I'm not denying he's very viable. Yeah, the reason why I'm not as suspicious as you guys are is because I'm listening to what he's saying, and he makes a lot of fucking sense. Okay? I'm listening to what he's saying, and I'm telling you that what he's saying makes a lot of fucking sense. I am being reasonable about what he can and can't say as he's currently running for Senate in Maine. Okay? That's number one. And number two, I'm thinking about the overall social conditioning that leads people into taking decisions like this. Growing up in the United States of America, I'm almost certain that you, at some point in time, would not have looked at a candidate like Grant Plattner's service, even in fucking Blackwater, and have thought twice about it. You probably would have been like, yeah, no, that's awesome. But after being a 19-month subscriber in this community, a lot of your worldview has probably shifted radically. So now you're thinking with today's terms. What I urge you to always do is think with yesterday's terms to try to develop a better understanding of what leads people to make certain decisions, like joining the fucking military. and then have that experience be so normalized in your life that you go, all right, fuck it. This is my only viable option for a job. It's not about the morality of it. I'm not endorsing it. Okay. I'm saying that it is an immoral act in general from my calculations, but I can also understand how someone would make those decisions. Okay. What matters to you is not what matters to the voters. How is this an argument for why people should trust them? What? The reason why I'm saying that is because he's running right now to become the next senator and flip a red seat in Maine. And not only is he doing that, but he's doing that with our values. Okay. This is what matters. His campaign has been a disruptive insurgency of left flank values. He is a Bernie-crat. So many of you cannot overcome the initial suspicions that you have that you refuse to listen to what he's saying now. You refuse to understand what Mainers are hearing. And the reason why I keep bringing up the fact that what matters here doesn't matter to the average person in the United States of America is because it's an important lesson to learn so that you don't come across as like a fucking socially maladjusted weirdo when you're having normal conversations in the real world. Okay? It's an important part of being a good organizer. It's an important part of being a good communicator when you're talking to normies. I worry quite a bit about what I'm teaching people in this community when I hear stuff like this all the time. Hasan is on some toxic masculinity, black and white thinking today. See, this is actually a great fucking example of what I'm talking about. Toxic masculinity, black and white thinking. Anyway, let's get to the Supreme Court striking down Louisiana's congressional map, weakening voting.
Pick up seats. So let's go through this. Louisiana is the first place we expect this will happen. The governor is reportedly going to suspend next month's primaries to redraw the map and deal with this specific blue district that stretches all the way from New Orleans out to Shreveport. If they can do that, that's one potential Republican seat. Then go over to Florida, where just yesterday, Republican legislators approved a new map that potentially gives the GOP up to 4 more seats there. They called that special session, anticipating the Supreme Court would rule this way. The other state that may very quickly redraw its map is Mississippi. They've got 4 seats in that state, and that big blue one there is the one that may potentially be up for redrawing. It's where most of the state's African-American voters live. Now that the Supreme Court has ruled that they can tweak the Voting Rights Act, Republicans say they may try to draw there. Other states would like to do this, Major. The problem is the candidate registration deadline has passed. The primary's already been held. So you're looking now to 2028 to see a bunch of other states redraw their maps.
So, hey, Ed, before you go, how do you expect the Democrats to respond to all of this?
Few things. First of all, they're going to file a bunch of lawsuits to try to stop this in those individual states. Second, a bunch of Democrats who said, you want to redraw the maps in those Republican-controlled southern states? Well, introduce you to California, Illinois, New York, Colorado, places like that. You want to redraw there? We've got more seats in those states, and we could potentially redraw those. And the idea now is see these 2 parties potentially fight over this. And then maybe at some point there's an ultimatum on trying to do this. That requires voters, though, to get upset, call your congressman, your governor, and say, I don't like this. And maybe one day it stops.
All right, to be continued, Ed. Thank you. Always good to see you.
President Trump celebrated after the Supreme Court's decision. Here's that moment.
When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for who?
A win for Republicans.
I love it.
CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enten running the numbers on this one. Harry, let's kind of baseline it for everyone right now. How is the president doing right now with African-American voters, with black voters now versus this point in the first term?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now in the numbers is President Trump and the Republican Party are chipping away at the long-term advantage that Democrats have had with black voters, with African-Americans. You can see it right here. Look, Trump's approval among African-Americans at this point in term 1, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of people. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point. And you say, this isn't that big of a shift. But I will tell you, Republicans absolutely love this shift that's going on because Democrats have had such a long-term advantage. The fact that he's actually gaining ground versus where he was in term number 1, this has major implications for elections down the line because Democrats, especially in a lot of these tight races, you talk about places like Georgia, right down in the South, you see this type of movement for Trump actually gaining ground. This could have major ramifications and help put Republicans over the top in a number of southern places in the midterm elections.
But do you see this as part of a bigger trend?
I see this as absolutely part of a bigger trend. Donald Trump's Republican Party Party is absolutely gaining ground, not just him gaining in terms of his approval rating, but look at the party ID margin, Kate, because this to me was absolutely stunning. Look at this party ID margin among African Americans. At this point in Trump term number 1, Democrats had a 63-point advantage. That has absolutely fallen. Look at where it is now. A double-digit shift away. Democrats, of course, still have the advantage, but it's a 12-point shift to the Republican Party. And I look back through Gallup's records. They sent me their records. And this, in fact, lead that Democrats have is actually smaller than any lead from 2006 to 2021. So Democrats are leading. But again, we're talking about chipping away. Republicans are chipping away at this long-term advantage that Democrats have had among African Americans. We see it in terms of Trump's approval rating, and we even see it to a wider degree among the party ID margin, where all of a sudden there are a number of African Americans who are walking away from the Democrats.
Yeah, I don't believe it. But it would be pretty crazy if the Democratic Party used the older black voting bloc as some of the most like conservative, some of the most like centrist candidacy enjoyers for years and years, only to have them turn around and be like, okay, we're Republican now, which is not going to happen, for the record. I don't think it's correct. This kind of shit happens all the time. Okay. Specifically about the black voting, the black voting bloc, which they always inevitably turn around and say, oh, we were wrong, I guess. Like 1 point distinction, any sort of marginal swing in the direction in the direction away from the Republican Party, oftentimes is seen as this like major, alarm bell. And then black voters are, of course, as always, the most reliable Democratic Party voters in general. I've talked about this extensively with the Kamala Harris campaign, if you remember.
Party, and a number of them who are walking into the Republican tent.
That is very interesting, looking at that past Gallup information.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the race for control in Congress?
Okay, so you see this right here. You see this 51-point advantage that Democrats have, significantly less than you see that 63-point advantage. And what we will note was back in 2024, right, Donald Trump put in a historically strong performance among African Americans. Democrats performed the worst in a generation. Have they gained any of that coalition back from where they fell down to in 2024? But take a look here. Okay. Choice for election among African Americans. Kamala Harris was leading amongst that group in the pre-election polling by 63 points. Are Democrats gaining back any of that ground? It's a 62-point advantage now. Republicans are holding on to the gains that they made among African Americans in 2024. Republicans are gaining among African Americans. They are chipping away at that long-term advantage. The Donald Trump-led Republican Party is making gains among African Americans that we simply put have not seen the Republican Party make in a generation.
Fascinating. Good to see you here. Thanks
nice
so much for putting it together.
6 justices all but threw away the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, they left the words on the paper, but they erased the meaning. The way poll taxes and literacy tests and jelly bean counting tried to negate the 15th Amendment that gave black people the right to vote. Why? Because voting is the single most important power in a democracy. Not just the act of going to the polls and filling in some bubbles. No, it's the ability to vote for your candidate of choice. Now, you are not entitled to vote for the winner. But gerrymandering districts can mean that your power is so watered down that you never even had a chance to choose who represents you or pretends to. Enter Louisiana. The court struck down its map today, saying that lawmakers illegally used race to draw a majority black district. At the heart of the ruling was Section 2 of the Civil Rights Act that LBJ signed. And before I explain Section 2, why don't you listen to what LBJ said when he signed it into law?
Millions of Americans are denied the right to vote because of their color. This law will ensure them the right to vote. The wrong is one which no American in his heart can justify.
Ensure them the right to vote. Section 2, it tried to prevent racial gerrymandering precisely because it diluted voting power. And that's now all but out the window. And already today we saw Republican candidates across Alabama and Georgia.
All right, chat, we're gonna get ready to move out right now. We're gonna go link up with Chris Rabb, who just got the DSA endorsement, AOC endorsement, and the like. But I'll keep playing these videos for you guys as we head over to our next destination. Get very excited. It's going to be a fun day, okay?
In South Carolina and others all pushed for the maps to be redrawn to benefit their party.
When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for
a
who?
win for Republicans?
I love it.
Do you? Because I worked in the voting rights section of the Civil Rights Division. So I can tell you how instrumental Section 2 was to getting gerrymandered districts redrawn to be fair, or prevent the maps from even getting drawn in the first place. It was critical to ensuring that voting rights meant anything to minority voters. Now, it wasn't a cakewalk, but before today, you had a fighting chance to ensure that the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the indignities and the violence towards those who have the audacity to believe in equality didn't fight and legislate in vain. It understood that racism, it could be right in your face, but it could also be strategic and covert. So you could prove that a district was unconstitutionally gerrymandered even if you couldn't show some smoking gun that said, you know why I'm drawing this crazy salamander or goofy shaped district? To make sure that black and brown voters can't gain strength in numbers. Who's writing that? Now, if you could show that the map had that effect, without those words, the map could be redrawn. But now the Supreme Court says, yeah, you have to bring that smoking gun. It's not enough to show that black voters were targeted or that black voters feel the brunt of an illegal practice. No, now you got to eliminate the possibility, no matter how remote and in the category of pigs flying, that these black voters were targeted because they were black Democrats. You likely have to prove that race, not political party, explains the harmful effect. Welcome to the wink and the nod portion of what MLK and so many others fighting for civil rights had to contend with. It's also an extremely high bar that will likely be insurmountable in most cases to prove that. And the why the majority did this is something you ought to pay close attention to. Because they said that there had been vast social change, that's the phrase, particularly in the South, that have made these considerations unnecessary. Are we back on the flawed theory that we live in a post-racial world? Wow. Tell that to my mother, who was 13 years old when the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed. Or tell it to my 13-year-old son, who just saw it become what Justice Elena Kagan called a dead letter. My first guest is a longtime champion of the Civil Rights Act and has not left the fight. Former Attorney General under President Obama, Eric Holder, joins me now. And I should note I served as a career prosecutor during his tenure in the Civil Rights Division. Attorney General, thank you so much for being here. As you can imagine, this feels deeply personal to so many people and legally and analytically completely unhinged, frankly, to me. But I have to ask you what your takeaway is, because there are those who will look at this and say, see, gerrymandering is bad, even if it's meant to undo entrenched racial discrimination. What's your thought?
Well, I got to tell you, I take this both personally and professionally. I was 13 years old when the 65 Voting Rights Act was passed. I was the Attorney General who had to deal with that first attack on the Voting Rights Act, the Shelby County case that has, unfortunately, my name attached to it. And I've seen the dismemberment of the Voting Rights Act by the Roberts Court. And you have to ask yourself, why? John Roberts, when he was a young lawyer at the Justice Department, apparently was against the Voting Rights Act. And now that he is the Chief Justice of the United States, he has finally reached that dream of his to really come up with a way in which you get rid of the most important parts of the Voting Rights Act. So I feel as personally as well as professionally. And it's something that I think we have to fight. And we have to do all that we can to try to manage this crisis that we are presently in, but then come up with long-term solutions so that we put this country back on the right path.
Are you persuaded by Justice Alito's statements that the country has seen vast social change, particularly in the South, as a reason, and what he wrote was, black voters now participate in elections at similar rates as the rest of the country? Is that that persuasive enough to gut Section 2?
No. I mean, the reason that black people participate at essentially the same rate, to the extent that that's true, is because of the protections that you saw in the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Before that act was passed, you did not see significant black voter participation. It was difficult to register. It was difficult to vote. 65 Voting Rights Act goes into effect. You see a stark number of people, greater number of people who register, who vote, who ultimately get elected. So, you know, and this notion that somehow or another, just because the nation has changed, and it has changed, we have to acknowledge that, because if we don't, we do a grave disservice to those who sacrificed to give me opportunities that they did not have. But the nation is not yet at the place where it should be. Their race is still a factor. If you look at economic factors, maternal death rates, any number of things, wealth, education, black folks, Hispanic folks are still not doing nearly as well as their white fellow citizens. Race is still a factor in this nation.
And of course, the Supreme Court has described partisan voting and gerrymandering as distinct from race-based because of Section 2 and when it actually had teeth. I mean, there's also been this debate that's gone on, Attorney General, that for years, people have debated whether to expand the Supreme Court. Obviously, at a time like this, in this 6-3 decision along ideological lines, people are very angry about the ability to have 6 people determine and unravel 6 decades worth of progress. Do you think that part of the conversation moving forward should involve the composition or the numbers in the Supreme Court?
I think that should be a part of the conversation. And I think we also have to realize when people say, well, you're just trying to pack the court. Well, the court is already packed. Merrick Garland never got a hearing. And so he never had an opportunity to become a justice on the Supreme Court. If rules had been followed as they normally had been, he would have been on the court. And the rule was, well, he was too close. It was too close to an election for him to get a hearing or even an interview. Well, then Amy Coney Barrett comes along later on and is confirmed while people are in the process of voting. So those are 2 seats that probably should be seats appointed by a Democratic president. So the criticism that in considering expanding the court is packing the court, and that's something negative, is again something that Republicans will criticize, the very thing that they themselves did. But I think that has to be a part of the conversation.
What's up, y'all? So wanted to record a video real quick on the big thing that dropped earlier today, namely they are, some corporate Democrats, some AIPAC Democrats decided they are going to draft a condemnation of Hasan Piker. So
I think in fairness, it's a bipartisan effort.
Oh, it's a bipartisan effort. Okay,
it's
so
Don
that makes
Heimer and Mike Lawler, who's a Republican.
This is, by the way, the exact same day that we learned that the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
That's awesome. This is also at the same time that Trump is still in this war and, you know, going back and forth on what he says on a daily basis, threatening war crimes on a daily basis.
Gas prices are going up so fast right now that the guy that tracks gas prices says his algorithm is broken and he can't keep up with it. So that's happening. Yeah.
So do you have the text of it?
I do.
Yeah, so give everybody a taste of how ridiculous this thing is.
So this is what our elected representatives, these particular elected representatives, are spending their time on. Whereas Hasan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric, including expressing support for Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Whereas in August 2019, during a stream on Twitch, Hasan Piker stated that America deserved 9/11. Whereas Hasan Piker referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred. Whereas Hasan Piker downplayed sexual violence, this is the one that really bothers me the most actually, committed by Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization, against innocent civilians on October 7, 2023, stating, quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me."
His point was that doesn't mean genocide is okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
And here's the thing is, I mean, the whole thing, and it just proves the point of why it was so important and brave, the work that people like Ryan did in exposing the fact, the limited evidence that there is, the lack of evidence of what was claimed, which is systematic as a weapon of war, rape and sexual violence being used on October 7th. There is not evidence of that. And it's not an accident that they pushed that. And you can see, you know, exactly how they use that to justify genocide. And then they say, no, if you don't accept all of our most maximalist claims, or if you, Hassan has always been careful to say, like, yeah, I don't know, like, it's very possible that that did happen. And what he said in this quote is, even if it did, that doesn't mean that it justifies horrors in response to that, which is just, I mean, that's a very basic moral statement. Anyway, the last one here is...
Well, wait a second. Didn't they have to retract the article? Wasn't there like this huge article?
Yes. So this was Screams Without Words in the New York Times. And
the person who wrote it turned out to be like in the fucking IDF or something like that, right? If I'm trying to remember the details off the top of my head, but there was like this big scandal about how basically compromised the person was who wrote it. That this was literally just like war propaganda, like atrocity propaganda.
They pulled up someone who had like next to no reporting experience, who was, you know, had a background of bias, and I think had been previously in the IDF, if memory serves. But if you look at the details too, they had to retract some significant parts of their claims because it was contradicted by their own prior reporting.
See? Yeah.
It was so flimsy what they offered there that the New York Times, like, main podcast, The Daily, refused to do an episode on it because they thought it was so weak. And then one of the people who was quoted in it retracted their claims. There were it was a mess. But they didn't retract the article. They really should have. It just now has parts of it that were taken out, long editorial notes, etc. So yeah, and I mean, this has always been this very. It's one of those things where you feel like an.
I don't know if they can figure out where we're at.
I'll keep it really tight.
All right. Okay. Ingest on. What's up, everybody? We're back. I know you guys missed us for a little bit. I know you were enjoying Kyle Kulinski driving recklessly with reckless abandon, and Crystal reading tweets. Carstream, the Carstream transition, baby. Put back the woke king, the dark woke general.
Give me a bag.
The commander. You want the light?
I just put a battery on there.
No, true. Okay, while we wait. So we are currently heading over to link up with Chris Rabb. He's running for Congress in Philly, and it's very exciting. I'm going to read you guys some background information on him, but he is the pro-Palestinian candidate in this race, obviously. Pro-labor, pro-worker, backed by the DSA. DSA endorsed. Okay, hold on. I'm putting my charter on real quick, pulling up chat real quick, and then pulling up my notes real quick.
He has notes.
Of course. Chris Rabb is a Pennsylvania state representative in PA 200, and he's running for the U.S. House in PA 3. It's a D+40 district. So, as you guys know, the policy is running up the numbers, getting the leftmost possible candidate running in all of the races all around the country. This is one of those places where it's like unbelievably safe, so it's a really great opportunity to move the Democratic Party in a direction that's more responsive to working class people in general, rather than having a corporate-backed, centrist, pro-Israel candidate. This is a unique opportunity to have someone running in an unbelievably safe seat in an unbelievably safe district. So the primaries are more consequential than the general in this circumstance. But yeah, he is Chris Rabb is a state representative running for U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District here in Philadelphia. As a founding member of the Pennsylvania Progressive Caucus and the Climate Caucus, Chris is the most progressive candidate running in this crowded Democratic primary to replace the retiring Congressperson Dwight Evans. This is one of the bluest districts in the United States of America, where Obama and Biden both won by Assad numbers. We're talking 91%. Okay? Chris has been a vocal critic of Israel and has called for the Democrats to hold our own party more accountable for support of the genocide of the Palestinians and the war on Iran. When asked at a forum whether he would meet with AIPAC, Chris famously said, "Fuck AIPAC. They're a racist organization and I won't meet with them." We'll be walking through Philly neighborhoods discussing Chris's progressive vision. We're going to be talking about his stance on key issues like Palestine, healthcare, and the affordability crisis, and how he plans to bring grassroots activism and grassroots organizing experiences to his congressional seat. Okay? I have a lot of questions for him, obviously, but I'm very excited to see this beautiful city that I haven't been to in quite a while. I've said often that unlike Los Angeles, Philadelphia is a real city, or at least close to a real city if we're looking at American standards. It's a beautiful place. There's, you know, some semblance of a public transit system here, unlike Los Angeles. So very exciting stuff overall. I think Chris also had like a rally earlier today, which we didn't go to. The rally was obviously during the day, but we're gonna be going, dining, wining, and I'm gonna be interviewing him after we get some food. So very exciting stuff overall, and I hope you guys will enjoy the process. Okay, the restaurant you're going to is Fire Unk. Okay. We'll also be attending a fundraiser afterwards as well, so you guys get to do a little bit more inside baseball. There's chatter saying, on SEPTA, on the way over to you. Okay, I don't know how that stuff is gonna work, so. Fuck the Flyers 1975. Is that fighting words or is that a good thing? I don't even know. Philly's doing well in hockey right now, right? All right. Are you guys like hockey? You looking at me like that's a crazy question. I don't know. Yeah. Let's go Birds, right? Oh damn. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, fuck them too.
Okay. What team do you support?
Me personally, I'm a Broncos fan myself.
Oh, okay. So you're not OG from Philadelphia.
I'm born and raised. You know what
You're born and raised?
Born and raised.
Born and raised in Philadelphia, you're a Broncos fan? How did that happen?
Same with my cousin right here is a 49ers fan. Just happened.
What did you pick it out of a hat?
No,
the
man.
fuck?
You know, it's crazy. Like, I really liked them because I liked their jerseys when I was a kid.
They're calling you a traitor in the chat right now, just so you know. That's crazy. Okay.
But it was really because I liked their jerseys. And then Terrell Davis was one of my favorite football players. And John Elway used to crush it. So, Broncos fan.
Okay.
It's better than all these fake ass LeBron fans because everybody, I don't like LeBron, but let him come to the Sixers. Oh my God, LeBron is the king. He's the GOAT.
I mean, I'm a LeBron fan across the board. I don't care. I'm agnostic to whichever team he plays
so
in.
You're just a LeBron fan.
Yeah. I'm just a LeBron fan.
Some people are bandwagon hoppers.
Oh yeah.
They only like LeBron. I'm not gonna say they love LeBron, so they like whatever team he on. I don't care. He could be on the.
Yeah. I'm agnostic to whichever team. Yeah.
They will love him. Oh my God, he's on the Alaskan Bubble Fucks. Let's be LeBron fans. Let's love the Bubble Fucks. Nah, but I like
what about in the NBA?
I don't really care for the NBA too much.
Okay, so you're like you'd be in support of the Sixers, and you're fine with that.
The Sixers, I mean, don't get it wrong.
Damn, you hate every Philly team.
No, I was about to say,
you don't fuck with hockey, you don't fuck with the NBA, but you don't even.
Philly teams because I love where I'm from. But as far as like they're a let down team. They're historically let down teams. They get everybody riled up. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this, and the next day you know they get their ass beat by a team they shouldn't lose to. They've been doing this since the beginning of fucking basketball.
Oh God damn. Okay.
Yeah, man, listen.
That's crazy.
Teach his own, man. You like who you like.
Do you agree with that, cousin? The assessment is he right?
That's why he over here laughing.
I don't even support the final. What is it? Finals?
You don't even know. That's why you know he lying.
What do you think I like in Philadelphia?
I would rather watch. What was that shit? What was that football league they had?
Soul.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Soul. What was that? Arena football. I would rather watch that shit.
Wow.
Than the NFL. I would rather watch lingerie football right now. Yeah, I don't care.
That's crazy.
It seems it's not a gladiator sport no more. Everybody cry too much. They bitch too much. Everybody want to be sexy. Everybody want to come with tank tops and halter tops. So I'm like, bro, y'all grown ass men. It's supposed to be a hard hitting. I'm a break your face type sport, and everybody.
It's too soft. Football is too soft. That's what I think.
Basketball is too. Everybody at basketball.
Wait, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You're 37. Okay, well, first of all, you don't look 37. Damn.
Good or bad.
No, I thought you were like 27.
What Thank you, good brother.
Yeah, I'm younger than you, which is crazy. I normally don't meet people older than me.
We age backwards over here. We love life and laugh at you.
Yeah, that is a unk thing to say though. Like, oh, football's soft now or NBA soft. You are unk. You're unk. Yeah. That's like you're close to OG status actually.
Almost, man.
You're about to cross the boundary into OG.
Hey, call it what you want, man.
You're like Michael Jordan played a real game of basketball.
You can't talk about Mike. You can't talk about Mike.
Fuck Mike.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I like his sneakers though, but I don't care for him either.
Oh man, you gotta be stopped, sir.
Yeah, you just.
Everybody loves Mike. Everybody loves Mike, man. Everybody loves Mike,
just
man.
To laugh at you. You know what? You're right. You're right.
You gotta laugh,
You're right,
man.
trader. Talk about I'm a trader. That's my blood. He traded on me. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, everybody loves Mike, man. Regardless of.
Obviously, they don't.
Everybody loves Mike.
I mean, look, I think I'm in the boundary, so I'm a LeBron dick rider. Like I admit it, I'm a self-admitted LeBron dick rider.
At least you can admit that you ride his dick.
Yeah, that's
what make you.
Listen,
happy.
okay, but think about it this way: some dicks deserve to be rode.
I never heard that.
If it's valid, is it really dick riding? I mean, he's 42. He's throwing alley-oops to his son. That's crazy. That's crazy though. It's an impressive. It's an impressive feat.
I mean, I will say this. That's cool. You know, him and his son got to play together. That's what's up. But his son wasn't even ready for the league like that. But I mean, it's a good thing. He could say the first father-son duo in history played on the same team.
Yeah, in the playoffs too.
That's what's up. But I don't give a fuck. That shit does not help my life.
What do you think about Wemby? Oh wait, you don't even you don't really watch the NBA. I mean, I don't really watch the NBA either.
Shit, though,
yeah,
and
he's a freak.
I seen him standing on his tiptoes and
yeah.
He didn't look at somebody like, you too small. Yeah, everybody too small to you.
Yeah.
Like 7'19". That's not even possible.
Yeah, he's incredible.
He is nice though. But a lot of the big men, like I remember Shaq even said it. A lot of the big men in the league now, like they don't play like big men no more. They all play like points and shooting guards.
Yeah, he can shoot a three. Like he has handles, which is crazy because of how tall he is. The ball literally takes like a second to travel to the ground from where he's starting.
Exactly. But I mean, listen, like I ain't gonna sit here and say everybody in the league saw off everybody in the league, you know, bunch of bitches, but you know, most of them. And then you do got some real good players in the league right now.
They won the championship or something?
Personally, I just don't care.
Pennsylvania won? They got the trophy walking around. He might be a coach or a player.
Oh, what the fuck?
I think he a player or a coach. He might be a player.
No, he's lucky. You want to ask him?
No.
Don't ask him. He's smiling too hard. He definitely ain't win that.
He probably a good team.
What is it?
It's a trophy for the college football basketball. UPenn, I think they won a trophy.
Chat, what did they win?
You're probably sitting behind.
He's just walking around with the trophy in his hand.
Somebody take it, thinking it's real. West Philly, right?
Yeah. University of Penn.
I said, chat, what is that? You said a trophy looks like. Yeah, no shit, dude. I saw that too. I'm saying, what do you think the trophy is for? What has someone in the Pennsylvania state won recently? Oh, 30,000 people in here. Not a single one of you have any competent assessment.
And I'm the sellout because I don't watch sports like that.
Well, I mean, there's not, yeah.
Let me stop interrupting you.
These guys are, no, it's fine. These guys are nerds, so they don't, I mean, I'm a nerd too. That's probably why. We follow politics, like that's what we care about the most.
Okay.
That's your gladiator sport.
Yeah, that is my gladiator sport.
I could dig, yeah. Y'all, listen, politicians are tougher than most of these NBA, NFL players.
You have an agenda. That's what it is. That's what it is. Your agenda is gotten to.
Listen, my job was to drive and be quiet, and I was fine with that. You asked me a question now. I guess I'm all in, fellas.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I like it. It's just, but you're putting that agenda back on the menu every time. You're like, politicians are harder than
Y'all
the
tough as
NBA.
nails, man.
That's not true.
Because maybe somebody from the NBA sees somebody, you right, we do play like bitches. Yeah, y'all do. Yeah, y'all gotta be tough now. Shit, Jordan played with the flu. He was about to die, and I don't even like that man. But tough as nails. And anybody going up against Shaq, tough as nails.
That's Unk status.
Yeah, nowadays.
Shaq is also the last remaining proportional big man. Like Wembanyama, when you look at his proportions, like that doesn't make sense.
Nah, he should at least be like a shooting guard.
He should be like 400 pounds, 500 pounds with how tall he is.
Like 120 pounds. So you know when I stopped really watching basketball, when they started doing that flopping shit, that's when I really stopped watching. Your man LeBron was the king.
He was the king of the flop. Yeah.
The king of the flop.
The foul merchant.
Not even you ain't even touch him, and he That's why his hairline going.
Oh my god. Why? Because he's lying. Because he's lying. You're coming for his hairline. That's crazy.
Because he was flopping too much, and his hairline said, "Okay, we're gonna flop right off your fucking scalp."
That's so funny.
But if you think about it, all the greats went bald. Jordan, Kobe, Shaq. They all started off with hair.
So what do you say to the argument that Jordan was playing against plumbers and like high school teachers, whereas like LeBron is playing against unbelievable athletes? Like the level, the game is elevated tremendously since the Jordan time.
Against college kids. LeBron is playing against college kids, fresh out of college.
And they're soft.
Yeah, for sure. You see them?
Yeah, they don't play hard ball.
That's crazy. Hard ball is crazy work. No, they just soft, man. That's all. They cry at everything.
I feel like if you put a guy like Wemby in the NBA in like the 80s and 90s, people would be like, "What the fuck am I even looking at?"
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was kind
True.
of like that, and he was a monster.
I know, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, as far as like the complete package, as far as like being able to, as far as the handles goes, as far as being able to take 3-point shots, like be lethal from every part of the court. I mean, these guys are doing like half-court shots nowadays. It's crazy.
And when I was a kid, that used to be the hardest fucking thing in the world. You make a half-court shot, you feel like king of the world. Now everybody making them with what they think. They just that shit switch. Like, no, something in the
That's
water.
what I mean, though. That's like the game has elevated. They're a danger from every part.
Everybody want to be Steph Curry. Everybody want to be able to be.
We're talking about guys in the 90s who couldn't even drive to the left. You know what I mean? Like they had no left hand.
They had no left hand, but they would have still bust their ass. And these things because they saw.
I'm instigating, by the way. I'm totally instigating.
They'd have still got their ass. They'd have still bust LeBron in them ass today. Oh, LeBron's strong. Them motherfuckers used to work on cars back in the day. They used to lift engines buried in no straps and nothing.
It effed in its back. I don't know what happened. That was weird. It like dropped me from my it dropped me out too, chat. I don't know what happened.
Me Twitch side?
Yeah, it kicked me off. It was a Twitch side issue, I think. Twitch bricked for a second.
What made you want to get into politics?
I don't know. I mean, I grew up in Turkey, so I was always invested in politics in Turkey, and it translated to my investment here as well when I came out to America in 2009. Yeah.
I thought you just like, I'm gonna just do this shit because I like to talk shit to people, and we gonna rock out.
You guys don't really care about politics that much, I assume, or no? Or you do? See, in America, people always do this thing where they get shy about their political opinions in general. I'm not saying you are. You seem to be very. You seem to say things that are probably much much more controversial in Philadelphia, like fuck the Eagles, that type of thing, or fuck the Jets, or not Jets, Eagles.
They can't beat me.
This is a Broncos fan.
Yeah, you're a Broncos fan in Philadelphia, so you're already used to contentious conversations. But what I was gonna say is, as far as politics goes, Americans are worried about talking about politics usually. You don't talk about politics or religion at the table. In Turkey, it's different. You start with politics. It's politics first.
It's a car accident. Detour. It's a car accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, West
Can I
Philly,
just
like,
go around?
Yeah,
and just come
you go around, come back on.
Yeah, that shit look crazy. And there's too many. I don't want to say it, but you know what I'm about to say. There's too many of them in the street.
There's a car.
Go fuck.
You see the tow trucks out there, that's what they arguing about.
It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault.
No, it'd be the tow truck brothers, the tow truck people that argue with each other.
Oh, to see who get it first?
Yeah, see who get the ticket. That's why I stopped doing it.
Should I go up another block?
No. Because they don't take you up, they'll turn you down.
But I don't know if they really like that close.
No, they would straight down that block right there. Something about West Philly.
No, because sometimes you can't see what you did, man.
For the streets.
Is this where Always Sunny in Philadelphia was filmed? No. It's a very different part of Philadelphia.
Thanks for asking that, Chatter.
Yeah.
So I don't have to.
Oh, you were wondering as well. Okay.
Never been here before.
Yeah, I think it is.
New zone unlocked.
I've never been there. They give me the egg rolls.
I heard the food is bomb.
They say they don't call them egg rolls.
What are they called?
They call it something else. They call it something else. They got different names.
That's why
You mean spring roll?
Yeah.
All right, they're waiting over here. Well, what the hell? Is there like there's a whole fucking professional camera crew? I assume.
I'm right here.
Yeah. Pull this out. 2 bars. That's not bad.
Yeah. Let's go out that way. Actually, we can probably get out this way. Alright, getting chest cam for a sec, chat, sorry. Sorry. So we assess the situation. Getting chest cam till we assess.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
New voter. Brand new voter. 18.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, what's up, my man? Pleasure to meet you. Come on, bring it in.
Nice to meet you.
Good. Chris Rab. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for coming out to Philly.
What's going on, Hassan?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's happening?
March, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks so much.
All right, I'm
Appreciate
very
you.
excited. I'm very excited about
thank
getting
you.
some
Yeah.
food.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
Sure, yeah.
This is
let's
the
do
chef
it.
right here, Chef Kurt
All
Evans.
right.
Chef Kurt, this is operation right here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is a dope
All right,
spot.
so what part of Philadelphia are we in for the viewers? This is Chris Rab.
Yeah, we're in West Philly and is actually represented by Representative Rick Krajewski. This is his legislative district,
Right.
but it is within a larger congressional district, bluest congressional district in the nation.
Yeah,
and it's really left side of Philly.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Obama and Joe Biden both won by 91%.
Sounds about
It's
right.
unbelievable.
Yeah, there are more raccoons than Republicans in this district.
All right, great. We're in
Yeah.
safe territory.
very much, very much.
Good.
Yeah.
I got a lot of ops.
Okay.
But I feel like you do too. We have some similar ops, as a matter of fact. But I'm very excited to talk to you about, whatever we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be in here. We're going to have some food here, right?
Yeah.
First? Okay, good. I wasn't wrong about that.
Yeah. Let's get you
I was a little
fed.
worried. We're going to get some food, and then we're going to head over. We're going to walk around,
Yeah.
right? And then we're going to be sitting somewhere else where we do an interview, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, we're flexible.
Well, I think we're going to do, if y'all cool with it, we're going to do an interview right here.
Uh-huh.
Instead of walking to Rick's house, which
Yeah.
is the G plan.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll head over to Bernarda's where the canvassers are going to come through.
Okay.
So we
All
can
right.
spend some time here. You guys will chill out.
All right, perfect. So we're going to do the interview here then. All right, let's do it.
All right.
Let's
Okay.
just keep them in their camera, y'all, and we'll stay out here. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You got a bigger camera than I do. That's crazy. Okay.
Wherever you want to.
How should we set it up?
Yeah, whatever you need.
I mean,
Yeah, you got any ideas?
well, I was gonna say I can handheld over here if you guys want to face that way, but
Cool.
yeah.
Hassan, how you doing? I don't remember me.
All right.
Good.
Minneapolis.
Yeah. What's happening?
Or actually,
Thanks for coming to our hometown.
Of course.
Are you cool if I put one of our mics on?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
you know what? Maybe I'll put it there in the corner and face it out,
Okay. But where do we eat then?
like here. You see how wide this is? Hold on.
Okay. Let's set it up. And then I'm going to put this on a charger real quick.
Pull the lobs out too.
You guys are filming for okay, yeah.
And, well,
Yeah.
All right, Chad, bear with us while we get set up. This is all happening on the fly, as you know.
Mr. Coming to us too.
We got a lot of security. Normally, I have a policy of never really doing anything with security, but since the recent campaign from Fox News putting me in the crosshairs for pretty much everything that's going on, including the White House Correspondents' Dinner attempt. Yeah. You know, there have been some concerns.
Sure.
But it'll be. But it's fine. Okay, hold on.
What you gotta do?
Okay, yeah, handheld it. Okay. All right, so we'll do double lav mic. We're gonna put the DSA lav mics on, and then we're also gonna be. Okay. Oh, you got the OG. All right.
Also, the food's ready too. So we should open this
road one.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get the camera stuff done, we'll open the spread up food store. Sure. They can eat while they're.
All right, Chad, you're gonna go be deaf for a second, okay? As to not hurt people's ears.
There's no going back.
Then I was on CBS. More people watching this.
I'm saying in the dark place. Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm saying this was different. It just was
And then Chris, did I put this one on yet?
Yeah, sure.
So why Black Dragon? Why are we here and not somewhere else?
I mean, the food changed my life, but I heard people talking about it. I'm like, oh, this is hype or whatever. I mean, I've had this food before and it's great, but I had never had this kind of fusion before. I mean, you know, Chinese and soul food, like I'd never heard of that before, so I got to try it. And they said, well, you got to try the salmon cheesesteak rolls. Like, I'm like, word? Like,
salmon cheesesteak rolls.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need any seafood.
Yeah,
but
we took that into account.
Yeah, we were told, yeah, but I do, and it changed my life. But the other thing is, this brother has done a lot of good work, working in the criminal justice space, restorative justice, and you know, we need to also lift up black businesses that are locally based, that are community centered, because there's not enough businesses that are building community wealth. We have too many businesses that are about preying on folks, exploiting labor and so forth. And so any opportunity I can to lift up local businesses, particularly black-owned businesses, I do it. So, yeah. But I mean, even if it weren't, the food is just that banging. So,
how long has this business been in operation?
Actually going on 2 years in August.
2 years.
Yeah, but the whole concept of the pop-ups I've been doing them for about 12.
Oh,
so I've been
wow.
doing pop-ups, fusion with cuisine throughout the city, other cities and stuff like that.
Okay, hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story behind like the Black Asian fusion, like the concept is also
and the concept is, so this was a former Chinese store. So as you can see, like most of this stuff, just this layout was here. We took the bulletproof glass down because, you know, the service in the hood is a bulletproof glass, hurry up buy. We actually put counters in, we gave access to a bathroom. So these are like things that when you do go to a regular Chinese store, you don't have those. And we're not saying that as in a way of Asians being discriminative, but being able to come to America, they couldn't get money, they couldn't get loans to open businesses in white neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So they force you into a black neighborhood. And honestly, outside of living in a Chinese store, you don't see Asians in the community unless they're inside of this, and they usually live upstairs and they work down here. So the concept of the Black Dragon is a lot of the second and third generation Chinese Americans, they're here, they didn't got the education, they got jobs in tech, some of them may be doctors, lawyers, they're just in a whole other field, so they're not taking the stores on. Just in the Philadelphia area, it's about 600 of these Chinese stores. It's more Chinese stores in the world, in America, than it is McDonald's in the world. So the whole concept of a Chinese store is the second and third generations, they're not taking them on. So it gave her opportunity to come in and serve culturally relevant food to the communities that we serve. So we're gonna bring some food out, got some different dishes, some different twists, and being from Philly, we have a huge Islamic population, so a lot of people don't eat beef, so we came up with something like years ago in the city of Philadelphia where people make cheesesteaks with salmon. So we make salmon cheesesteaks, we got collard green egg rolls, we got a dish called General Roscoe's chicken, like General Tao's chicken. So General Roscoe Robinson was the first black 4-star general in America, and he's from St. Louis, so it's like a St. Louis barbecue sauce style tossed in like the chicken like that.
Magnolia beef. We had some Magnolia
I was already
Project
hungry.
beef. So the Magnolia Projects in Fifth Ward, New Orleans. So we represented that dish. So we do a lot of fusion and twist on words.
Hell yeah.
And it's dope. Like, I think, you know, it's so
Making my
exciting.
mouth water.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm like,
that's why I wanted to do it here.
I'm like, damn,
right?
okay.
There's a lot of history here.
Okay.
I'm about to get I'm about to get it out for y'all.
Yeah. So, I know your uncle.
Oh, really?
I just saw him in D.C.
How? So you've been on the Young Turks? Like you're
many years ago.
Okay.
When I was a political blogger, he would have me on the show a few times. Gosh, that was I don't know, 15.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait, let me
change your life.
put this down here real quick. Sorry.
So General Roscoe's chicken. And this is my plate on sweet and sour chicken. This is sweet potato chicken. So you take the sweet potato, yam, juice it down.
Oof,
make it
I'm so happy. This is.
I feel like we're gonna have to fall asleep out of it.
No, he's gonna get the itis. Yeah, that's the itis. Yeah.
Sweet potato donut.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God.
I got you.
Thank you. This is.
I wanted it to be meaningful. I didn't want to pick any spot, and this says a lot of. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, it is.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Black entrepreneurship.
Veggie lo mein.
So I want to, lift up all the folks who are doing the work.
Magnolia Project beef.
I did something with Shoykot the other day in San Francisco, and we made the mistake of going to a Palestinian kitchen. I say mistake because I was uncontrollably just like staring at the food and just like pounding it. So I'm gonna try to hold myself accountable this time.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be a little bit more normal.
Okay, it's salmon. You're not gonna have that. That's
So those are only the salmon cheesesteaks.
These are these. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, regular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got more donuts. We got enough donuts to go around for everyone. Some extra plates.
Yeah. Now, I just want to be transparent. The reason I'm motivated about this opportunity is because my cred with my sons is next level now. Like,
that's what Rashida said too.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know how long it will last, but now my sons might actually vote for me. I mean, when they're like, Dad, Hassan Piker. I'm like, hey, you actually returned my phone call. So if that's the only reason, I thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm very excited about this. Thank you. Thank you for having us here today.
Yeah.
All right, when do we dig in?
Yeah, you dig in. And right over this backdrop.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this.
Yeah, tell me about that.
So this was from a Black Panther rally in Oakland in the 70s, and power to Black people, and then Black power. Power to the people, then Black power to Black people, then there's yellow power to yellow people. So it showed a time when Asians, Americans, and Black Americans had solidarity in this country. So when we do expand out doing other Black Dragons, I have several images throughout history of Blacks and Asians having solidarity together. So it's always going to be a mural like that in the next Black Dragon. The next Black Dragon will be in a former Chinese store as well, too.
Yeah. And one of the things I love about it is because I'm always talking about collective liberation, right? So, I can't be free until you're free. And so how we connect and kind of the through line of my campaign is, our fates are intertwined. So we got to, lift up all of our stories and see what we have in common. So.
And I think, some local important context on that, right? Especially, there was a recent fight here to push back against an arena in Chinatown.
Yes, I was against that.
And so Chris and I were both opposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a narrative out there that, Black people wanted this arena and that they wanted us to have a new basketball arena. And we felt that it was important to show that the Black community has a history of solidarity with the Asian community, and that we were actually going to come together in solidarity to push back against this thing. And so I think Black Dragon, the work around the arena, all this multiculturalism that you're seeing in the city is a really powerful moment of saying we're not going to have the same division that happened when Asians were blocked out of businesses and ended up in Black communities. And when we were redlined in those same communities, we're actually going to come together and do something beautiful and eat some great food.
And we got to beat the billionaire class too.
So why did you guys oppose the building of the arena, if you don't mind me asking?
No, of course, because it was displacing a historic community. You're talking about 20,000 people, and Chinatown is so much more than Asian Americans in that space. It attracts people from all over the world. So it's a tourist spot, but also has deep historic roots. And why should we displace these communities for the benefit of 3 billionaires who want to make more money through gentrification and things that did not actually benefit.
And they get tax
neighborhoods.
subsidies as well. I
All of
assume
that.
it's like usually created with tax dollars, right?
Only for 40 games this season.
Right.
It's only going to be 40 games, so it would be desolate half the time.
Yeah.
You would have to have a nice plan. They didn't have a plan for the arts, no reinvestment into the community, none of that. It just was literally going to put a stadium here, and they weren't even actually in communication with organizations in Chinatown.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So all
right, let's do this.
dig in. Let's
All
dig
right.
in. I'm waiting. Okay. So piece by piece, let's go. This is the cheese.
You can like split it in half. You got some ketchup, dip sauce over there.
I'm sorry. Mind if I get in there?
Get in there, yeah.
Oh my God!
I told you.
Hey, you want a napkin?
Yes, please.
Plates if y'all want to just like take any forks and go through and just take whatever y'all want to add.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
So this is a cheesesteak egg roll.
Yes, cheesesteak egg roll.
It's delicious. Oh my God.
Being in the city of Philadelphia, what makes sense to put in the egg roll cheesesteaks.
And this is hot sauce ketchup.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Right?
This is amazing.
Oh man. Can't get a fork.
Marsh, you want to try some?
Maybe at the end.
Huh? So I've been in maybe over 3 dozen candidate forums since this election cycle began in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So oftentimes when I'm finished with the candidate forum or community event in West Philly, because I live in Northwest Philly, uptown, they I try to come here, but if it closed before the thing, I'm like, oh, I want to go to Black Dragon. So it's like kind of one of the ways I celebrate when I have a good moment or good event. Come here and then I go home. So this is a big deal.
We've known each other for a while.
Yeah, we go back.
Through my community organizing. So as a chef, I do a lot of that work. A lot of my work has been around political organizing, community organizing as well. So
yeah. So he feeds a lot of the movement people and stakeholders in, kind of grassroots, criminal legal reform, all of that. And that's one of the things I've been working on, along with Representative Krajewski as well, in the state legislature. So I'm currently in the state legislature, been there 10 years. And actually my bill to repeal the death penalty just passed out of Judiciary Committee, like Monday. So this is a special week for me.
Is a good cause for celebration.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what's this one now?
Yeah.
that's the Magnolia Project beef. It's like a lemon pepper steak.
Chad doesn't get to see.
Named after the Magnolia Projects where Cash Money Records was found.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I had this one before.
What, sweet potato chicken?
Yeah, I have this one.
That's like sweet and sour chicken, but we take sweet potato. So the concept of sweet and sour chicken is like pineapple juice, ketchup, and vinegar. But we take a juiced yam, pineapple juice, and we make our sauce out of it that way.
And this is the vegetable lo mein?
Yes.
Is there a twist to this, or just regular?
So what we do is we try to put a lot of vegetables that like zucchini, squash, different vegetables in it that would come from the regular vegetable lo mein that we would get at the regular Chinese store.
Mm.
And we got to feed the vegetarians and vegans, so we have to give them a dish.
We do.
Told you.
Oh my God.
That's how you know it's good. They stop talking.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's just mouth noises.
Noises, no politics.
Oh.
Food is love.
That's true.
Right?
And this food is amazing. Oh my God.
And Chef Kurt, I mean, he has multiple restaurants. So you got to also understand, he came here and personally made this feast for y'all, but he's also got a pizza spot up in North Philly.
Well, I co-founded. I'm not a
Wait, so is that also a fusion, or is it just regular pizza?
No, it's a regular pizza shop. So it's a pizza shop that I had co-founded years ago. So a lot of the work I do around food is around mass incarceration, hiring principals. So I started this dinner series about 10 years ago called EMI Dinner Series. It's called In Mass Incarceration Dinner Series. We bring stakeholders of the community, We've had dinners with the district attorney, judges, perpetrators of crime, victims of crime, and we had dinner to talk about ways of reducing the prison population. So I've do those. I'm actually doing one next year for Lawrenceville. It's a boarding school. I do one for them every year, but they bring like their social science students over, their civil justice students over, and they pretty much have a dinner, and they meet with someone that was been formerly incarcerated. But we're having dinner, and they're telling them about their life, their trajectory. And usually, like some of my friends that have been formerly incarcerated, that are running nonprofits, that are doing things in the city, have them sit them in front of them and talk to them about their life, their experiences, so that like a kid coming from Lawrenceville, one day may make it into the senator or governor's office, so that he has this experience of talking to someone that was formerly incarcerated, seeing that like everyone isn't the same.
If there's people that politicians are rarely ever hearing from, it is people who are formerly incarcerated or just, have that experience. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
No, hey, look, that's why we got to commune and feast.
That was just sweet and sour?
Yeah, sweet potato. So
Sweet potato. Mm-hmm. And then this is the
General Roscoe.
Okay.
And he was the first black 4-star general in America. And we're recently, with all this news with Trump, it just makes it hurts my heart that the fact that we have we're actually losing black generals and people in the military.
Yeah.
And General Roscoe Robinson was the first black 4-star general in America.
Oh my God. Okay. I think my favorite is General Roscoe.
Yeah.
That's a favorite. That's one of my favorites.
Oh my God.
This is really great, by the way.
I know. I forget that I'm on camera. I can't wait to hear.
This one's not pre-recorded.
Yeah.
All right, so Summer Lee's coming on Saturday. Should we bring her here too?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
I love Summer.
Yeah. So we overlapped. How many years did we overlap?
Well, I don't know. You longer. For me, it was 2.
Okay.
I think for you, might was.
No, it was 4 then.
Oh no.
4.
Yeah.
We got to convince her to run for Senate.
Yo, listen.
Take out that ogre.
he's called the F word here.
The F word.
Yeah, he's the real F word.
Okay, what does that mean?
So what I'll do is at candidate forums, and I'll ask the moderator, says, am I allowed to use the F word in this forum? And they think I'm going to say, I say Fetterman.
Okay,
he's the real F word. And the thing is, like on the campaign trail, I'll meet like young people who don't know me, which is the majority of folks, right? And they're like, well, you're running for Congress. Like, okay, how do I know you're not going to be the next Fetterman? I get that all the time.
Everyone, he has created. I mean, he wasn't the only one who had a stroke. I feel like he gave everyone else a stroke with his twists and turns. Where everyone is so worried.
Never know.
Yeah, that's a once in a lifetime situation, I think.
What's that?
The when you are a victim of a stroke and you genuinely become like Republican. I mean, he's anti-immigration. His wife at the time,
Brazil,
it was an undocumented migrant in the United States of America. It's just like so ridiculous.
Ridiculous. That's the craziest thing ever. I always think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And she's great. Like everyone loves her.
Yeah.
Everyone loves her.
I was never really a fan.
What, of the wife?
No. Fetterman. No.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. I mean, I've met her. She seems nice, but when he was lieutenant governor, it's a low bar for a lot of people, though. Oh, okay, he's for marriage equality, he's for weed, he's for criminal legal reform, but if you're from Philly, that's not impressive. That's the norm, you don't get a gold star for that. I tell women, oh, I'm pro-choice. You want a cookie? Of course you're supposed to be pro-choice.
Yeah.
So that was his thing. And I'm like, but he was quiet on fracking. Once he wanted to, have bigger aspirations, all the things that people were hyped about, he started being quiet on. And
So this actually kind of ties back to your current race right now. This is the bluest district in America, or one of the bluest districts in America. And there's 2 questions that I have for you. One is about something that I was just seeing on CNN right before I got here. Harry Enton doing the classic, like, black people are leaving the Democratic Party alarm bells that they ring all the time. They did this with Kamala Harris as well, if you remember, where they were like...
I do. And
even Barack Obama came out and was like, oh, I guess if you don't want to vote for Kamala, you might be black men, you might be misogynistic. It was ridiculous.
Yes.
The hyper-focus is ridiculous because the marginal swings are almost utterly irrelevant, especially when you look at, like, major swaths of the white male population that's overwhelmingly voting for Republicans over and over again, and that's taken for granted. That's never like seen as significant, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of scapegoating of black people in
Absolutely.
general. But do you feel like there's actually any changes? And if there are, where do you think that's coming from?
Well, I mean,
like, are black people disillusioned with the Democratic Party at this point because they just haven't, like, Democrats have taken their vote for granted?
Well, yeah, but we also show up. I mean, that's how you can't be a Democratic candidate for president or for most statewide office and win without black people. You know, there's a rule of thumb in this state that you need at least 11% of the total voting population in Pennsylvania for a Democrat to win. And that 11% has to come from Philly because we're the largest city by a long shot. And this is a black city. So if black folk don't show up, we all lose. But when we do show up, we're not the first at the trough. We don't get the things. So our vote is taken for granted, particularly black women. Because black women are the last true loyal bastion of the Democratic base. But black men are not too far below that. So were there younger men of all ethnicities who were turned off or who felt disconnected? Yeah, but that's not based on blackness. That's based on exclusion and erasure across the board. And you would see it among white, Latino, black, Asian American. You saw that. But here's the thing. They invested. They reached them where they were. And, you know, I'm going to be slammed for even talking to you. How dare I be on your show? How dare I engage you? But there's a double standard because as a black progressive, I can't do this. I'm part of the problem or something. But Pete Buttigieg, he goes on Fox News. Nobody says anything. Yeah. Fox News is an inherently racist media outlet.
100%.
Right? But no one... And
same
the only
Bill
people...
Maher. Half of the politicians that were like, oh, I would never go on Hassan Piker's stream, were like, you went on Bill Maher last week.
How do you justify that? Right.
Like, that's insane to me.
Right. And so that double standard is real. So, this is something that I love about Congresswoman Summer Lee.
She's
one of the many things. It's like, people need to understand that many of us who identify as progressive, we are progressive because we are black.
Yeah.
Right? And understanding that just inhabiting black bodies is a political act, and how it connects to however you choose to define progressivism, that we can't be truly free and have meaningful opportunities if we do not confront these structures that are inherently racist, right? And so that's why I'm a progressive. That's why I'm a democratic socialist.
Yeah.
Like, it's rooted in my blackness. You cannot talk about any of this without talking about race.
There's also the revolutionary history as well in general. Like, a lot of black organizing, especially in the 60s and 70s and onward, before the FBI got its hands on everything, was rooted around principles that I think now a lot of Americans would consider very radical.
Oh,
the Black Panther Party was organized around the boundaries of some might even say Maoist thought. Do you feel like there could be an opportunity for resurgence within democratic socialism for black voters, at least in this district that you're a part of?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the sky's the limit. The labels are maybe what's disconnected, right? Because if you don't know anything about socialism or democratic socialism, or the word has been building up more oligarchy, or fascism, maybe people don't understand those definitions, but they understand fuckery. Right? Everyone understands that, whether it's queer phobia or issues around immigration or whatever. Like, yeah, I get that viscerally. I understand that regardless of the labels you use. And so we also have to understand that the things that most Americans want are socialist in nature, or they want to retain, whether it's Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid or public education or any of these things. those in a free market system, in a capitalistic society, shouldn't exist. They existed because we made that happen.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that it is better funded and broader so it includes everyone. But yeah, we absolutely have that ability because we've done it before.
Yeah, and it's a never-ending struggle. We do take a lot of this stuff for granted. I mean, one of the simplest versions of this, obviously, is like the fire department, for example. Initially, it was a for-profit private enterprise, and obviously that created a lot of issues. And then we decided that it shouldn't be privatized anymore. It should be a public service. And yet, maybe not the fire department, but plenty of the other social safety nets that people have fought long and hard for are now being taken away from Americans. And I feel like it creates an environment of anger and resentment. And I think the Republicans actually are very good at taking that anger and resentment and redirecting it to vulnerable populations, redirecting it back to black people, brown people, women in general, queer people, undocumented migrants, people that have a lot more to lose, and people that actually have the same exact class interests as the average white person.
Yeah, I that's so true. And one of the things that I really worry about sometimes is when in Pennsylvania they'll say, oh, in between Philly and Pittsburgh is Kentucky, and they'll call it Pennsyltucky as a slight to people.
I might have said that.
All right, so look, that's cool but I have 7 generations Kentucky.
But I also do think that we can win in Kentucky.
Yes, but here's the thing. We shouldn't have rural communities be the butt of jokes, right? Because like my grandparents were civil rights activists in rural Jim Crow Kentucky. Like they were doing the work against the Democratic Party, because then no self-respecting black person would ever be a Democrat.
Yeah.
In the 1920s?
Yeah.
Like, that's like being a chicken voting for Colonel Sanders. Like, that didn't make any sense, right? They were proud Republicans. But they did amazing work in rural communities. And our rural siblings, we have a lot in common. And so if we want them to respect the issues and priorities of urban communities, we got to show that same respect. So I don't want to bash that. And let's also remember, the majority of black people are in the South.
Yeah.
Right? And the majority of black folk in the North come from the South.
Yeah.
So our roots are strong. And look, like we're eating the food of this is the brilliance, the culinary brilliance of enslaved people who now all these things are like next level haute couture, you know, high culinary stuff, but it was made by folks who were they didn't even own their own humanity legally. So we gotta connect the dots and find ways to engage folks where the billionaire class seeks to divide us. They're always doing it, and they're not gonna do it but for so long when we organize.
Yeah. And I do think that there is a tremendous opportunity to do that right now, especially in this day and age where I'm seeing a lot more frustration from regular lifelong Democrats who never would have considered the likes of Bernie Sanders, who voted against Bernie Sanders, come out and openly say, maybe Bernie was right and it was a mistake to vote for Hillary Clinton. We're seeing different versions of that all around the country with these insurgency campaigns, these disruptive campaigns that are a lot more responsive to the needs of the voters. And I think the response that corporate media is delivering is because they're worried about losing their grip on power. They can no longer gatekeep who gets to talk and for how long they talk.
Is that why they're afraid of you?
I think that's part of it. I mean, look, so you wrote articles, you had a blog in the 2000s. It was called Afro Netizen.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, I would love to ask you a little bit about that. Like, what was the overall goal with this blog?
Well, 1995, I was 25 years old. It was the year of the internet, right? And people were talking about it. And there started to become platforms towards the end of the 90s. And then there was something called new media, which is the predecessor of social media, right? And they talk about the blogosphere. And there was a lot of folks who were saying, oh, this is the great equalizer. Everyone has access to the internet. It's free. You can do whatever you want. But they didn't look at the power structures. They didn't look at structural inequality to show how sites of privilege just recreated themselves in a new sphere. So I said, well, you know, we were called netizens, citizens of the net. And like, oh, this is this egalitarian thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. because all the most important voices that were being lifted up by corporate media were the same most privileged people, and they didn't represent the diversity of our nation. And so I created Afronetizen. I said, yeah, there's black people on the internet too, and we have ideas and opinions. So I talked about politics and culture and society. And then I saw that the Democratic Party was going to, it was in the New York Times, they were going to allow some top bloggers, all of whom were white guys who went to fancy schools, and go with the press corps to the 2004 Democratic National Convention. And I knew someone who worked in the DNC, and I saw the article and I called him. I said, hey man, you need to make sure you get some black and brown folk in there, because if you have a all white crew, like that's, and he's like, well, why don't you do it? I'm like, oh, whoa, I'm not on that level. And I convinced myself to do it. I maxed out my credit card and did the thing, and I interviewed folks. I interviewed Obama after his big speech that put him on the map. I went to the RNC, the Republican convention. That was nuts. And then after that, I kind of got on the speaking circuit talking about new media and representation. And so I just did my thing. There was no business model back then to sustain it, but I was really proud of expanding the opportunity and range of voices. And that was important to me because my great-great-grandfather founded the Baltimore Afro-American newspaper in the 1890s, which was a national publication. People all over the country read this paper, and it was so powerful that black folk had to hide the paper when they went south, because if white people saw them reading a black paper, they could be lynched. And that paper still exists 5 generations later. And so there's a connection, and this is one of the reasons I wanted to meet you. This is a form of media. This is independent media. You are not controlled by the corporate overlords, am I right?
Yeah.
Right? And you get in trouble for talking about the Epstein class and the billionaire class, right? Your reach is bigger than most local news stations, bigger than probably most national, in fact, right? That's asserting a kind of power that we need to move towards reclaiming a democracy that has always been fairly fragile, because we're really under authoritarianism right now, right? Cloaked in democracy.
Yeah.
And so what that means is we need to have a broader array of viewpoints and platforms to push against the tech bros who are trying to control everything. So this is actually an act of defiance that also expands the conversation about a range of issues that are not going to be talked about in corporate media. And I'll give you an example. So they were trying to clown you yesterday. We have our biggest candidate forum of the year.
And they bring it up?
They brought it up after the they brought it up after the debate. So I get surrounded by all these white journalists. Notice I say white journalists.
Yeah.
So and they all say, we understand that you're going to be with Hassan Piker and he's very controversial and so forth, and how do you describe it? And I said, wait, time out. And I said the thing about Pete Buttigieg on Fox News, and I said, I was just on NBC. You used to be owned by General Electric, which was one of the largest defense contractors in the world. Should I not come back on your show? They didn't have anything to say.
Well, there's also the optics of civility that I think a lot of mainstream outlets utilize, where like, I am vulgar. I'm a vulgar person. I'm a passionate person about the issues that I speak on. The reason why they don't like what I do is because of what I say, is because of the issues that I advance, the issues that I advocate for. But the angle of attack is always on the vulgarity front.
Right.
Like, oh, you don't speak in the same way and in the same tone that mainstream outlets do. But we now live in a post-Trump universe where I think it's like we should be speaking in the same exact way that regular folks speak.
Right.
I see no reason to try to censor myself or talk it a different way. And I also don't even think that they would care about my style if I was saying the right things. Yeah. If I was like, I'm pro-Israel unconditionally.
They give you a pass.
I think corporations aren't the villain. Trump is. You know, like if I were to say stuff like that, then they wouldn't care. Then I would be the Joe Rogan of the left that they were supposedly looking for.
So I actually get the same thing, because sometimes I use colorful language. And I understand that. So I'm Gen X. But the next generation, they tend to be like, slow up on the profanity. But I make this point, and I think there's a difference profanity and vulgarity. And so sometimes I use profane language because I'm passionate. And so I'm not going to use milquetoast language when I'm feeling passionate. If I'm talking about justice, if I'm talking about systems of oppression, I'm not going to be polite. Like that defies the spirit of it. But here's the thing. Should we be more concerned about dirty words than dirty policies, than profane policies that are deeply inhumane? If we're talking about putting children in cages for the rest of their life without the chance of parole, we've done that in Pennsylvania. In 2015, they ruled that it was unconstitutional to put children in cages for the rest of their lives with no chance of parole. That's profane.
Yeah.
That's profane act that actually dehumanizes and throws away, and they're largely poor black boys. Now they're finally coming home. And so if we're going to talk about words, we talk about deeds.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's not an accident that I think the overwhelming majority of people that are like, oh, I won't go on Assange's show, or oh, you're a dangerous radical, have no problem hanging out with Benjamin Netanyahu, taking photos with him, have no problem defending what I would consider to be the worst possible thing you could ever defend, a genocide of primarily
But you can't
children.
say genocide. How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. That's the real issue here. But I think many Americans are on our side, and I know that for a fact, especially on this issue, right? Yeah. And I think that's another reason why there's a lot of fear and a lot of controversy surrounding this stuff. But the reality of the matter is, people are a lot more intelligent than what the elites give them credit for. What the elites think of them is that they're stupid and easy to manipulate and malleable. Whereas even in these last couple of months, this fake controversy, this manufactured outrage, has not actually succeeded in any way, shape, or form. And as a matter of fact, a lot more people have reached out to try to get on the stream. Now, of course, I don't do that with everybody. I only do that for people that I think are good.
So if you don't mind me asking, I got a text from somebody. And it was sent me a link, and it was you and someone else watching a speech I gave in West Philly.
I think it was the one where he said, fuck AIPAC. Is that the one?
No, well, it was another one where I was talking about you can't kill the demon unless you name it. Or
oh, yeah,
I was going into, and you were, so I was watching you. Thank you. So I was watching you, watching me. It was very meta. And there was a
That's
woman
just
there.
how it is now.
Yeah, you know, but I thought it was fascinating. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? Because I'm not on Twitch. I don't, that's not my universe. And so I'm being brought into kind of a new space with a generation that is very engaged. And one of the first questions I get when I meet young people is, where are you on Palestine? Right? Because they don't know me, because it's a litmus test. Because if I bullshit them on that, why would they believe me on Medicare for all, right? Or a living wage for all, or all those other things. So
Ta-Nehisi Coates said it best when he said, how can you expect a party that won't stop a genocide to actually fight for democracy? And it's right. And I think that's a pretty sound assessment to make.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I need that battery behind you.
Oh.
Just real quick.
Which one?
Perfect. Are y'all cool? So we got to go to the next one. We can continue this in the vehicle to the next location.
Okay.
All right.
Y'all cool with that?
Is that cool?
How are we gonna fit?
So
we're gonna be able to.
in my SUV, we got a driver. You can sit in the front seat. Sure. And then y'all two in the
okay.
back, you can-
Wait, we gotta have a donut first.
Yeah, we got.
Hold up. And also,
get up.
Hand me the green bag.
Oh, is it dying?
I can't read the 5%. I'm just gonna hook it up.
Oh, it's full. This one's full. Let me get the. Oh, we're about to move anyway.
We gotta get this donut.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna get a donut first. I gotta try this. These are all the same?
Yeah.
Sweet potato.
Yeah, I think y'all need to jump in.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, bro.
See, that's why we have profanity.
Oh,
right?
Oh,
that's why you.
Oh my god. Oh.
Is it that good? I feel like I need one.
Yeah.
Like,
Yo.
What's going on?
Oh, that is
y'all
insane.
Rick,
dude.
Come on, get some.
Dude, the donut? Oh my god. That is. That is that one takes a cake.
Is that that's not the sweet potato one, is it?
Yeah.
Oh god. The Philly cheesesteak egg roll is bomb. It's all amazing. I like the General Roscoe's chicken the most. But that donut. Oh
Yeah, that's the finisher.
Yeah, yeah.
That, dude.
Appreciate
That is excellent. This is. I've always
I knew
wanted
what
to
I
do
was
this.
doing. When y'all asked me, I said Black Dragon.
The compliments to the chef.
I told him it was an easy choice. No.
Why? What? I'm giving compliments to the chef, bro.
Yo.
That's what fancy people do.
Yeah, you gotta call out the chef. I want to meet the chef. Yeah.
Okay, just one more.
Well, I mean,
and
if
then
you're
we
gonna
gotta
do
move,
it,
right?
then I might as well do it.
You gotta get one. That means no Reese's cups.
I know.
No Reese's cups.
I mean, you're in great shape.
Because I'm always
Bro,
walking.
he's out here doing cartwheels. He's a professional.
I do capoeira.
Oh, you do capoeira? No way. That's sick. My my Tekken character was Eddie Kudo, the one that does capoeira. I was spam the two buttons where you just flip the entire time you stun lock your opponent.
So you're in LA, right?
Yeah.
So after I graduated from college, I moved to LA for the summer before I moved to Brazil, and I studied under a Brazilian instructor named Borracha. And Borracha means rubber, because he could do a handstand where the bottom half of his body was parallel to the ground.
Wow.
And he's like, his English wasn't good, and he said, I need you to walk down those stairs. And I said, okay, what's that about? He goes, no, on your hands. So at 22, I learned how to walk down a flight of stairs on my hands. I've been doing it ever since, but I
Have you whooped anyone's ass with the techniques in the street fight or something?
No comment.
Whoa, that's sick.
All right. I'm a man of peace.
You just that's crazy. So if someone's trying to throw hands, you just go, hold on. You just do a roll and start spinning.
Yeah. You know.
All right.
This is your crew too?
Yeah. We got a lot of. What's up, man? Nice.
Hey, how you doing, Chris Rab?
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Sure.
Hey, how you doing? Pleasure. Likewise.
Nice to meet you.
My sister and I.
Hey, how you doing?
I nailed that.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Bet. Okay.
All right. Where's your car?
Right here.
You riding in?
Yeah, we're riding with them. Yeah.
You want to go lunch out there? I'd love to.
Where's Rab at?
Oh, serious? Oh, word?
All right.
My
Who else is coming in the car with us? Just me and Chris? All right, let's do it. Okay, I'll get on the other side.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Proud of you guys for doing time like that.
What? What do you mean?
Perfect. We're right on time.
Word?
Yeah, I'm actually really proud.
Look, don't trust me. I'm time blind. I'm aggressively neurospicy. So when I'm in it, I lose. I'm just saying.
So we're on our way.
So we're
still live.
We're still live. All right.
Yeah, we're live. It never stops.
Who?
Yeah.
In the trunk?
Just get back there.
You don't mind?
Oh yeah,
It's
bring
okay.
it.
Oh, you want to?
I'm mic'd up already. Yeah.
I'll get out.
No, just.
No. He's literally
Does he have a
gonna.
ride or no?
Why would I have to record?
Oh, okay. You just tell me just get out.
He says he doesn't mind.
Okay.
In the trunk?
I mean, we could just have him in the
He's
back.
committed.
It's all
Come in the
good.
back seat, man.
Oh.
There's room right here. We're leaving in the trunk. All right, look, come through.
So,
Brad, can you get him from your side real quick?
you're.
Get him in from your side real quick.
Oh.
Dude, sorry.
How
We'll
did?
get that for him. There you go.
Alright, beautiful. Let's go.
You good? Everybody good?
All right. Hey, that food. Are we saving that food?
That's for tonight, Russ.
The security guys would have loved to have that. They were talking
Yeah.
about.
No, they can have it. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't believe in waste. So.
No, yeah, me
Yeah.
either.
Especially not like.
Well,
that.
I'm on camera. Otherwise, I would have shown you
What
how
you
I
can do?
what kind of performance I can show up.
Is that right?
Yeah. All right. So we got a silly one.
Okay.
In 2022, Pennsylvania had to choose between a victim of a Mossad stroke gun and a genocide-denying Turkish nationalist. Not our proudest work there. Dr. Oz and John Fetterman from New Jersey. That's the worst crime from for Dr. Oz.
Oh goodness.
And of course, John Fetterman won. And after the stroke, he also started adopting even more and more reactionary frameworks and became probably I think one of the most conservative senators in Congress right now, spends a lot more time on Fox News than many Republican senators do now. How do you plan on addressing Pennsylvania's severe mental health crisis, especially in the context of our current Senate representation?
Well, we have to destigmatize it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's important. Like, there's so many people who suffer, and they suffer in silence or in the shadows because of that stigma. So I think that's really important that we acknowledge that this is part of healthcare, right? There should be no separation. And, you know, also, like, there are people who are just assholes, regardless of condition, whether it's having a stroke or having mental illness. I think he was an asshole long before anything that's befell him.
True.
Right? Some people are just
I think it
assholes.
accelerated his situation.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But, you know, like, he was raised in a conservative family, wealthy conservatives. I think it was populist cosplay for him.
Yeah.
I didn't trust him, right?
It's no different than the hoodies, what you're saying, and the shorts.
Yeah, I mean, it was a costume that I didn't buy. I didn't buy it. I was not impressed. And I understand why a lot of people want novelty. They see the same old folks in the same suits talking the same old poll-tested stuff, and it leaves them dry. And when you see somebody like this, he's 8'3". He makes you look, you know.
Yeah.
So
he's taller than me, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Damn.
Right?
He's mogging me. He's hype-mogging me, as we say.
No, but like, you know, you don't see that kind of person in elective office, and that gets your attention. And then when he says stuff, he trolls folks. He was pretty good at trolling folks back in the day, but that's not enough. I like to say, when people ask, well, how do I know you're not going to be next? Fetterman, I said, he had tweets, I had receipts. I have 10 years of a legislative track record. I have thousands of votes, hundreds of bills I've introduced, hundreds of bills that I've co-sponsored. So if you want to know what I'm going to do in Congress, you can see the 10 years I've served in Harrisburg and say, oh, okay, did I push stuff out about reparations? Yes. Did I do 100% renewable energy? Yes. 100% fair funding of public education? Yes. So did I take corporate PAC money for the 10 years I could have? No, because in Pennsylvania, this is going to blow you away. In Pennsylvania, you could cut me $1 million check if I'm running on the state level. State level.
Wow.
But in
So
Congress, it's unlimited, but it's so much worse. If you were a lobbyist, you could buy me a Suburban.
That's crazy.
You could buy me a summer house. As long as I report it, it's legal.
God,
in this
that
state.
is insane.
So to not take a dime of corporate PAC money in 10 years tells you who I am and what my values are.
At a certain point, I mean, this seems a little silly. Maybe you should have slid something.
No,
a little summer home.
No, listen. This is what I tell my sons over here.
Your integrity was worth more.
Well, that's what I told my sons.
If I was your son, I'd be pissed. Like, Dad, what are you doing?
No,
you could have gotten a Lamborghini.
It's entirely possible. But but the reason I wouldn't get that is because my politics would not align with people who would want to cut me a big old check or get me all that other stuff.
Let's talk about that, actually. So, as reported by DropSite News, an AIPAC-affiliated super PAC named 314 Action Fund has spent more than $2.6 million boosting your rival, Ayla Stanford. The super PAC says its only mission is to elect doctors and scientists. However, Stanford says she supports Medicare for All, yet she has not committed to co-sponsoring the Medicare for All bill. How do your healthcare policies differ from hers? And specifically, what's your plan for implementing Medicare for All?
I don't know what her healthcare policies are. I've been on a lot of forums.
I've been looking too. It's very confusing.
And the website.
Not even just the tweet stuff that she put out the other day, where it was like, "Have you taken a dime from AIPAC?" She's like, "What's AIPAC?"
And I got a little heat for that because people thought I was spreading rumors. And I tell people, look, you don't have to trust me. Just Google it. Yeah. You will see that there's independent reporting. You said DropSite, right?
Yeah.
The same person who was at The Intercept in 2024 reported on it. AIPAC, so the other viral moment was when I said AIPAC is trash. AIPAC knows its brand is trash.
Yeah.
So if they want to help someone, they don't give them money. They give money to an intermediary. And the intermediary, which is fully documented, is United Democracy Project.
Yeah.
And that's how 314 was funded in part, but it's also funded by some billionaires too.
Yeah, so that's actually what I wanted to get to, which is, do you feel like even the hesitance in communicating a full-throated support for certain issues comes from, by your estimation, a willingness to accept these kinds of corporate PAC sponsorships, basically, from 314 and numerous other subsidiaries? Just like you pointed out, AIPAC knows its brand is toxic, so they don't go in with a straightforward approach where they're like, we're AIPAC and we're sponsoring this person because they're pro-Israel. Usually, they don't even mention Israel at all, as we saw in Illinois.
Right.
And then they only celebrate after the fact.
Right. Or they'll attack the person who's against AIPAC.
Yeah.
Right. So they'll pull up stuff out of context or something when they were a kid or something like that, and they'll make it a big thing, which is what's going to happen to me. Like in a matter of days or weeks, I'm sure the AIPAC folks and then, you know, all those other folks are going to, you know, say Chris Rabb kicks puppies, you know, or whatever, you know, like that's what they do.
You're hanging out with a dangerous radical is what they'll say probably.
Yeah, but
I think a lot of that stuff, people see that and they understand exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
But transparency is key. I think it's important for people to understand that many of these groups, regardless of what they call themselves, is usually still funded by the same billionaires or directly by the same organizations like AIPAC.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But you asked about healthcare, and like, so I'm the only one who has consistently said I would co-sponsor the Medicare for All bill, and the prime sponsor of that bill just endorsed me, Congresswoman Jayapal, which is like a big affirmation, right? Because she doesn't have to get in the race. She could just see whoever won, because we're all saying we're for it, but she knows that I'm actually going to do the thing, and I'm going to work in unison with progressives in Congress to make it happen. And people think, oh, Medicare for All, oh, it's too big, it's too bold. But just think about what happened in a moderate Democratic administration with Biden, right? I mean, he was no radical, right?
Yeah.
But they invested in expanding the child tax credit, and it reduced child poverty by over half in a fucking year.
Yeah.
In 1 year. That's how bold was that. If he said, oh, we're going to eradicate poverty, everyone thought he was crazy or he had dementia or something like that. But they almost did it if we had the ability to expand that political base and the power in the Senate and Congress. We could have actually eradicated it.
Yeah.
It is a policy choice to sustain poverty, right?
Yeah.
We don't need it. It's an artificial thing. And when I'm getting the critique of me is, oh, he's too bold.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing, especially in plus 40 district. Regardless, it ties back to something that I believe, which is that there's this idea that like our brand of politics won't work and it only works in deep blue districts. Well, we're in a deep blue district, so there's no reason for a deep blue district to have a wishy-washy corporate Democrat who won't come out and say what Israel is committing is a genocide, for example, or will even go so far as to say things like calling what Israel's doing is a genocide to be hurtful. I'm of course referencing Stanford here.
Right.
That's another point that I wanted to have your take on. It's an unbelievable quote, but I'm going to read it.
Oh goodness, I know
Stanford
what you're going to say.
Went on to say that describing Israel's genocide of Palestinians as a genocide is as hurtful to Israelis as it is to someone saying the N-word around her. As someone whose great-great-grandfather had to save up money to buy himself out of slavery here in the U.S., how do you view the connection between black liberation and Palestinian liberation?
I mean, I think you referenced it before. There's a long connection and solidarity with black leaders and the Palestinian cause. Right, that's nothing new. Hey.
Okay. I know, but it's fine. We'll keep it going. That was a powerful question for us to cut in between. But you're on the law mic, so you're fine.
Okay.
So so liberation is a universal value.
Right.
It's a universal value. You got another mic coming on?
I only have 7. It's fine.
One for you, if you don't mind, sir.
Oh, you want? I'm going to take another one too?
Yeah.
Okay, which one's this for?
No Dem Left Behind, but they're rebranding No One Left Behind.
Okay.
Even better, right?
Just want ours.
You're going to give me the audio after?
I got Cost 11's on.
Sure.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Like,
we'll be in touch.
Collective liberation is just a slogan if you don't actually stand up for folks.
Yeah.
Right? And I find common cause with the Palestinian people. I'm black, right? I descend from When we talk about occupation, I've introduced bills for indigenous rights, and it's all connected.
Yeah. What's going on? Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hey.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Thank you. I love Renatus.
There's so many people outside.
Yes, we have only in passing.
Like
I don't know if you remember, but I brought here.
Is this a fundraiser? Oh, that makes sense.
Yes.
We're from the same city.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
I brought my sons here.
Take it off.
Oh, he's just dabbing up the owner.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm good. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Let's get them out there. Fire up the crowd a little bit.
Okay. Wow. There is like more people.
You.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Oh my God. Hey, dude.
In a second. Let's just get situated first.
You wanted like a little privacy up first for a quick second before we go out?
Yeah, let's do that. Definitely, because I have some more questions that I want to ask. Hi. What's going on, guys? What? Uh-oh.
You want to go first?
There's no privacy out there? It's fine, man. It's fine.
Yo, you see outside?
There's no...
Outside too. How about this?
Is this the norm for you?
Listen, you guys stay up here, chop it up for just 2 minutes right here, and I'm going to just get everybody situated real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Where are we going?
Hello again. That was a nice little acrobatic move.
We have to... 1 second, guys. Oh, my God. All right, this is it.
Is this the norm for you? Is this...
Not all the... I don't usually announce where I'm going ahead of time, so that's probably the reason.
Yeah. Did you see outside?
Yeah, no, there's even more people outside. There's like hundreds of people outside. We're gonna get in trouble, I feel like.
Good trouble. This is good trouble.
So as far as your opponent goes,
so I got 2.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go back to Stanford again.
All right.
Because she's done a lot. She wrote an op-ed, memorial for Colin Powell, describing him as, in 2021, describing him as embodying greatness, continually striving for excellence, and setting his own bar. For many Americans, Powell is remembered as the Republican Secretary of State who held up a vial of white powder at the United Nations and lied to the world to justify going to war with Iraq, which killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions. What's your reaction to Stanford's praise of Powell, and how does that contrast with your views on U.S. foreign policy?
Well, I'm an explicitly anti-war candidate, and I'm open and consistent about being anti-militarist and anti-imperialist, and I think that's important. And while there can be people who help internally in the military-industrial complex in positions of power who may promote multilateral diplomacy, when you put yourself in that position, you have to follow orders, and he chose to follow orders that got us into a war that killed hundreds of thousands of people. And that's not and it's bigger than any one person. But we have to talk about the systems and not the symbols that may be anomalous somehow because the person may have had good positions on reproductive rights or affirmative action or so forth. We got to talk about the structure, the systems, and if we don't do that, then we're complicit.
Yeah. Let's talk about your other opponent, Sharif Street. He called your criticism of AIPAC in Stanford over the top a few weeks ago. Even as AIPAC-aligned groups spend millions to influence this race. Given your stance that AIPAC is a racist organization, how do you respond to Street downplaying AIPAC's harmful influence? What does that say about his willingness to stand up to not just AIPAC, but also other corporate PACs as well?
Well, just yesterday he apologized.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he apologized because it came out what the direct connections were to AIPAC and support for our opponent. But the irony is, Senator Street benefits from some of the biggest AIPAC donors who have maxed out to him. And
he said, I believe, in the debate setting, that he didn't know if that was the case, right?
Right, that's absurd because one of them is a billionaire, and these are well-known folks connected to AIPAC. So that's a specious argument. And so the question shouldn't be for voters, which candidate takes the least money from AIPAC, directly or indirectly? Which one publicly disavows AIPAC and is willing to say there's an ongoing genocide and we're complicit with our tax dollars.
Yeah.
And I'm the only one in the race doing that. And I
Yeah.
think that's important because it is related to how these campaigns are fueled. And if they're fueled by insider money, billionaires and others, that's going to tell you who you're going to get in Congress.
DSA National endorsed you earlier today.
Yeah, I just
It was
found that out,
It
yeah.
was a huge deal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's one of only 2 national candidacies, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think that says about your candidacy? What do you think that says about your campaign in comparison to who you're running against right now?
Well, I think irrespective of who I'm running against, it's about what I'm running for, right?
Yeah.
I do not have to fear the S word. I can lean into it because that's my ethic, that's my people. And by the way, you were talking about Paul Robeson earlier. My great uncle was running buddies with Paul Robeson, and they worked on the genocide decree against the U.S. government when they were saying that there was an act of genocide against African Americans in 1951. So that's like my family history. That's an inheritance that has helped build me to the person I am today and be the father I seek to be in the public servant. So if they were doing that in 1951 against much greater odds, I'm sure as hell going to stand up on the right side of history, even if it hurts my campaign. Because what I keep telling my sons is, if I have to lose my integrity to be more viable, I shouldn't win.
Yeah, and you also already said you don't want a Lamborghini for your sons.
That's true.
Which I feel like is foolhardy, is foolish. But anyway, you organize a teachers union at Temple, and you've called for a workers' bill of rights. What's your vision to protect Americans who make a living working 9-to-5 jobs?
Well, we definitely need to strengthen worker rights. We need to make it easier for them to organize. We need to make sure that it's harder for corporations to retaliate. That's what happened to me at Temple University. I was one of a few people who helped expand the current union to include adjunct professors. I was a part-time professor. We were paid a poverty wage. And these are folks with PhDs who are on public assistance. And no one in this country, whether they have a GED or a PhD, should be working 40 hours, right? 40 hours a week and still be in poverty, right? So I'm also big on a living wage for all. So it's not just bumping up the minimum wage, but it's making a living wage so that people can actually survive and ultimately thrive.
Well, you think we'll have a time to talk afterwards as well at some point? Because I have a lot more questions I wanted to do. Are we supposed to start?
Yeah. How much more time do you need? What are we supposed to be doing right now? So Rav is going to go to, there's like a speaker outside. He's gonna get, all these people just came from canvassing. He's going to give them a little talk. We had like 400 canvassers today, so it's like a huge turnout.
It's like the biggest in like Philly history. Modern Philly history.
So he's going to go out and talk a little bit. If you want to talk for a few minutes, I'm sure everybody here wants. We'll do like some pictures and stuff. Then we'll take a car ride, and you can do more questions. Let's just chill in the car on the way to the next spot.
Okay. What happens up there?
They're all going to come outside.
Oh, bet. Okay. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right, yeah. Hey, what's up, Sam?
What's up, guys?
Hello. Hello again. Yo, this is nuts. Woo! Hassan Piker.
That's crazy. Mark, did you see that?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It's funny.
What's up, people? When you ever sing talking to your neighbors, let them know what solidarity looks like, what movement looks like. I am loving this. This was supposed to be a sleepy old primary of this shit. I am wide awake. In fact, I'm so awake, I'm woke. But you all aren't supposed to be here. You all aren't supposed to be here because you understand that you're supposed to be apathetic. Y'all supposed to be. Young people are not supposed to care. But here, well, that's what they said. That's what they said. I'm not interested in they, I'm interested in we. This is what the real we looks like. Because 250 years ago, when they wrote We the People, it wasn't us. This is an aggressively fabulous outpouring of humanity. The question is what we do with it. Because this is our moment, and it's rooted in movement. The moment is nice. The movement is necessary. And I'm just going to say it. On May 19th, I'm not going to win.
Yeah, you are.
No. No. You don't understand. On May 19th, I'm not going to win. We're going to win. You know it's true because only we can save us. Y'all are not waiting for someone to descend from the clouds. You need to look in the mirror, and more importantly, you need to look around at each other right now. That's who's going to save us. And I'm going to put a humble brag here real quick. I earned this. And I'm going to tell you why I earned it, because, listen, particularly young folk, any Gen Z folk here? That's your people. And I know 93% of you are here for Hassan Piker, and that's okay. No. Maybe 97%. That's all right. It's a combo. Oh, thank you. They like me too. Even though I'm not on the Twitch. Is that it? It's the Twitch? Is that it? I am now? I think I found out I got endorsed by Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. And DSA National came in this morning, I hear. But I got some even bigger news that I want to thank Hassan Piker for. Today I got endorsed by my two sons. So I want to thank you for making that happen. But I just want to thank all of you.
Thank you.
I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this. And this is what radiant love looks like. And I'm specific. I got that from my man, Rabbi Mordecai, and he used the term radiant love. And what I love about it is we can try to harvest and keep and hoard all the things we want for ourselves, but love is best when it's spread wide. And what we do in this moment with that love, just like how I feel about power, is we have to diffuse it and not concentrate it. Thank you.
Do you mind announcing the national DSA endorsement for?
Yeah. I don't have the political class's endorsement. You said it, not me. But yes. I didn't get any of those endorsements. The most important endorsement are my two sons and my mama. The most important endorsement I can ever receive is your votes. Because that's how we're going to win. We got to show up. And we got to send a message to the establishment. Listen, not just the MAGA extremists. That's fun. Like that's fun, kick them around. But we also have to send a message to the Democratic Party. And for those of you who don't know my politics and know why I'm running, I'm not running for the Democratic Party. I'm running for you. I'm running for you. The many, not the money. The many, not the money. So I I'm not going to them and asking for permission. I'm listening to the people, and I'm accountable to you, but now I need you to be accountable to this moment and show the fuck up. Because you're not actually voting for me, you're voting for we. And you're voting for folks who want to vote but can't vote. For the 17-year-olds. For the non-citizens. For the people in cages. Your vote is so much bigger than you. And we have an opportunity to share a powerful message that organized people will kick organized money's ass every time. We gotta let them know we got less than 3 weeks to go. This is ours. This is ours if we claim it. Of being underestimated. Oh, that's my love language. Please underestimate me. But when we show up in force, we are indomitable. And I want you to know that I see you. I see you. I see you and I love you because this was a choice you all made. You didn't have to be here, but this is where you chose to be in this moment, and I love you for that. Not because you're going to put me in office, but you're going to transform the city of Philadelphia, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the Yeah. Do we want a free Palestine? I don't think it's radical to be opposed to occupation. To be opposed to apartheid. We are on the right side of history. And I want to thank all the Jewish people who are showing up, but there are people who have been connected to Israel through culture and familial ties, but who showed up because they believe in a free Palestine. And they've created space for people like me to stand up in solidarity. I don't believe I'm brave for saying there's a genocide. I got eyes. I can see. But those folks who are on the front lines, my Muslim brothers and sisters, my Arab siblings, Jewish folks, Palestinians in particular, you've been fighting this fight for too long on the margins. And you need more people who stand up for you. Because I was told if I want to be viable and I want to win, I'm going to have to pull back on some of my positions. And I'll be honest, my sons were very nervous about my jumping into this race because they were afraid of political violence and the long history of black progressives. But black progressives who were mowed down in one way or the other for speaking truth to power. But I told them that we descend from a rich history of badasses, of black abolitionists and freedom fighters and civil rights activists. And I said, oh, fight! And so in this moment, I'm asking something from you. Many of you have already knocked doors. This is how we're going to win. Is talking to our neighbors, bringing them out, letting them know that there is a future that they can see themselves a part of. But because I don't take corporate PAC money, for the 10 years I've been in public office in the state legislature, not a dime. People to know that when I speak, it's not because some corporation has its fingerprints, but I'm speaking for the people. Special numbers that mean a lot to you. 18 is significant to a lot of folks in the Jewish faith who've given me money. 27 is a number that a lot of Bernie-crats, right? 16 is my favorite number because it represents my 16 great-great-grandparents, all of whom were born into slavery, all who died free. Not a one of them was waiting for Abraham Lincoln. They died free because they saved themselves. So 16 is an important number to me. Whatever important number is to you, I would love for you to give me that number in U.S. dollars. Did you say 3,500 is your favorite number? $250. Whatever it is, I want you to, this is important. 6-7, I love it. Is it 6 or 7 or is it 67? I'll take 67. All right. Whatever that number is, I need you to understand that whatever that dollar amount is more than I started with. Some of you are struggling. You may be underemployed, underpaid, unemployed, disrespected, exploited. Whatever that number is, know that I am grateful for it, and that money is not going to DC consultants. It's paying for the beautiful labor and collective wisdom of people on the ground. Many of those folks are here today. That's where this money is going to. Because we're fighting against folks who have billionaire-backed super PAC money benefiting them and wealthy insiders. But I believe in people power, it looks like. So whatever it is you can give, we have QR codes right here. Whatever it is, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. On to victory! Further ado, I'd like to introduce you to a young man who, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him.
I don't know how this thing works. I've never used one of these before, so bear with me, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you, Chris Rabb, for introducing me to some amazing people here in Philadelphia today, even though it's raining a little bit. Happy birthday. I believe they keep making me follow incredible orators like Summer Lee first and now Chris. I don't know how I'm going to keep up with that energy and momentum, but thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real honor to get to meet all of you. I know I always say touch grass, and this is probably one of the best uses of touching grass that you possibly could do. Door knocking, being a part of your communities, talking to your neighbors, spreading the good word, and making sure that we can have responsive politics once again. This is a district that is plus 40 Democrat. It's a deep blue district, and that's why it's one of the more important districts. The reason why is because this is where we run up the numbers. This is a district that we cannot allow to go to a do-nothing Democrat that is gonna do-nothing Democrat that can't say what Israel is doing is a genocide. This is not just a battle that we are fighting against the Republicans, the fascists, the reactionaries, but we are also fighting for more responsive politics to make sure all of your voices are heard and all of your needs are met. We've all been through struggle. We've all been through the process of going out and door knocking for Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. We've seen the disappointment. But right now, as someone who's been all around the country, let me tell you, I see a lot of people that I normally never would have thought that say Bernie was right and that we need left populist politics in this country. responsive politics that says no to corporate money, no to corporate donors, and yes to ordinary Americans like you. A politics that will center the working class. And that's why it's my great honor to announce to you that Chris Robb got the national DSA endorsement today. I better get one of those hats too. I got the New York one, but I need the Philly one too now. I got it. Oh, okay. They're giving me a note. They want me to tell you guys that May 4th is the last day for registration, the last day for mail-in, and you got to go to chrisrobb.com. That's chrisrabb.com to donate, to make sure that you donate to responsive politics, the politics that centers you, the working people, because guess what? After this Twitch stream, Chris is gonna have even more enemies. Okay. AIPAC is already all over this race. They do everything in their power to undermine democracy. That's right. Can I get? All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Standing up. Let's do a selfie. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we do like, oh yeah, bet. Hey, look, I'm taller than you.
Picture, get that way!
All right. Here you go. Oh, thank you. All right.
Charmander or Squirtle?
Charmander. What's up, people?
I'm too scared.
Why are you?
What's that?
Hassan, now Mark.
Oops, sorry. Sure. I don't know how I'm gonna carry it, but.
Hey, what's up, my man?
I gotta go. I'm sorry.
What's up, my man?
Thank you so much, Reverend.
You got it. You got it.
A picture with you guys with the poster.
Hurry up. Hurry up.
You got it? But is someone going in the back?
I just need a picture. Hassan, wait, can I please get a Polaroid of you?
I gotta go. I'm sorry. We'll be back.
Show us the poster.
Oh, we put it in the bag already.
Could I just get a Polaroid of you, please?
All right.
Too dark. Oh.
I'll just sit next to you, Rab,
Yeah.
before I get in the back. Let me get in the back and then close this
Dude.
up.
All right.
That's for you.
Wow, that was.
Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you.
One more
All right,
for me.
Ren.
One more for me. Everybody get a photo. Thank you.
All right.
Yo, that's nuts.
Good shit, guys.
Yeah.
I guess that's a regular Thursday for you, huh?
No. This is
Pretty good.
Yeah.
this is a little bit extraordinary.
Yeah.
Wait, March.
Are y'all going to Horizon?
Yeah. Yo, guys, real quick. I know you want to do more interview questions, so we can kind of chill here.
Yeah. Well, let's just drive to the other spot and then we'll figure out a different.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got wet, so I have no idea.
You good?
Yeah. I think it's fine.
This next place, will we be able to sit down for a second?
Drive, brother, drive. What's the way?
So I got a fuck ice from you in Minneapolis, and I got a fucking pack from you.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Of course. Oh my God, March, get that.
Oh, that's it. Hey.
Oh.
It's going to be easier. And the sticker to the back.
Wait, here,
Make you a rug of Kaya.
Thank you. Oh my God, it's
You can hang it on the
incredible.
wall.
Yo, that's tight.
Thank you, Hassan.
Bye, guys.
This is our gaming streams, Hassan! Campaign headquarters!
All right.
Welcome over!
All right.
I'll show you Lennon!
Michael Brooks? Sure. You want me to sign it?
Michael Brooks, yeah. Thank you.
Here, hold on. Before you leave, hold on. Let me sign this real quick. God damn.
What's up?
Can I get a quick selfie with you guys?
Of course.
Here you go.
Archie Poo, I love you. Preston Power, brother. Thank you.
Here's the.
You got it? All right.
All right, we gotta pull out.
All right.
We gotta pull out.
Hurry,
Don't wait for West Bar anymore.
All right.
Gotta go, Momo. Like, he can follow you. He doesn't know the direction.
All right, watch out. Be careful. Be careful. All right. I'll see you again.
Hassan, if you want to interview with Mumio, I'll put Jamal.
All right. I
I can
gotta
get you in
go.
contact.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Dude.
Oh my, I can't. We gotta go.
Dude.
It's that security guy. We're singing for Africa. You want me to get up? No.
Jameer, what's up, my man?
I love you, man.
Hell yeah. All right, Temple in the house. Watch out. All right, be safe, folks. All right.
Mutual aid. We need food.
All right. All right, brother. Hey, good to see you. What's up, my man?
Always helping homies, man. We're just trying to
I know, I love it.
feed Philly.
Thank you, brother. Talk to y'all.
Peace.
Bye, guys.
Oh, homies helping homies. Oh yeah, Point Breeze. Good shit. Good shit. We got your hat. You know,
that's your people, man.
Yeah.
That's not my people. That's your people.
I didn't know that until
they're here to see you.
I'm not. This is new for me, so.
Yeah. I'll get used to it. I was talking to Zoran the other day. He was like, the first time we ever hung out, people would keep mobbing you when we were doing, when we were walking in the streets of Astoria. Now, and at the time I was thinking, I didn't realize that would be what my life would be like.
Yeah.
So get used to it. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Alright, then shake the camera, Chad. Let's get this vlog going up.
I'm more concerned about my sons. That's all.
Yeah. Wow, this rain got crazy out of nowhere.
This next place we're going to, we're like sit down or what's the plan?
It's a fundraiser, right?
Yeah, this next one is like primarily students who are not super politically active and they're all volunteering. So we got like a group of probably like 40 or 50 students there who are going to be like super volunteers.
Yo, what's this?
So it's like a tea coffee spot.
Idea.
So kind of like the same setup, but we could talk in the car a little bit before we walk in.
Okay.
Yeah. Glorious infidelity.
And then there's a back room in there where we could chill and it's a little more quiet too.
All right, so while we're still in the car.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a tough act to follow, man. You're so good. You got a lot of experience in doing activism and speaking behind a megaphone. Yeah. So you guys just broke history in recent Philly history. It seems today you had more.
Apparently statewide.
Yeah.
Wow. Larger canvases. Absolutely, that was a ton of people, man.
I mean, I've been doing this a while. I mean, I've been in office for 10 years, but I've been involved in this. I haven't seen anything like this related to electoral politics.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's the
next level.
That's the thing. I think like a lot of people are getting activated because you're the type of person that they know would be worth it. Especially young people. This is what I hear most commonly from all the other candidates I work with, where they're like, and even Debbie Dingle, who was at our University of Michigan rally that I did with Abdul. She showed up just to see the crowd, and she told the Associated Press, she's like, I've never seen this many young people before in any, like, this is a primary.
Yeah.
It's a Democratic Party primary. What are young people doing here? This is normally like the super boosters of the party that are oftentimes older, white,
Unprecedented. Unprecedented.
But all right, let's get back to the questions because I have a fire round of things that I'm going to ask you. Whether you're in favor of not or not. But we talked a lot about military conflicts, militarism. You've been outspoken on ending military conflicts abroad, including in Palestine and Iran. What's your stance on the United States utilizing economic warfare, like we've seen in Venezuela, like we've seen in Iran in the build-up to the Iran war, and even in Cuba as well? I went and saw it personally with my own two eyes, the devastation that our policies, our economic terrorism, the sanctions regime has caused there.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for people to know that the reason we go to war is for economics. Yeah. It's not to expand democracy or whatever. U.S. imperialism, and imperialism generally, is the tip of the spear for corporations, right? And so it's always connected, right? You can't disconnect that. It's always about the money through military domination, right? And so that's how it works. You get a foothold in these other nations and you extract. And then you control their political systems. You kill the leaders you don't want. You put in the dummy ones. And then we don't have the foresight to say that might come back against us. Yeah. That's what happened in Iran, right? All the things that we're now fighting are things that we caused through imperialist policies. And so we always have to, that's the norm.
Yeah. Do you believe the United States should abandon the posturing of tariffs and export bans and the like, and instead collaborate with countries that we've previously considered foreign adversaries, even countries like China? This is something that I talked to Matt Duss, who's who does has an advisory role in AOC's foreign policy as well. And there's this new school of thought in American foreign policy that's growing with the Quincy Institute and the like, where they think that a collaborative approach to countries that we have previously ordained as foreign adversaries is probably the best path forward. How do you feel about that?
I agree. And the tariffs policy of Trump is not even a Republican policy. It's a Trumpian policy.
Yeah.
There are plenty of Republicans who know that this is not the appropriate path, right? Because of political domination, their voices are muted. Just like America First conservatives. They don't want us in Iran.
Yeah.
It's not, you don't have to be a leftist to realize we have no business being in Iran. Like, and that's an opportunity to work across the aisle, right? Because you got to meet people where they are and realize you may not agree on 90% of things, but that 10% could avert a third world war.
Yeah.
And that's how I've been successful in the State House. I've had to work with folks who have radically different views than me and meet them where they are. And that's the thing. Corporate media and establishment folks, they don't want us to talk. They don't want me validating you, and they don't want you validating me, because they're afraid that if we find a common cause, that we're going to disrupt things, and we are. And you and I don't have to agree on 100% of things. I don't agree with 100% of my closest friends and family. That's okay, but where we are united.
Well, that's your organizing background, because you've done this a lot. A lot of people, even young leftists, don't understand this. Like, I try to communicate to them, like, you're not always going to agree on everything. Like Bernie, I love Bernie. I don't agree with certain things that Bernie does, but it doesn't matter, because like, I know what he means. I know what he means to this movement. I know what he's working towards, and I agree with the ultimate goal there.
Yeah.
And even if we don't agree on every single thing, it doesn't matter.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. We can't have this purity test, and the purity test is always put on us on the left, never on the right or moderates. It's never there.
Yeah.
And I don't accept that. No. And it's interesting that the journalists who bring this up, they say, well, people say. I'm like, well, who are these people? Are you saying it? I haven't had people say anything about why this is problematic. Yeah. You're bringing it up. But if you have an issue because you are an extension of corporate media, tell me what issues you have. Mm-hmm. Because they're also interviewing people who may have repugnant politics. Well, so how are you doing that? Like these double standards?
Yeah, they have Randy Fine on, which, by the way, I don't think I'm in the same vein as. Obviously, there's no moral equivalence there. No. But we saw why they're afraid. Yeah. We saw why they say I'm such a dangerous radical. It's because hundreds of students, hundreds of Gen Z, like people who are much younger than the average person who's normally invested in the primary process, especially in the Democratic Party, are coming out and getting activated, getting primed. Obviously, they wouldn't do that if there wasn't a candidate that's not worthwhile. They're not going to do that for every single person, right? They're doing it because you identify a lot of the problems and you choose to solve those problems, and it's like unheard of, unfortunately.
And there's a convergence of interest.
We're not leaving it. We're still doing an interview.
Yeah, there's a convergence of it. You couldn't do this if you were here for a corporate Dem, but you wouldn't be here if I was a corporate Dem.
Exactly.
Right? So that convergence is very scary. And let's remember, when Martin Luther King was starting to talk about militarism and poverty and class issues, he scared the establishment.
He did.
When Malcolm X was starting to talk about...
New York Times wrote an op-ed, I still remember, I remember reading about it. They wrote an op-ed after his Vietnam speech where they were like, you should stick to your own lane.
Yep.
Talk about black issues instead.
That's right.
Don't talk about this stuff.
When you're talking about...
No, we're not leaving it.
But when we're talking about collective liberation and how we have to bring all people together, that's when they got very nervous, and Malcolm and Martin were getting really close. We saw what happened. By the way, Malcolm X's birthday is the primary day, May 19th.
Oh, wow. Well, hopefully it'll be a good birthday present.
Inshallah.
Yeah. So we were talking about finding common ground. It seems like a lot of the policies that you have embodied, a lot of policies that you've advanced, including restricting ICE all the way back in 2017 and calling for its abolition since then, is now being championed, or at least being channeled by even your opposition. Stanford specifically, I believe, is also calling for the abolition of ICE. Do you think that there is sincerity there? Do you think it's more so just like responding to what the overall interests are? And what's your plans to protect immigrants from being thrown in the camps and deported to the countries they've never been to? Do you support community members independently tracking ICE and engaging in like neighborhood watch and things like that?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my goodness. And one of the issues I have with liberals is they're upset at what's happening with society and so forth. And they say, this is unprecedented. But that's deeply disrespectful to folks from communities of struggle like me. As an African American, when I was saying before about how my 16 great-great-grandparents were born into states where slavery was the state law, we had to organize ourselves in those moments to protect against deputized white men who would rip apart families after the 1850 fugitive slave law. So we didn't know who among our neighbors was there to stand up for us or there to strip us apart and then send us into slavery down south. And that's what's happening now, right? It's the same thing. It's an iteration of the same forms of systems of oppression. And we have to understand that this is rooted in the very fabric of our nation. So absolutely, we need to make sure that we are not held hostage to a group of lawless thugs in masks. They are terrorizing our communities, and they are destroying whatever like fibers are left of civil society. So yeah, we have to do all the things that are in our tradition to save ourselves, to protect ourselves. But with regard to the abolition of ICE, that's just the starting point. Like, getting rid of a negative is not a positive. We also have to dismantle the immigrant concentration camps. And people don't understand that they weren't always there. It's only been around for like 25 years.
Yeah.
And it was created, it was a false flag. It was created really just for profit maximization of corporations, because most of this is farmed out to major corporations who give to Republicans and Democrats
GEO
alike.
and other for-profit prison companies.
So we got to get rid of those, but we also have legislation already introduced by members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus that look at ways of creating an immigration system that is humane, efficient, and just, right? Like, there are ways we can do this, and that's one of the reasons I'm interested in going to Congress, because progressives already doing the work in Congress, they need reinforcements, right? So there are policies that can address this. It's one thing to stop a bad thing. It's another to build comprehensive, substantive policy that keeps communities safe and allow immigrants to have wraparound services, housing, healthcare, etc., which is more affordable than putting them in cages, actually, and it's not profit driven either.
Better for a sense of community, better for the economy overall. If we were to, immigration at the end of the day is a problem with paperwork. That's what I like to call it. I say these are paperwork crimes. They're not real paperwork.
They're not criminal offenses.
They're not crimes at all. They're paperwork violations, and faster processing would be beneficial for every single person. And yet, keeping this two-tiered labor structure that exists is unbelievably beneficial for all of the wealthy people that own the agribusiness in the country, whether they're Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. That's why Trump had to back away from doing the farm raids.
Yes, and I'm on the agriculture committee. Pennsylvania has a huge agricultural industry. And very few Democrats are talking about farm workers. They're talking about farmers as though farmers are working without farm workers. Right? And that's very disingenuous. 70% of farm workers in this state are immigrants.
And that's across the board, actually.
Of course,
I mean, it's like 60% nationally. So it's that's the reason why they had to back away. It was like it was a real convergence of like or divergence of racist values, like white supremacist, white nativist, anti-immigrant sentiment, meeting the capitalist bottom line, and all of a sudden capitalist bottom line won out in that conversation, and now you have some real racists who are mad. They're like, why are they not doing more deportations? It's like, well, the entire process was designed so that people would be kept in limbo, so that these companies could justify paying them pennies on the dollar and continue hyper exploitation that way. there are some other questions that I have as well about. I'm going to do a rapid fire round, and I'm going to do the Zoran method, as I like to call it. Like, what are your 5 top line policies? So think about that right now. But before we get to that, there was what else was I going to ask you? I had what were you just talking about? We're talking about immigration.
Yeah.
There's this concept, I feel like, that rears its ugly head every time there's like signature legislation, rotating villains, right? We saw that with Goldman in the War Powers resolution that couldn't pass by 1 vote.
Right.
And I think he's retiring, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so too,
and that's
yeah.
precisely the reason why they were able to find that 1 vote. I do think that internally there's a whipping process, or there's at least like a collaborative process from leadership of the party that finds those safe seats, oftentimes, where there's just enough Democrats that will vote alongside the Republicans to stop key pieces of legislation. We have the cinemas and the Joe Mansions, and they certainly exist in the House of Representatives as well. Do you feel like the reason why they're coming after people like yourself, coming after someone like myself as well, that offers a platform to candidates like yourself, because we're doing away with the rotating villain structure? And do you have an opinion on how to address the rotating villain system when you are in Congress?
Well, I'm unbought and unbossed. And that's a very dangerous position for someone like me, because there are not many of us who get elected and stay elected against a very powerful democratic machine where incumbency is the ideology. The ideology of any machine, whether it's Democratic or Republican, is incumbency, is concentration of power. So if you have folks who have independent thought, who are not compromised by moneyed interests and insiders, they can't know if their influence is going to work when they want it to work the most. And that's very scary to them, because they're used to controlling people. And that's why I don't have any support from the political class.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not because I'm a dino. It's not like I'm voting with Republicans or I'm lazy or corrupt or stupid. None of those allegations have ever been made against me. The biggest critique I have is I won't work with them.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be complicit in an agenda that doesn't serve the people. If it's just about concentration of power, why are you Democrats? Like, what makes you any different than the folks you are claiming are evil or the problem with America? You're doing your own version of autocracy in the biggest city, in the most consequential swing state in the country. And I can't be a part of that. And again, my allegiance is not to party, it's to people. And that also scares them. So I have legislation for open primaries. They're particularly with young people. If you're 35 and under, the chances of you being a Democrat or Republican are very low. Most folks are independents, but in Pennsylvania, you're not allowed to vote in the primary if you're an independent. But many young people do not want to affiliate with the Democratic Party, even though their values more align with them than Republicans, because they understand the Democratic Party takes them for granted, does not listen to their, like, we went through this with the uncommitted movement.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, Democrats, we will vote for your candidate if you show the spine to say this is a genocide. They said, we will vote. It's not about voting for Trump, but we're not going to give you our vote unless you fucking earn it. And Democrats said, fuck you.
They did, yeah. And that also creates a lot of apathy. So I think what a lot of people don't understand in the party system, in the National Party, in the DNC, is that candidates like yourself are breathing life back into that political movement and making people more politically active. But they're so invested in winning by their own design, or even losing by their own design, like Kamala did in 2024, that they don't mind if there's tremendous voter apathy, but then they'll turn around and say, oh, well, we don't know what happened. Why didn't you vote for us? Harm reduction voting. That's not how it works, right?
Right. And
people want to vote for something.
Right. And they're blaming. That's the piece that people still don't get even now in this moment. They do not believe that young people will show up. They believe that young people are apathetic or disinterested or uninformed. No, That's the absolute opposite. They care about folks who care about them. Why would you give up your political capital and for someone who doesn't respect you, who doesn't see you and embrace your values? That makes perfect sense to me.
So one last question before I get to the final round, because we have probably, do we have time still? Are we good?
We can do a couple more questions.
Okay, all right. Around 40% of all jobs in your district are susceptible to be displaced by AI. They can be automated away. How do you plan on ensuring the residents of Pennsylvania's 3rd District can continue putting food on the table if and when that happens? And do you support data centers being built in Philly?
Oh, hell no. That's an easy question. I believe we should have a national moratorium on the construction of data centers. Here's what people don't understand, and you kind of led into it when you started by saying there's 40%, worker displacement in this congressional district. People don't understand, like, AI will continue to exist without new data centers. The reason they're expanding capacity is to find more ways to more quickly displace as many workers as humanly possible to maximize profit
without
people.
Without the regulatory bodies catching up to it as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So the goal of the data center construction is not to affirm AI. Like, a technology can be used for good or bad.
Yeah.
The example I give is the cotton gin. People say, oh, we need innovation, we need growth. Innovation and growth came through the adoption of the cotton gin, and so it created great wealth and great productivity, worker productivity. The problem was the workers were enslaved, and because of the adoption of the cotton gin, it meant that black people would now think that they would never be free, or their grandkids, because they were making their white owners so much money. So the fact that black folk freed themselves and we saved ourselves when no one thought it was possible is a tribute to organizing, right? And it goes to innovation. Innovation is only as good as what the value of it is. So if it's profit maximization, I don't care how innovative it is.
Yeah.
If it's towards justice, I'm down. So AI can be used for any purpose, but the reason we're expanding its capacity, and not we, Wall Street, corporations, is because they want to get rid of as many workers as possible to maximize the profit for the billionaire class.
Yeah.
And so that's why we should stop it. Even if that weren't the issue, we'd have environmental issues, right? The water supply, utility bills, other displacement.
Ethics as well, like where is AI being used, dangers of misinformation.
All of that.
All of that would be addressed, hopefully, after a moratorium rather than going all in on AI in this way.
Oh, and what's also interesting about that? Some of the folks who were sounding the alarm, who were technologists, brilliant people, many of them were black women. And they were ousted by Google and Meta and so forth, and they were sounding the alarms and they were not being listened to. And so when we have to make sure that we listen to voices in communities of struggle who may not be centered in these conversations, but whose brilliance must be affirmed. And there are articles about these women who were talking about the ethics, who were talking about the inherent biases in AI and how it's going to hurt us if we don't do that due diligence.
Okay, last question before I get to the Zoran one. You've been outspoken about Obama's failures in handling the 2008 financial crisis. What do you believe Biden did wrong in his presidency to get us Trump 2?
Well, it's interesting. The things he got right, he didn't promote in ways that reached people and understood.
I agree.
Right?
Yes.
Like, the things he actually did, like...
The infrastructure bill, like, it was watered down because of Joe Manchin and other spoilers. But, like, there was a lot of good in there with the IRA. And it's like, and they did nothing to promote it.
Yeah.
Even pulling out of Afghanistan, it was considered a critical, moment.
Right.
And everyone was panning him. It was people on the left that were like, no, this is good. Like, he's doing the right thing.
Right. You have to... Listen, sometimes you have to show versus tell. An example I give is we legalized medical cannabis in Pennsylvania in 2016. I took office in 2017. And in 2018, we started having dispensaries pop up. And a lot of folks in the black community, particularly our elders, were like, no, this is bad. They're putting these bad businesses in black communities, you know, because they're trying to punish us. And I was trying to say, no, these businesses are creating good local jobs. They're the safest businesses on corridors because they require to have all of these cameras and such. And there is a lot of medicinal benefit from the cannabis that's regulated that can benefit particularly a lot of elders who suffer from all kinds of ailments. And it's so much better than the big pharma. And it was one thing to say that. It was another thing to actually take them to a dispensary, because when they heard dispensary, they heard drug dealing. They heard drug dealing. They heard crack house, because they didn't know what a dispensary was, because how would they know? So I picked up a bunch of little old ladies. I drove to their house. I picked them up and I drove them to the suburbs and I took them to a dispensary. And it was like a beautiful, like luxury spa looking place. It was beautiful. People were nice. They were all well paid, and it was just laid out wonderfully. And they were like, oh, this is what a dispensary could look like in my neighborhood. And I said, don't you think we deserve businesses like this? They're going to put another Rent-A-Center, and I put another Family Dollar, another fast food joint in our place. And then the businesses that are actually building community wealth and are safe and pay people well, that goes to the suburbs. And they changed their views because of the experience they had, showing them versus simply talking at them. And that's always a great way to engage people.
Yeah. All right, now to the Zoran question. What?
Do you want to do that? Like, can we go and do that on the ride to the other place, or you want to do it now?
Oh wait, are we going inside right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's
So
just
these
go
are,
inside.
Real quick context: these are the students, young professionals. A lot of them unregistered voters or apathetic to the system. So they're all out here. So definitely hit like May 4th deadline for voter registration.
Okay.
And anything else to vote.
Okay. Are we giving speeches again?
Rab has, so you don't.
Okay. I can do it. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Hell yeah.
Everybody here wants
Yeah.
Much more intimate here.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right. But how you feeling? Good?
Yeah, good. Yeah, just keep me on time. I'm good.
Need some water? I have the bottles for you.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. How you doing?
You know where we're going?
Let's stay dry. Yeah, right.
The other guys have my backpack.
Your bag is in the truck. Right there.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Where are they at?
Wow, look at that light. Isn't that beautiful?
You got fewer mics on you now?
No, they have. Can you guys grab the backpack from the car? It's in our car?
Yeah. It's in one of the cars.
Feel good? Feel good?
Hell yeah.
We need to get into your car, get your team's car again to grab a backpack.
Omar may have
Oh, they can grab it? Oh, he's in the car? Okay, good. All right.
You saying? Go ahead. All right, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, little man?
How's everything going?
Good.
I love you. Thank you so much for what you do.
What's up, my man? What's up? Huh?
Right here is fine. Right here is fine. Right here.
Yes? Okay. Damn, this is amazing. Wow. Hey, folks. How you feeling? I'm Chris Rabb, and I'm running for Congress. And this is Hassan Piker. This is amazing. I'm told that right back at you. He's vibing. I'm loving it. I understand some of you are fairly young. Is that accurate? Some of you are maybe newly registered voters. Some? Soon? Raise your hand if you're about to register to vote. Raise them a little higher. Let's show some love for them. I want to address those of you who are about to register to vote. I've been voting a long time. Gosh, almost 40 years. I don't need you to pledge allegiance to a party. I want you to hear me when I say that. This is not about you becoming a Democrat or a Republican. This is about using the systems that allow you to express your voice and your values when it matters most. Because when you vote, you will determine the trajectory of this city, this state, and this country. And young people will determine who wins on May 19th. That is my prediction. And I want you to understand, I identify as a Democratic Socialist, but I'm running as a Democrat because the system creates this narrowness. But there's a bunch of Democrats running, and we are not all the same. We are very different. We may share this label in this moment, in this system, but we are very different. So if you choose to register as a Democrat, you are not pledging allegiance to that party. You are using your power in that moment to vote for the person who you believe reflects your interests, and the interests of the communities that you hold most dear, some of whose members cannot vote because they may be too young, or they may not be citizens, or they may be incarcerated. There are a number of people who will not vote for any number of reasons. So when you're voting for them as well. And many of those folks who you may be voting for are being erased by Democrats and Republicans alike. But if you vote for me, I see you. I see you. And I love you. I am running based on radiant love. I want to expand and diffuse it so everyone feels seen and respected. We're not all going to agree on everything. That's okay. Who has family members that they disagree with things on? All of us. That's okay. But if you believe in justice, you believe in care and empathy and compassion, you have one choice to make. And that choice will resonate, not just in this election, but for a very long time, and you will see yourself in that power. And so, for those of you who care about justice overseas, if you understand that there's a genocide, and you believe that this country is complicit in that, and you don't want your tax dollars funding inhumanity, then you have only one choice to make, and you're looking at them. If you believe that you shouldn't work for 40 hours a week and still be in poverty, you got one choice to make. You're looking at them. If you believe in universal health care, Medicare for all, and stop playing around the edges and believe and invest in bold policies that can be initiated in the near term, you're looking at the person who will represent you. You have a voice. I seek to amplify your voice in the halls of power, and the reason you should feel confident that I will be accountable to you is because my campaign is funded by you. There are people in this room who are underemployed, underpaid, unemployed, who've given me $1, literally, or $5, or $10. Do you know how meaningful that is? That I have the affirmation of people who are struggling and have chosen to give me anything because they want to feel like they're a part of something bigger than themselves, bigger than me, bigger than this congressional district, bigger than the city of Philadelphia, and that we are on the right side of history, that in this moment we are part of a movement that will transform society as we know it. And the reason I have so much confidence in this is because I've never seen anything like this before. This is all you know as young people. But I've been around the block a few times. I have never, ever, ever seen this level of aggressive fabulosity in my life coming from young people. This is your moment. This is our moment. What we make of it is whatever we want to. but let's do it in love and care and humanity and creativity and resistance, and feel the joy in that solidarity, knowing that you are standing up for your neighbors. I am in common cause with Palestinians. I am in common cause with Minnesotans. I'm in common cause with so many people who come from communities of struggle, who have been erased and marginalized. I see you because I'm one of you. I descend from people who are not supposed to own their own labor. All of my grandparents were property of other human beings. I am the example, I am the wildest dreams of my ancestors. What we do in this moment will change everything. And you all chose to be with me in this moment. What we do with it is entirely up to us. But we have to show up. We have to vote. And when you register and you want to vote for me, and you register as a Democrat, I don't care if you change your party affiliation right after the election. I am not trying to get you to be a Democrat. I'm trying to get you to be a voter so that your voice will resonate in the halls of power and beyond. So I thank all of you so much for showing up, for being a part of something bigger than yourselves, and giving me your consideration, your labor, your love to help this transformation begin and extend and radiate across this nation. Thank you. I've never seen anything like this.
So
this is nuts.
Real quick, because I know everybody's waiting for Hassan, so I got your attention. Laundry list. May 4th is the last day to register to vote. So if y'all aren't registered, we got a few days left.
What day was that? What day?
May 4th.
What day?
May 4th.
Or
if you are registered and you have family members and friends who aren't registered, help them get registered. Also, as y'all know, AIPAC and the corporate PAC money is coming into the district. And we don't have the money to compete with them, so you're not going to see us on TV. You're not going to see us on these ads. What works is door-to-door knocking. That's how we get the message out there. 30% of registered voters in Philadelphia are undecided. So we got to get this message to them because they're receptive to the message. So if you can please sign up. This Saturday we have a Canvas Summer Lee. Congresswoman Summer Lee is coming. Please come through. And any canvas that you can join from now till May 19th, that's how we're going to win this race. People-powered campaign, organized people, trying to be organized money. Without further ado, Hassan.
Woohoo! All right, is everyone having a great time today?
We're hanging out.
I wasn't used to the rain. I didn't realize it was going to rain when I came out here. I'm going to melt in the... I'm not only used to the California sun, but very excited to be here with Chris and all of you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Give yourself a round of applause for being here. I assume many of you went out there and protested if you're students over the last 2.5 years as Israel was committing a genocide with our tax dollars, as the Democratic Party looked on and decided not to listen to your voices and your just demands, right? Shame on them. That creates a lot of apathy. It creates a lot of apathy when you go out and you door knock for Bernie Sanders, and the party does everything they can to make sure he doesn't actually win the candidacy for the Democrats. It creates a lot of apathy when you do the uncommitted movement, when you say, look, we got one voice. There's an election cycle going on. You have to listen to our demands. We will not vote for you if you continue committing a genocide. And the party says, no, we will win or lose, but we will win with our own design. And then they end up losing, and things get much worse. Donald Trump becomes president. A lot of people in my community have also had apathy. However, with people like Chris, with the other candidates that I'm promoting, with the other candidates that I go out and talk to, I see a lot of hope. The reason why I see a lot of hope is because I think a lot of you also understand that candidates like Chris represent something different. We all know the Republicans suck. We all know they're racist, they're monsters, they love the Epstein class, they love waging war, they love corporations. But the Democrats, some of them also love the very same things. They don't love you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your interests. And that's precisely the reason why letting your voice be heard in the primary system is almost as important, if not more important, because the Democratic Party's primary is what determines the trajectory of the Democratic Party. If you're angry because there's people like Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, people like John Fetterman.
Don't say the F word.
Not a lot of Fetterman fans in here. Well, he's no fan of mine either. He's always on Fox News yapping. But if you're mad that there are politicians like this that constantly ruin whatever kind of agenda that even the Democrats claim they care about, if you're mad about the fact that there are rotating villains in the party, where they always find just the right amount of votes to make sure that we can't put a check on Donald Trump's aggressive warmongering, where if you're mad that there's never enough money for health care in this country, but unlimited funds to bomb other countries, well, you have an opportunity to make that change. You have an opportunity to let your voice be heard. For far too long, people have been told, myself included, that we have to vote for harm reduction. We have to vote because we have to vote against the Republican Party. We all know the Republican Party is bad. But you now have an opportunity to vote for something. And not just Chris, but you have an opportunity to vote for Medicare for all, knowing full well that he's going to fight that battle for you. You have an opportunity to vote for a jobs guarantee, endless militarism, ending the endless militarism, to make sure that every single dollar that we spend on new ways to murder children overseas can be spent here taking care of our children, taking care of your family members, to make sure that instead of spending all that money blowing up schools overseas, we spend that money on building schools right here. And this is a universal value that many of you share, and that's precisely the reason why the vote that you cast is not just for Philadelphia, it's not just for Pennsylvania, it's not just for even places like myself in Los Angeles, California, it's for people overseas as well. It's for everybody else. So I'm very happy and very honored to endorse Chris and be here with him and get to see all of you. And I'm very excited to see what we can do with a more responsive politics in this country. Thank you. Good?
All right, let's take a picture.
All right, let's do it.
Can we turn around and get a picture real quick?
All right.
Everybody wants to.
I shaved my head for her.
Yeah, after this we're going to peel out. We're going to go back.
Sure, we're
Damn, you're getting good at this shit. That's what Chatter said.
I don't get a lot of fire. I'll send you the fire.
Let's do it.
Everyone get in.
Your speaker was.
Ready?
Everybody say May 4th.
May 4th!
That's registration. That's registration. What day is voting?
May 19th.
Last day for mail-in ballots?
May 12th.
May 12th.
May 12th.
This is a quiz.
All right, one more time. May 4th.
May 4th.
May 12th is mail-in ballots. May 19th is voting in person. All right? Is everyone registered to volunteer?
Yes.
If you are not registered to volunteer, please see me at the front of the table.
All right.
Also, is there no caffeine in the identity? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right.
Can we get an R? Can we get an A? Can we get a B? Can we get a B? Can we vote for Chris?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, which one is it?
This one, but it has another backside to it.
Nice to meet you.
Muhammad Sharif.
Nice to meet you.
Muhammad Sharif.
Magnet?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Thank you so much.
March, do you have the bag? I'll grab it.
Hey, a quick photo with you?
Sure.
If you don't mind, thank you
Real
so
quick.
much. Real fast, real
Snap
fast.
it real quick.
Real fast.
Chat, I wish you could understand how crowded it is in here. I'm moving with 1 inch of space in every direction. That's why the cam's a little shaky.
Part of
no, people are closing it.
It's a DSA campus.
I got one.
Just real quick before we go, you want to go on?
Sure. How long is the photo line?
Real quick.
Okay, now we can't do a photo line with everybody. We gotta pay.
5% left in the
Yeah, we gotta go. Because our battery's about to die. Yeah, here.
Chris, I think we're feeling out.
I'm gonna take care of some stuff.
All right, people.
We have our own car.
Thank you.
But we gotta get stuff out of the other car. Thank you, everybody.
Come on!
Thank you for being here. Wait, we have to get stuff out of the other car as well.
What's your plan?
We're gonna go back to the hotel. Yeah.
All right, cool. You're done with like the interview part.
Yeah, it's fine. We did. We did
live camera.
Yeah, you don't have to leave on our record. You guys got a bunch of other stuff.
We're gonna go to
Nixie
Nixie Lopez now.
Okay.
So let them get their stuff from the car. We can even if you want to talk to some students real quick before we go.
Yeah.
And then we go to Nikki Lopez.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah. This was great. This was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you so much for everything.
Y'all always
It was
welcome
incredible.
to Philly, man. Come back, man.
You want to give a quick shout out to the camera? Tell them what you want to say. You know, May 4th, all the dates and how people can find you.
Oh, is that right? I'm honored. Chris Rabb here. Look, if you are in the 3rd Congressional District, I would love your vote and your support. It's May 19th, May 4th, to make sure that you either register or you register as a Democrat so you can vote for me. You don't have to love the Democratic Party to vote for me. I do not care because I'm not here for the party. I'm here for the people. I also appreciate if you check me out at chrisrabb.com. You can volunteer even as far away as LA. You can volunteer remotely, and you can also give, because I do not take a dime of corporate PAC money. I don't take money from APAC affiliates, subordinates, subsidiaries, allies. I take money from the people, and I use it to invest in the folks who are closest to the pain and are part of the movement. So please, chrisrabb.com. That's RABB. That's short for rabble rouser.
I love that. All right,
Right,
thank you.
there you go.
There you go.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
So nice meeting you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Shall we?
All right, we're gonna.
Grab your mic real quick.
Oh yeah. Wait, I'm gonna take my mic off. Hold on.
Just one?
And,
We're walking this way.
Yeah. I'm gonna take my mic off.
Oh, his mic.
yeah. And then can I grab your contact?
Sure. I mean, I'm on my way up.
I have it.
Yeah, she's got you.
I just really don't love
What's up, Casey?
nationalism, and it's something that I'm uninterested in.
I can't hear you.
I just like
Yeah.
like what it is.
Hassan's going.
Here we go.
We're gonna head to.
Appreciate
No
you.
problem. This was
Good to see you
great.
again. There's a DSA note in your DSA.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. All right, we gotta grab stuff from the other car real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then this is the car, right?
Yes.
All right, we'll get into it in a second.
Chat.
Yeah, I do. I have a lot. Hold on.
I have the big poster.
Okay. All right, I'll grab this stuff. I don't know what this is, but
What about his book bag? You got your book bag?
I got it.
sure, I'll take it too. Oops, sorry.
No. I just want a quick pic, man.
Okay, sure,
Do
let's
that
do
real
it.
quick and then-
Oh,
Where's the other vehicle?
Yeah, we'll hold it.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Thank you. All right, let's do it. Hi.
Hi.
Alright, we good. Let the car.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll see him later on.
Can I get a quick picture?
Yeah.
He put me on.
I got you. Appreciate it.
What?
He used to watch me play GTA.
Oh, wow, that's OG.
Alright, you want to come?
All right, let's do it. All right, I got it. Thank you.
Everything? Yeah, I got everything.
You got the bag and everything, right?
I do.
Wait, I gotta go, my man. I'm sorry. All right, here, sure. Let's do it real quick. Come on, where's your phone?
Yes, thank you. Dude, thank you.
Here. Let's take a selfie. I got it. All right. All right. Okay. Bye. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So hectic.
Oh my God, so hectic.
See why I feel the way I feel about Philly team?
Yeah. Why? What does this have to do with?
Have a good one, sir.
What does this have to do with Philly teams?
We need to plug.
Everything and nothing
We need
at
to plug the
all.
bag in.
What?
We need to plug the bag in.
Okay.
Plug the entire bag in.
Where's the charger?
Sorry, Chad. I know it's dark. Give me a sec.
They all in the car?
Yeah, they all in the car.
All right. Wait, hold on.
Well, this don't start off, bro.
Is it gonna say? Is the audio on with the? Where we're gonna go? Like, is it gonna say it on accident? Because we don't want to reveal where we're staying and stuff.
Yeah,
And I got the volume all the way down anyway.
All right, word.
And I don't want nobody to know we all ladies, man.
Chat, I know it's dark. Give me a sec.
Hold on, chat. We're fixing it. Here.
I got it. They can see you.
I put on. You know,
not really.
If you were to ask them that, they would say I'm very mean to them.
No, he says that plenty.
I do say that a lot. They deserve it though. They deserve to be yelled at. Let's be real. All right.
Charging.
Charging. Yeah, it's charging.
Let's go.
We're good. All right, we made it. That's crazy. Second time marches.
Okay, the bag's in your room. You just to plug it in.
Second time.
I mean, I would pull over, but you need to hold that fucking trailer over.
To be fair, we ran way over.
Oh, that's what it is. Whoa. Okay. What a day, huh? I was not expecting that crowd. That was crazy.
That was fucking insane.
Yeah. Seems like Chris wasn't expecting it either. Yeah, that was great. A lot of fun. We're gonna be in Missouri tomorrow.
How was the food?
Oh my God, it was so good.
Don't lie, yo.
No, you trying to go back.
No, it's not a lot, bro. Oh my God, the General Roscoe's was excellent, and the egg roll that's like a Philly cheesesteak. Chris had the salmon. I don't eat seafood, but I had the regular beef one. Oh, so good.
How was the donut? Because you was loving
the donut.
You had like 3 of them.
Yeah, I was about to. Okay, man. All right.
You went back.
Why you gotta call me out like that? Yeah,
I knew it was popping because you went back.
Yeah, no. The donut was insane. It was I think it was a sweet potato donut. Yeah. Oof, so good.
Updated to avoid a road closure in 200 feet.
Oh my God.
See, this is what I meant when I said, "Is he gonna tell us what's going on?" And you said, "No, I don't have the audio."
That's Siri talking.
Yeah.
Are you doing news?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll swing it back on.
You gotta turn it.
I was not familiar with Chris Rabb's game.
Yeah, he's got it like that.
He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's dope. Yeah, bro. DSA National endorsement. That's a very DSA National is they will not endorse people. Like they're very careful.
Like what you doing?
Bam!
Biker. 20 points.
Man, that'd have been 50 points.
50 or the bounce.
What is happening up there? Why'd they close the road?
But they doing some work, but they say they don't have no money in the city.
Yeah, Philly.
They do a lot of work. I didn't know there was a lot of Muslims around here.
Muslim. I know.
I didn't know there was a lot around here.
Oh, you're an American Muslim.
Yeah.
Philadelphia American Muslim.
Yes.
Not even.
Born and raised on the playground where I spent most of my days.
Sorry, Ken Smith.
I be hating when people say that. Every time you say something about Philly, you say that.
You say that dumb ass. Like, man.
Wait, you don't like that either?
No.
What do you like about Philadelphia, bro? You hate everything about Philly.
Listen, when you grow up somewhere, you hear the shit all the time. It's like hearing the song "Summertime" every fucking summer. I don't want to hear that shit every summer. Play something else.
You want to hear it in the fall? Switch it up a little
That's why
bit.
it's on my playlist, so I can listen to it at random. See, that's how you gotta operate. But no, I love it. Don't get it wrong. Like, I love Philly, and I don't give a fuck what your chat say. They go, "Oh, he's a Philly. Eat a dick." I love my city. It's just certain shit I don't like.
There's just a lot you don't like. You don't like the sports teams. You don't like the traffic. You don't like the theme song.
That's not our theme song. Don't do that.
What's the theme song for Philly?
That shitty. I don't want to hear
Meek
that
Mills.
shit either. I don't want to hear that shit. Wait, I don't want to hear that shit either.
That was the theme song for the Super Bowl.
That was the theme song for like 10 years, bro. I'm over that shit. That shit was everywhere. That shit was on commercials. That shit was at Bop Mitzvahs. That shit was everywhere.
You gotta go do a tour in like Cleveland or something and get a taste of what it's like on the other side.
Cleveland sound boring to me.
That's what I mean. So you can come back and appreciate Philadelphia more.
I appreciate Philly. When I go to Florida and Texas and shit like that, I appreciate the hell out of Philly. But that don't mean I gotta like everything about it just 'cause I'm from here. I mean, that'd be some fake shit. Like, I love everything. It's the greatest city in the world. Nah, it's not.
What's your, by your estimation, what's the greatest city in the world?
Alaska.
That, first of all, not even a city.
The greatest country, state in the world is Alaska.
Wait, have you been?
What's like a small part of Alaska? No,
Anchorage?
but I watch YouTube, and I like to be by myself most of the time. Like,
that's crazy.
I don't like crowds.
You would be the only black person in Alaska.
It's like
you just want to be special. That's what it is.
Sprinkles of us up there. Go up there, eat some seal meat, some shit. I mean, you never know. Kill a grizzly. Listen, man, I live my best life in Alaska. But you know, I go to Anchorage. Anchorage is small.
Do you like the cold?
Yeah, love it.
Okay, that makes sense then.
But I don't think I would move to Arizona. I don't know.
Arizona ain't that hot though.
But Florida.
Arizona is so hot.
Is it hotter than
it
Florida?
Depends what part you at.
I thought Phoenix goes to like 120 or something.
Where was that at where the fucking heat was melting trash cans and bikes and shit? Wasn't that Phoenix?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's the only hottest part.
That's like when you get crack an egg on the sidewalk and it
I
cooks.
don't want to do that. I don't want to cook my food on the ground.
They don't force you to do it. It's a
I
choice.
waste a perfectly good egg on the ground. Look at this. Y'all motherfucker, just pour some water out there, let them see the steam and shit come up. But then I see people, I think it's fake sometimes too, because then you see people out there with no shoes on or flip-flops, and you're like, well, why the flip-flop ain't melt? So you could cook an egg, but that fake-ass flip-flop ain't melt? Nah, I don't believe it. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna sit here. I was gonna cut the music on, but they doing stuff, so I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna chill. Y'all do y'all thing, man. It was good meeting y'all brothers, man.
Oh my God.
Sit here, just chill. Hopefully he's still back.
They said he's on to something with the flip-flops. He's like, they're saying it's sus. Yeah. What's that about?
Don't put me in do my job and just.
So you just stream on every platform?
Yeah. I mean, I stream on Twitch, but we put the videos on YouTube and TikTok. Yeah. His rants are probably gonna make it on TikTok.
I know they is.
Yeah.
For sure. I've been looking up.
I know that guy's voice. That's me.
Yeah.
I've been looking up tonight. See, I'm an OG, so I don't know. I gotta get information from my children.
What do they watch?
My kids, Twitch, they on all that stuff.
Who do they watch on Twitch? Do you know?
I got 4 daughters and 1 boy.
What do they watch on Twitch? Do you know? You don't know?
Shout them out on your stream, man.
Wait, why? No, I might know him. That's why I'm asking.
Everybody knows the little boy.
Who?
Consonant.
Oh, okay.
Everybody knows him. They watch him. They watch. What's the chubby one that be with him?
Phantom?
Yeah, they watch him.
The chubby one?
They watch the other dude that be with him, the older dude with the dreads.
The older dude. Oh my God, Duke Dennis.
I don't know their
No, it's just funny how you're.
What's the other dudes? The other chubby dark skin one, the fat one with the dreads with the big ass forehead.
I don't know
They
who that
watch
one
like
is.
because they got like a whole team. My son was like,
Yeah, AMP. You're talking about AMP. Wait, maybe the chubby dude they were talking with the big forehead. Oh my God, it's Agent. It's Agent.
He always got a hat on.
Oh my God.
They watch all of my son anyway. My daughter don't really care for me. My son be watching all of
Yo, did he put tape on his bullet holes on his car? Bro, he got tape on his bullet holes on the car.
Wow.
Hey man,
that's crazy.
See what I mean?
Yeah, wait, isn't Philadelphia open carry now or something? I saw a TikTok of a dude who was walking around.
Kensington,
Yeah, he was wearing a. Yeah, he has like a yellow T-shirt on.
But they can't see.
That's crazy that they're like literally.
Hey, how you doing?
Wait, don't wave them over. They're gonna come.
No,
over.
I'm just waving at them.
But that's crazy that they're intercepting the car. Yeah, there's a dude with like a yellow T-shirt I was watching, and he like got this 18-year-old to also have.
You need to be locked up for that, bro. They hit your car that many. They hit his car 8 times, bro. He got tape on it, like
he alive though,
like regular tape.
But he alive.
You think he was driving while he got shot? Probably not.
Crazy.
He probably was at the Chinese store. And
he probably was in his house sleep, and they shot his car up.
Yeah, there's no way.
Fuck my woman. That's a
Yo, but he really put like tape
flex
on
tape.
It wasn't like it's like a dollar store tape.
He doesn't want. He doesn't want to mess with the aerodynamics.
Yo,
They already fucked it up with them bullet holes. That's why his shit be wobbling when he be dropping shit.
Yo,
I not really want to talk no more, man.
Really got tape on his joint.
But yeah, what's that? So you do open carry now in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I saw him like walking around cops and yelling. He seemed a little unwell though. I was like,
but he's only like 18 years old.
Yeah, I was like, if there's a dude who shouldn't be open carrying, it's that guy. He was like yelling. He's like, you can't do anything. This is legal now. I was like, bro, you should not be antagonizing the police.
It's legal to a certain extent. Like when you feel like somebody's like a fucking safety hazard because they out here with all this crazy.
That's what I'm saying. He gave safety hazard vibes a little bit.
I don't know what they do.
Someone just said most of Philly shouldn't be open carry.
Oh, watch your mouth, yo. Whoever just said that.
Look, he is very too big for that.
He'd be alright.
He's hurt.
Philly should have rights as everybody.
I want the small one of this.
Okay, the glorious infidel.
There's two.
That's sick.
I want this
you
one.
all right?
Even though the big black and
Go ahead,
red one
bro.
is beast mode, but
She all extra height.
Little Honda. This is why I stay in the house most of the time, man.
Same.
That's why I stay in the house, bro. That's why I watch.
Now I know LA traffic way worse than this.
Yeah, but I never leave my house. I stream from my house usually, so I just never have to leave.
I could dig it, man.
And with LA traffic, it's like there's certain hours where it's unbearable, but then the rest of the time it's fine.
Oh, okay.
And there's also there's a direction, right? Like traffic is always going in one direction. The other direction is wide open usually. So if you're not going in the direction of the traffic, you're fine.
I didn't even peep they was doing this.
These guys are what is this, a railroad or something? They're
The train station, 33 train station.
So this is right here, just a street that they just fucked up. For
No, the
reason.
city said they don't have no money, but they want to dig every day.
Gold, man.
They should beat your horse.
That'll be good though. It's public transit is good, and it will
They ain't gonna beep it and go nowhere.
it will alleviate traffic density, less cars.
Man, when I was a kid, man, I was told we was getting flying cars in the year 2000. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to be like the
They
fucking
lied to you,
Jetsons.
player.
I know, man. I want to be
lied
like the Jetsons, man.
Yeah. Instead, you got AI. That's all you got, and now
Yeah.
now you got AI
That's
art.
what y'all got. That's your shit. That's the you. How old are you?
I'm 34. I'm almost here. I'm. That's not. Is it? No, you're Unk. You're Unk. Not me. Not me. I'm good.
So you're Neff?
Yeah, I'm Nev. I'm Nev.
dude, there's just no way.
That shit like he was like 26.
I thought he was like
27.
25, 24.
Damn, y'all thought it was 25. That
Don't say
sounds
it.
great.
Bro, see, now you said it on camera. That was you fucked up. You should not have said that. You should not have said that on camera.
Yes. I'm taking that to the grave, which is soon because I'm 34. Oh man.
She checked out him to spill the beans.
I thought he was older, younger than that.
I thought he was in your
The way he said "up," I'm like,
Yeah,
damn,
man.
you can't even call us up because you close by.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why they call me Unk. That's why it's great.
He left.
Well, he was.
I'm an OG. So
Yeah.
I'm an OG.
Well, he was also popping off about how the NBA is soft nowadays.
It is soft.
The NBA is soft.
It is. See, now we back on that.
Yeah. LeBron is flopping.
You know he was King Flopper, man. You know he was. You're like, no, you really did hit LeBron. You was one of them fans, wasn't you?
yes. For sure. I was like, protect our national treasure.
LeBron at the 3-point line and somebody at the free throw line, and how the fuck he hit you over his elbow?
Yeah, he suffers enough with his hairline. It's fine.
I'm glad he let it go.
Clip this.
I think nature did its course.
Someone missed the audio with Hassan getting arrested.
Yeah, some videos he be having hair, some videos he bald.
Yeah.
He's still trying to
Send
keep
it to Laura Loomer.
that fade.
No, what happens is in the beginning of the season he gets it put in, and then by the end of the season the headband is just moving further and further. It's just traveling.
The hair is not there to hold.
Yeah, the headband keeps traveling further and further back by the end of the season.
That's crazy, and that's your GOAT.
Who's your GOAT?
Out of all basketball players, me. Fuck you talking about?
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird. Oh my
I
God.
will smack you on your fucking lip. Y'all don't ever disrespect
Larry
me.
Bird,
Actually,
bro.
it's not. It's not. I don't really have a GOAT basketball player. I would say, if anybody, I would say Bill Russell.
Dennis Rodman.
Yo, I almost shot you, yo. This is why people get shot in Philly for dumb shit like that, boy. I swear. I swear, it be your own kin. My flesh and blood. You cool? I'm gonna tell your grandma.
Oh man.
I'm gonna tell your grandma you were showing off on the family. Strangers.
He was like to thousands of strangers on the internet.
Bro, you just flip.
Reggie Miller.
Flip flopping. Reggie, he was a good guy, I guess.
Reggie Miller. He said he was a good guy.
Who say Bill Russell?
Chauncey Miller.
13 rings. Not only was he the player, but he was also a coach, and he still won 2 extra rings. Yeah, I would say Bill Russell. Way before my time, but still, I would say Bill Russell.
So right around your time, I think.
That's coming from a motherfucker who 3 years younger than me. Get your old young ass out of here.
No, it's cool. You keep me. You
trying to be Unky and Neff.
This is how my chatters feel when they call me Unc and they're my age.
Damn, see?
Yeah.
So you just.
You know, it feels good. I'm gonna do it more often.
Call it clickbaiting? That's what the kids call it.
Yeah, clickbait. See, even that's Unc. He just said that's what the kids call it. You're not doing yourself.
Now it's 8 o'clock, bro. Go in the house.
I'm learning, man. I'm learning. I don't really want to, but I can't help it, man. It's like it's just everywhere. It's like everywhere you go, that's what these youngins say. These youngins, these
young
kids,
grasshoppers,
young whippersnappers. That's what they say, man.
Young grasshoppers.
Rage baiting, man. You're rage baiting. Shut the fuck up.
That is rage baiting. That's funny.
That's crazy. I can dig
So
it.
you don't go on TikTok?
Some of their videos are funny. My son sent me a lot of stuff too, especially like people getting hurt. My son got problems, man. Now that I said it out loud, my boy got problems.
Oh, man.
Now you're cooking your kid.
Now you telling billions of people about your kid.
They're never going to meet my son, so I don't care. My son like.
I know, but you just brought up Kai Cenat. Like what if Kai Cenat hears that your son's got problems?
Okay, he can't beat me either. And then I'm gonna just go in on him and his whole little team, his little damsels in distress. And I'm gonna just have to go on there and I'm gonna just start, you know.
Is they still following us?
Yeah, they still behind me. I practice non-violence, but I love violence.
36%. Yeah, we'll make it.
It's normally the opposite. Normally people say I hate violence, but
No, I practice non-violence.
Keep it there.
People don't understand. I told you they was gonna be a great day. Did I not say that to you?
Yes, you did.
yeah, you guys got a new spot to go to now.
I know, right?
It was good for sure. I wasn't gassing it up because the chef was there.
Tall gas and tea.
Yeah, it was good.
I thought he was bullshitting. And they're just gonna do like the dude from McDonald's, take that little baby bite.
That's why I'm pointing at the floor.
Oh yeah, like the CEO. No, it was. I mean, I would have eaten a lot more. I just, we were trying to have a conversation. I was on camera. It's like embarrassing, and then people make fun of me all the time because like I did one of these with like another person running for Congress, and I was just like downing the food, and I watched back the tape, and I was like, God damn, bro, I was staring at his food. While I was eating my plate. While I was finishing my plate, I was staring down his food. I was like, and I remember in the moment I was thinking to myself, like, I kind of want to ask him if it's embarrassing, but I kind of want to ask him, can I get some of yours?
I got a piece. Some big back shit, man.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely.
Listen, man, live your truth, man. That way nobody can use it against you.
Yeah. They still do though. They still make fun of me.
See, but that's because you in the public eye, so you get them more to pick at. I bet if you were looking at them individually, you had so much ammo, man.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's so funny, but it's all good, man.
That's what happens on the internet. They chirp anonymously,
But it's good, man, because like I said, man, it lets them see that you're human, man. You're a normal person like everybody else.
Yeah.
We all got our own shit with us.
See, this is the wise words you only get when you live 37 years. Okay? This is the wisdom. This is the wisdom that you arrive at.
Listen, man, some shit. I've been around for a long time, brother. I understand how shit works. Do's and don'ts of life. I know, but I'm giving out game. Shit.
My bad. He's running the clock. He's running the clock. He's like these.
I gotta go to work after this, man.
These young folk need to hear this.
Man, these little fucking kids, these little fake ass thugs out here. They need to understand, man. You need to understand what life is really like. They all think people put. No, let me get out.
Okay, this is straight up Unk talk. This is straight up Unk talk.
Let's give you the clap. Let's give you the clap. You had some poetry going there, brother.
You guys think you're hard.
I don't even want to say that, man. But they all do think they tough, though. I will say that.
Now, you're going to have some YNs looking for you later.
Ask me if I care.
Out here damning these YNs, they'll be mad.
Yeah, they're like, we heard what you said.
I heard what you said.
And then it's like, what's next? Where do we go from here?
Why you have to talk to them?
But where do we go from here? You little niggas need to listen. That's all. Y'all listen to y'all parents. Y'all listen to everybody else, but like, anyway. Go ahead.
They listen to podcasters instead.
Well, then you need to be giving them some of this game, man.
No, I do.
YNs don't listen to you.
Yeah, they do not. No, they do not.
They do not listen to you.
I wish they did.
I wish they did too, man.
Yeah.
They'd learn some shit.
I would have an army.
Man, all these little.
We'd be storming the Capitol. January 6th style.
Wow.
Everybody's got the shiesties on.
I know them shit stink. Boy. Oh my God. They got their balaclavas on. I know them shit stink, boy. I seen a young boy, one of them drills on like a couple of days. It was like 80 degrees a couple of days ago. Young boy was out here with the shiesty on.
Some boy walked past us earlier with one on.
Like,
a whole joint. All black with a book bag on.
And be talking and spitting and all. I'm like, I know that shit stink, bro.
Oh my God! Wait, didn't they make it illegal to wear shiesties here? Isn't that? Wasn't that a thing? I feel like they did that somewhere. I forget which city.
They did it here, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, that don't
work for them. These kids.
Yeah, it's also
that's like telling them not to put black on. They don't have black on every day of the week.
Yeah. Also, it's just. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to try and regulate a piece of clothing.
Yeah, they did try to take it. They tried to take the hospital masks, but that ain't working for nobody.
Yeah, they tried that too. But that's why they started rocking the shiesties, because they started taking the hospital mask from people.
You can't go in certain spots with a mask on.
And then you tell them, you can't wear this. And they go, I can't wear what?
This is against my rights. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's true. It's true, though. It is true. Like, I mean, technically.
Yeah, it look weird because it's dark now.
God.
Yeah, he's taking us the long way around. He's still spitting wisdom.
Bro, honestly, I want to go home and go to sleep, bro. I got like 30 minutes of sleep today. And I had to come here and deal with you little young thugs.
3 years younger.
Shit, the way you made it sound, you was 19 out there.
I mean, it felt good. It felt good.
It felt good.
It still feels good.
That's crazy. I've never met people that much older than me.
On Bill Maher. Bill Maher has said openly racist things about Muslims, about black people, horrifically misogynistic things. You all go on Bill Maher. Like, the double standard is just so brazen. People can see through this bullshit now. It's 2026. The old ways don't work.
You want to get spicier?
Sure.
Okay, let's talk about Iran. Right now, there's 3 major camps that I'm getting information about when it comes to Iran. WhatsApp, Reddit, and the comment section. A very healthy IV drip.
I'm sure you know exactly what's happening.
You're on the show. You're plugged in. You have primary sources. What are you hearing as you ignore your family and you walk past them and log online?
I do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. They're eating breakfast, and you go, let me just get right into the mainframe.
There's a war on.
Yeah.
There's a war on. You've got to make sacrifices.
Sure.
There's a war on.
Yeah. They're eating Fruit Loops. Stop.
I don't even know what they're eating.
Who knows?
Who knows?
How many kids
as long
do you
as
have?
they're nutritious.
Sure.
2 last time I checked.
Last time you checked.
Iran. What is happening in Iran?
Yes.
I mean, we're taping this the day or 2 days after a ceasefire, which is not really a ceasefire because they just massacred a bunch of people in Lebanon. Then they said Lebanon wasn't part of the deal, but then the Iranians revealed the points that show Lebanon's part of the deal, and the Pakistani prime minister's on record saying it's part of the deal. By the way, Pakistan, peacemakers, nice. I don't think it's over. If you think it's over, you're wrong.
How do the America First people make sense of this? Because the whole consensus behind the MAGA movement was you have to put America first, and then, of course, the culture war. Why are the M&Ms gay?
Yes.
And why is the Little Mermaid black?
Yeah.
These were their core issues.
Core issues.
And then, immigration. I just don't want brown people here.
Yes.
But these were their core issues. How do they make sense of now Donald Trump being the famous anti-war president, now getting the United States involved in a very serious war?
So I think you need to divide up the American public. You have the MAGA base, and they have no core beliefs or principles. They are a Trump cult, right? Let's just be very clear about that. This is a Trump cult. I hear people telling me MAGA's split on this war because of Tucker Carlson, because of Candace Owens. Yeah, I get it. The influencers are split. The people, no, look at the polling. Trump still has 80%, 70% support amongst the MAGA base when it comes to the Iran war. They will follow him wherever he goes. If Trump says we must invade Iran, MAGA supports it. If Trump says we must not invade Iran, MAGA supports it. If tomorrow Trump says tariffs are bad, MAGA supports it. Tariffs are good, MAGA supports it. This is a cult. And when Trump says, I decide what MAGA is, that's one of the rare moments in the day when he's not lying. It's true. Donald Trump decides what MAGA is. There's no consistent philosophy. Don't be fooled. At the last election, the Republican Party didn't even put out a plank. They didn't put out a policy platform. They said, whatever Trump says. That's a cult. That's the definition of a cult.
What moment happened for you that made you say, it's for sure a cult?
Oh, very early on.
Really?
So late 2015. 2015.
Oh, interesting.
So the moment I knew it was a cult, the people behind him, I didn't know the entire party would become a cult, but I knew that he had cultivated a cult. Do you remember he was sitting on stage and he said, John McCain, he wasn't a war hero. I like war heroes who didn't get captured.
He's not a war hero.
War hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured.
I was like, everyone's like, ooh, his campaign's over. You can't say that about a war hero in the Republican Party.
Country. Yeah.
Trump got away with this. Poll ratings went up. That was the moment I was like, oh, wow, this guy's Teflon. This guy can say whatever he wants and get away with it. Remember he said during that campaign, I could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it. A rare, truthful... In fact, he shot 2 Americans this year. His forces did, his paramilitaries did. Got away with it, still in office. So on the MAGA front, I don't buy that they were ever anti-war. They were just whatever Trump said. Now, there is a constituency in the American public, swing voters who don't want foreign wars, are fatigued by endless wars, don't want another Afghanistan or Iraq. Fall for Trump's bullshit shtick? Yes. Did Muslims in places like Dearborn, Michigan say, well, Kamala Harris is a warmonger, she's campaigning with Liz Cheney, which she stupidly did. So Donald Trump came to Michigan, he said, no more wars. Stephen Miller said, we're not going to send your boys to the Middle East. And some of them bought that shit. Some people like me were like, no, he's not anti-war. Remember the first term. He bombed Somalia, he bombed Syria, he bombed Iraq, he killed Qasem Soleimani, he did more drone strikes than Barack Obama. We just never heard about this in all the shit show of term 1. He was super warmongering in term 1. And people thought he was going to be anti-war. And now, to go back to your question about America First, their argument is we're just imperialists now, right? It's the Donroe Doctrine. We just take what we want. Like Venezuela, we take the oil.
Right, Greenland.
Greenland's next, yeah. We'll take out Greenland. We'll take out Iran for the oil. You see what he said the other day when he was asked about the Strait of Hormuz and the tolls that the Iranians are going to charge? We'll do it with them. It's a great idea. We'll make money. That's what he cares about.
Hey there, it's Hassan. Before this podcast continues, I'm right now at the store for details.
Opposite. They super read. They're super into history. Everyone in Iran can tell you about what happened in 1953. In America, nobody knows what happened in 1953.
So tell us what happened. 1953.
1953, Mohammad Mossadegh is the prime minister of Iran, democratically elected.
Nationalized oil.
Nationalizes the oil, kicks out foreigners. America.
It's chat. We have a power cycle issue on this laptop, and so we're trying to fix it right now. But it's not. It's most likely not. I mean, I don't even know if it'll actually work.
I mean, you could go to BRB on Toolkit and then restart the laptop.
Yeah, we can just like restart the laptop, but
which that would almost certainly work because it's worked last time.
But honestly, I think I'm just gonna end it.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna end it. It's 7 hours anyway. Fuck it. It's just fine. It's been a long day. I mean, there's no. It's not. It's not working. We have to power cycle. We're at 20K. We go offline and come back. Yeah, to 10K people. Anyway, tomorrow we'll be at. Tomorrow we will be at Missouri with Cori Bush, and you know, I love you guys. I hope you guys had a good one. I'll look at some of the clips and stuff later tomorrow, and yeah, you got to take some of the batteries so you can charge them too.
Yes.
So we have them ready tomorrow, so we don't have the same problems that we ran into today.
Yes.
Anyway, been a great stream. First local news story already out. Controversial political streamer. Oh, that's not bad. Sonnenberg has been frequently abused an allegation he's consistently did not argue that he's criticizing the Israeli government but not Jewish people. Drew outrage during a recent episode of Battleground Politics. I'm not aware of the language he's used. I'm recently aware of who he is through my sons, actually. Mike then asked Rob if you plan on researching comments. So not necessarily. There's no feedback when folks go on Bill Maher. Anyway. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, the Kaya Rogue was amazing. I loved seeing you guys out there. I'm really glad. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. You're getting really great at your speeches, brother. Really showing that charisma. Thank you. Okay, that'll be all for tonight. Like I said, I'll see you tomorrow from Missouri. Okay?
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, also people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea.